What's that?
There's one that's supposed to be...
Oh my god, they got tits.
Very...
Fuck Boogie. I hate the way he talks. I hate the way he dresses. He's a sick man with sick thoughts. I think Froggists like him should die.
Yeah.
La la la, ha ha, ah! Fuck, oh, fuck, ah!
Yeah?
Well, I appreciate being, Oh, fuck you, you piece of dickhead. Thank you. Oh my god, can I just have a moment? Fucking nerd.
I think my first vote, I'll go for Azura. I think she's the most likely to win and the most likely to stop this madness of Engage winning, because Engage really doesn't deserve it. Seriously, guys, Engage has, like, stopped selling, period. It's really bad. By the way, we're gonna do that sometime. I want to check out the best-selling Switch games with you guys and what the final Switch sales looks like. That'd be fun. But yeah, I'm gonna vote for Azura as my first vote. Let me know who you guys voted for first. But yeah, I think I'll go for Azura.
We're gonna be singing. And all that stuff. Sure, we're gonna be singing.
We're gonna be slinging. We're gonna be slinging with DSP.
It's not gonna chop it, it's just gonna, like, do damage to him, but...
Yeah, that's cool. Let's blow this motherfucker up.
Oh, wait!
Yo, did you blow us up too, dude?
Oh, wait! God. Oh, we did it!
Oh my god, okay.
If you're here for the first time, fuck you and fuck your mama too.
And again. And again. One more time.
I've read a few notes. Do I know a person who left that? Yo! You would get points docked if in a college essay. What the fuck? See, this is also why I wanted to just see it for myself, is that it's like,
What? My ears! Are you guys hearing this? Help! Is this on purpose? This is a clip. Is the game bugged? Is this on purpose? Is this like a joke? Is this making fun of legal documents? Well, I would say, I would put on my best Daffy impression. And since I'm playing the racing game, I'd probably say, you do realize this speed's race war, right?
Time for a celebratory bubble blow. Thank you everyone for that. Thanks for the engagement today. Appreciate it.
There you go. Thank you for the engagement today. Big ups for the engagement. We love to see it.
긴장되는 건 장난 아닌데. 아무나 말도 쓴다 없지. 윙치를 조종할 수 있게 됐어. 도와줘서 고마워 친구들. 아니야, 나와 이 커다란 친구한테만 맡겨도.
Sly, you saved the run.
전송되는 데이터를 연결한 다음 안전할 때 이곳을 빨리 빠져나가자고.
Sly literally saved that run. Sly saved the run there. Hey, everybody who gets mad at Sly there, he literally just saved my speed run, because I would have lost that run if he didn't hit that guard and kill it immediately.
Oh my god, what? No fucking way.
Dodged exactly 0 of those. Oh, here it comes again. Oh, that did way more damage than the first time. There we go. Nicola's Great Rune.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
All right there, bud. Which one of you's the wiggy jiggy wisecracking street smart wise guys what's trying to say it's Wiggler fucking Friday? It's not Wiggler Friday. It's Wario Friday. In the Frog car, the Frog Friday car. Hello everybody. Hello, and welcome to another Swollen Double _ Dingus stream. With me, Swollen Double _ Dingus, your unfortunate host. We're here with the latest and greatest in 1080p tablet technology. Switch 2. It's Free Roaming Friday. In reality, it's actually Free Roaming Friday. Speaking of frogs, thank you to Frog Sonic for the follow behind the scenes. My two favorite things in life: frogs and Sonic. Pressure on not the hedgehog. Thank you for shouting them out, Zitra's Elite. Big ups to the Dingas, the Dongas, and the Swollen _ ones existing here in the now. Big ups to the Dingas, the Dongas, the Swollen Double _ ones, and Ding Dongs who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future, like Enza Win, the Big Troll, Zitra, Zealousy, Astro, Gondola, Discord Merchant, and many other such people arriving to chill out. I'm gonna try to focus mostly on free roam. I got a lot of shit I gotta find in the free roam. But I gotta get into the mood. I gotta get that groove back. I gotta get that vibe back. It's been a while since the last Mario Kart stream. So I think I will warm up with an actual lobby situation, or at least me just fucking around online. Also got some videos I gotta watch, of course. There's always videos, There's never enough trash videos to watch. Like the ones we were catching last night with the socialist who couldn't stop thinking about Trump and capitalism when he was supposed to be reacting to Synthetic Man. If you missed the last stream, you missed one of the weirdest segments that I've ever ended any stream on. But I was looking through the recommended videos after watching this one video about this Arlo troll mogging the fuck out of Arlo. And in the recommended videos was this other guy mogging the fuck out of Synthetic Man. So the troll video we watched at Arlo, you know, it got me thinking, okay, you guys liked the guy making fun of Arlo. So surely the guy making fun of Synthetic Man has to be just as base, right? Turns out it was just like a far lefty, leftoid, schizoid, schizophrenic allied with Dead Domain, the person who made the very nefarious documentary on Synthetic Guy. So it was like 40 minutes of just unhinged, unhinged socialist babble. The funny thing is, he chose the worst possible Synthetic Man video to possibly respond to. He chose one that was actually focused on the game industry and his opinions on video games. So the content, the anti-woke content, the anti-DEI, what they would call the phobic style content was actually kept to about as much of a minimum as Synthetic Man could possibly put it on. You know, he actually kind of filtered himself and held back in that video. It was just him covering the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, giving his opinion on the absolute state of Nintendo as it is in the now, prior to the release of the Switch 2. And because there wasn't a lot of anti-woke takes, much of the video was the socialist just like agreeing with Synthetic Man. Oh yeah, yeah, I like the GameCube as well. Yeah, you know, yeah, Mario Galaxy was actually a genre-defining game. You know, Breath of the Wild was actually, yeah, there wasn't actually any kind of like big experiences that like defined the gaming industry during the Switch generation aside from Breath of the Wild. I agree with that. You know, I agree Tears of the Kingdom should have been DLC. That should not have been its own release. You know, almost every gaming opinion that Synthetic Man shared, this far lefty individual agreed with him wholeheartedly. I called him anti-shroom. He was the negative shroom. You know how Fairly Odd Parents has the crimson chin and they have the nega chin? I said nega. The nega chin? This was the nega shroom. Because it was like, he even had Shroom's flip his mirrored camera. You know how Shroom's camera has them looking, you know, towards, he pops in from the right side. This guy was coming in from the left side. He was literally looking in from the left. But his facial characteristics were really reminiscent of Shroom Dukeem for me. I could not help but draw the comparison. But the video itself was just boring as sin, and a lot of it was him crying about capitalism and Trump tariffs. He said the Switch 2 price tag was because of Trump tariffs, something that Nintendo themselves put out a press release to debunk. But I guess this guy just didn't get the memo. He was too busy reminiscing the GameCube days. Fucking talking about Kirby Air Ride. Oh well. A big ups Kurono. Are you a donger or a donga? Neither, I'm a dinga. What are your thoughts on Jersh getting Madga? Okay. So Kurono's already getting in on it. Josh did his Mad at the Internet stream today, and I was listening to it while I was clocked in. So you guys may recall I restreamed Mr. Mediker talking to Kirsch like a week ago. So Jim talking to an anime lady. Of course, Josh was gonna have something to say about that. And whenever Josh has an opinion on Mediker, all the people in the Mediker thread go after him and say, no, you can't talk about Daddy Jim like that. Daddy Jim this, Daddy Jim that. Don't you know he's Daddy Jim? He's this untouchable sacred cow. You can't denigrate Daddy Jim there. So Josh was like, but I can. And then he like makes fun of Kirsch and the VTubers, and his own user base tells him, wow, Josh, you're getting mad at VTubers? Josh, you're getting mad at a cartoon, Josh. You're getting pissed off at a cartoon. So in response, Josh brought on an anime girl on his stream today. I think it was a pre-recorded bit, because it sounded pre-recorded, but he brought on a anime girl. And then he had the anime girl basically call Jim a PDF. And also, they called Kirsch fat, which is probably true. And then afterwards, Josh said, well, you can't get pissed at me for what the cartoon said, because then you're getting mad at a cartoon. To get it? He was kind of twisting the argument that people were throwing at him for getting mad at Kirsch. He threw it right back at them. He's like, oh, you're getting mad at what the cartoon said? You're getting a bit triggered there, bud. But I mean, it's kind of clever, but also it's like, well, you're clearly pissed off about, like, you're clearly pissed off that you can't, you know, make fun of VTubers without getting some clapback on your own forum. Hey, Night Zoomer. It was him using the voice changer, was it? I was clocked in, so I wasn't looking at it. I was just listening to it. I heard Discord beeps and boops, so I just assumed it was a different person. Yeah, he basically attempted to reverse Uno. I mean, points for trying. I don't really have much commentary other than it just... You're kind of, like, exacerbating the issue. You're fanning the flames, Josh. But he's not really the type to de-escalate. Because from his perspective, from his point of view, it's like you're going to his house and shitting where he eats. So why is he not allowed to just say what he wants in his house? I should not have been third place. I was gonna say second. Meme of the guy crying with the smiling mask. It was kind of like that, wasn't it? It's not his house, it's more like a public park. Well, I mean, I'm just telling you how he sees it. It is as JF would say it, the guy who murdered his potato wife. It is the public space. It's the public space. Anyone can sign up there. In fact, Josh states all the time that he would like more people to join the Kiwi Farms. He's trying to make it so that he can foster and grow a community, but simultaneously he wants it so that he can say whatever he wants, because it is his house. But it's not his house so much as it is his public square. It would be like if Elon Musk considered Twitter his house. I mean, he owns it, but it's, you know, just because you own it doesn't make it your private abode. Maybe if it was like Something Awful. You know, do you still have to pay $10 to post on Something Awful? I would consider that a little bit more like a house because you have an actual paywall. That filters out like 90% of the kids and trolls who would have otherwise signed up. Maybe it's time for Josh to start charging if you want to post on his forum. The feud is silly. I kind of don't really have much more to say because I don't watch Kirsch or Pippa, so I'm not really too inclined to stan or sweep for them. I get a biased perspective from Josh himself, so when he shows clips of these particular VTubers engaging in jokes that I think are a bit coarse, you know, I give my reaction, and then on my own stream I'm told, Dingus, you're a dummy. You're a big dummy dildo. Don't you know that was an out-of-context joke? And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, then. I've been had. I fell for it again award, I guess. I don't dislike them, mind you. I don't have a reason to. I guess Josh is still under the belief that they might be like PDF files or whatever. Kirsch in particular, maybe Pippa. Wait, no, yeah, he does think that about Pippa because Pippa has like that emote based off that suspicious meme. I mean, I listened to Kirsch on the Medicare stream. I think her, like hearing it from herself, the explanation seems pretty sufficient. All right, pretty off-kilter joke. I probably wouldn't make a joke like that, but fair enough. I made my fair share of edgy jokes and somehow have survived on the purple platform up to this point to tell the tale. Who among us has not made a treacherous joke in the past? King Cobra destroyed yet another cell phone. How many cell phones is he up to now? If you're paying the post, shouldn't you have more freedoms? It's like you're paying taxes for your forum. I'm not sure. I've never posted on Something Awful. That was a bit too, you know, that was a bit before Dingus's time. I know about it, particularly because Josh has done streams on Something Awful, and the fallout of that place, following the death of its administrator, Lotax. So I got the gist of it. If I recall correctly, he basically let it. He allowed it to get taken over by the Dangit Bobby fan base, Dangin Rappa. All these Tumblrites signed up after Dangin Rappa released, so they could fangirl over Something Awful Let's Plays of the first game when it released back on PSP. So because of that, it eventually fostered a community of Tumblrites, and the Tumblrites of that brood later became the schizoids that we know today. Aren't Tumblrites actual PDFs? That's a bit of a broad descriptor. Some of them, yes. I don't know, when I think Tumblrite, I mostly think women. Like, no, but like actual, you know, like not... This was 2013, 2014. So if you think about like the time frame, that was a bit before, you know, things got to where we are now. That what we're all thinking of was not as common. So I'm thinking biological style women. Gossip Girls, Mean Girls. Yeah, those types. The ones who like watch Supernatural and they ship the two brothers in that show. That's the time. That's who I'm talking about. Yeah, and they write weird fan fiction about anime characters who are canonically in high school. Yeah, the My Hero Academia fans who ship like high school boys together, and then they have arguments and they send death threats to each other over like ships of like actual little high school boys. It's that clique. And I would say that clique evolved into the Twitter rights that we know today, at least prior to Elon taking over. And all those people grew out of My Hero Academia because it ended, and they all skedaddled to Blue Sky. I mean, I'm not trying to think about the porn, but yeah, they do that as well. And then they sieve. So these are women, right? Correct. But they sieve at actual female characters within the fan bases that they are a part of. So what the fuck is her name? Ochako, the lady, the heroine. They like fucking hate her, like because she gets in the way of their fucking gay boy yaoi relationship that they love so much. Wait, how are you a lady but you hate the lady characters? I don't get it. Wouldn't you self-insert as the heroine and then ship yourself with the main character? Maybe that's just a different breed of anime fan, I guess. The Otome crowd. Women hate other women. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true. I'm not a woman, you guys. It's true, bitch. Oh fuck. Look at this, you get me start talking about fucking Tumblr and something awful, I start performing poorly. What are we doing? Sofa dingus? Where's Bean? Bean! Bean alert, where's Bean at? Man, it's too early for Bean to be in the chat. You're probably hanging out in real life. It's fucking Friday. She can be a million places other than here. Bean alert! I'm sounding the bean horn! Bean alert! Speaking of Friday night, how's everybody doing? How's your Friday night going? I hope your Friday evening has found you as well as it has found me. Gonna have the big fat damn conclusion to this season of Anime Night tomorrow. A lot of shows in the chopping block. A lot of shows coming to a conclusion. A lot came to a conclusion last week, particularly the shows that I cared about the most. But the remainder of the programs will be ending tomorrow, and we'll have a whole nother season of anime. And it's be pretty cool. I'll find at least one show to invest myself in, only to slowly lose interest over the course of the season. It was fine, thanks for asking. Oh, no worries. That's good to hear. We need like what do the bigger streamers call it? The health check. We gotta check in, the wellness check. We gotta make sure you guys aren't too depressed. I know it's tough out here in this sector. All you do is watch Darkside Phil day in and day out. It's enough to drive a man bonkers, I know. I know as well as you do. Alright, I think I'll do one more. We'll switch back to free roam. Sufficiently warmed up. And of course I got some videos. It's a Wario Friday, so I think we should start off with a Wario video. And then, some other uploads. Anime Night, aka Ann Shits on the Anime, is actually the final episode of that show tomorrow. Ann has just been going ham on that show on Twitter, to the point that he's arguing with, like, complete random nobodies, who are calling him and Seru nobodies. It's like the Spider-Man meme. No offense to Ann, but these people are, like, so obsessed Well, here's the thing. They were so obsessed with defending the show at one point. Then guess what? Anne and Saru's predictions were proven right, and they eventually stopped defending the show. Like, they just stopped watching because deep down, even they didn't like the show that much. So they were no longer obsessed with defending it, but Anne and Saru made it a point, even after they stopped defending the show, to add these guys week after week after week to ask for their thoughts on it. And these guys got so pissed off that they ended up just like fucking, it was like the soy jack seething under the smug mask. They were calling the Anne and Saru like failed streamers and shit. Oh, here comes failed Twitch streamer number 3 to come see that me because I like Lazarus. But my Cowboy Bebop. Okay, like, go watch Cowboy Bebop then. This isn't Cowboy Bebop. This is Lazarus. More like, Lazy Rest because it's lazy and it sucks. At least Space Dandy was, funny. I really liked Space Dandy. It was quite magical, watching it for the first time. It was a different time, man. They weren't doing, you know how like simuldubs come out now. Like that was a time where you still had to wait months for the dub to come out, and you didn't have the dub coming out the same day as the Japanese version. Never mind the dub coming out before the Japanese version. So Space Dandy had like this golden opportunity here, and it was actually funny. Now every show gets simuldubbed, and they're not funny. That's why you watch my wholesome rom-coms. No cringe fan base to bitch about everything. I made Anne put on... What was it called? It was from this season. The one with the girl with blue hair. If you're watching anime this season, you know which one I'm talking about. I thought that was gonna be a funny, cute little rom-com, but it ended up just being a bunch of drama. Everyone in that show was despicable to the main characters. Like, everyone in that show was conspiring against the main duo to not get together by the end. And then they got together by the end anyway. But also, some of the drama was self-inflicted. It was an okay watch. The actual Kino anime of the year is a Shoshimin series, which is a mystery series. It has romance in it, but it is not the focus. It's by the author of Hyoka, which aired in the early 2010s, adapted to an anime by Kyoani, the people behind, I want to say Haruhi, right? Suzumiya? And that show's anime adaptation. But it was a really, I tried to get on the wall right there. It was a really good mystery show for this season. A complete adaptation too. There were only so many novels of Shoshimin released, and all of them were adapted for the anime. So like it's a complete show. Unlike Hyoka, which is still incomplete. The author never went back to finish that. But it was such a Kino fucking show. Very underappreciated. Everyone that isn't me in the anime night call fucking hated it, but they just didn't understand it. This is the problem. Anime night is just like me and a bunch of 30 to 40-year-old boomers with OCD. They don't have attention spans. They need to see constant shonen fights and punches and yelling and power-ups, and it's like this show was too slow-paced for them, you guys. Hey, B-Rap. Welcome back. And I'm playing Mario Kart tonight. Yeah, the one where she wants to say friends. That's the blue hair one. The name's like one of those long-ass Japanese names, so I don't remember it off the top of my head. Yeah, they were actually too dumb to get it, you guys. Oh, is Black Lagoon coming out of hiatus? I saw the dub way back on Adult Swim. Or was it Toonami? One of those two. And that was back when people didn't completely hate dubs. Probably because that dub was actually pretty good. Now I'm the Twitch people streaming it and Saru. I'm just calling them old! And lacking in attention spans. The show really did demand your attention. Like, I understand. Like, you know, it's 3 in the morning. They probably have 3 monitors, and their attention's divided. That's a show that I don't think you can truly appreciate a show like that unless you give it a second watch on your own time. Like, there were a lot of details that I missed watching Shoshimen that I had to go look back on discussion boards about. All these little neat little details I missed, but it was a genuinely good show. Very slow paced, very quiet, but very cozy. It gave me mid-2000s vibes, especially with the soundtrack. Was the anime of the year? Why is Lazarus? It's not Lazarus. The thing is with Lazarus is, and I get A-logged for this. I get A-logged for this opinion, but I don't even think Lazarus is that bad. It's just really, 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 really underwhelming and so below average that I personally think, this is my opinion, I personally think it is just too average. It's so average, it is undeserving of the hatred it gets. The cartoonish hatred it gets is a bit much. And I don't want to say forced, but it's too much hatred for a show that's just whack. That's what it is. It's just whack. Thank you, Shroom Dukem, for the 10-bit cheer. And the 5-stream Shrieky says, Lazarus is okay. I've never seen it. I can't even call it okay. It's like below okay. It's bad, I guess. Like, if you caught me on like a bad day, I could say it's bad. I just don't have it in my heart to really care. That's the problem. It's just boring. There's like this little inside joke that I sweep for the show, but to be honest, when the show is actually airing, I'm like tuned out. I'm not even like paying attention. I'm like focusing on eating ramen and shit. And then at the end of the show, when people's giving their thoughts, I don't say anything because there's nothing for me to say. Nothing progressed in the episode. So I don't know what kind of opinion or take you want me to have. I'm known as the guy who sweeps, but I can't even sweep for the show because I don't really even have anything to sweep. Like, there's nothing for me to sweep up with my broomstick. I didn't process anything. There was nothing for me to intake, therefore there was nothing for me to defend or sweep. It's a show that's just kinda there. Hello, Yuna. Yeah, it's structured terribly, so I just don't care. I love the show so much, guys. I missed an episode. I missed an entire episode. I didn't get Anne to replay it just to see if I would miss anything. I was like, okay, well, I mean, I don't really care. Anne told me nothing happened on the episode that I missed, so let me just not ask him to replay it, and let me see if it affects my viewing experience the following week. And it didn't. I didn't feel as though I missed anything. It was the week that the girl got kidnapped, Chris. The episode where she got kidnapped. And then I came back to watch the following week when they went to the oil rig. And I didn't feel like I was lost at all. You know, it's like it's a very heavily story-focused anime, so I should have been lost. I should have had to have asked one of you to clarify what exactly happened the preceding week, but I didn't need to, because I just used context clues. I understood that she was kidnapped and needed rescuing. I understood this because the characters made it a point to remind me constantly that she was gone. It's like that meme with Poochie. When she's not on screen, we gotta be asking, where is Chris? But yeah, for me, it's too boring and I have no investment, so I don't care enough to despise it like everybody else. If I wanted to, I could probably try and outline why it's so terrible. What it really comes down to is bad characters that I don't care about, a lack of chemistry between all said characters, no story structure to speak of, and wasted time that was intentional by the writers, so the characters could later then call them out for wasting so much time. And it feels as though it was made not because someone wanted to make it. It was made because we had the budget and we decided to like make this weird little tribute to Cowboy Bebop. Shroom says, who sweeps harder? Arlo for Nintendo or Dingus for Lazarus? A pink Kirby fuck? That's just Saru being Saru. But here's the thing, Astro. The reason why that show premieres in English first, Lazarus, is because it's not entirely a product of the Japanese. It was executive produced and pioneered by Jason DeMarco, who is the executive producer of the Toonami anime block on Cartoon Network / Adult Swim, which is somehow still on the air in 2025, despite all the streaming services and piracy torrenting that exist for anime everywhere. But since Adult Swim aired Cowboy Bebop all the way back when, I guess he wanted his fucking little pseudo-sequel. So he threw some money at Japanese salarymen and got the Bebop guy, Shinichiro Watanabe, to come back to work on his little passion project. I don't think... here's the thing. I don't think this is Shinichiro's idea. I think it's just Jason DeMarco throwing Cartoon Network money at him and telling him to... Like, he gave Shinichiro the idea and then just told him to make it. I don't think this is Watanabe's idea. It's like if I had an idea for a movie and I went to James Gunn. I went to James Gunn and I gave him my idea. And my idea sucks ass, but, you know, I paid him money, so he's got to do it. Because you look at Cowboy Bebop, and you look at what was the other one? You look at Space Dandy, and then damn, what was the other one? Samurai. It was Rapping Samurai. Damn, I'm so dented right now. I want to say Samurai 7, but that's not it. It's not. What the fuck was it? Samurai Champloo. Don't say it. I already said it. Samurai Champloo. You look at Samurai Champloo, and it just, you compare it to Lazarus, and it's like something's not there. Something's missing. It can't possibly be nostalgia because Space Dandy's not that old, and people still like that. I think what people neglect, and it's the Kojima syndrome. It's something I always complain about, where the prestige of a certain product is always celebrated because of the contributions of one person, when in reality it was a whole team of people working together. So Watanabe's contributions to Cowboy Bebop actually amount to less episodes than you would think. The only episodes he directly, he straight up directed, I believe, are the first episode and the Mushroom Samba episode. Basically, other people contributed to the show just as much as he did, because it was a team effort, and some of those people stuck with him by the time of Samurai Champloo. And then you compare that to the staff listing for Lazarus, and all those people who were helping it out with Bebop and Champloo are nowhere to be found. So you're missing like 80% of the spark. You only have 20% of the spark, and that 20% spark isn't fully energized. He's old. He doesn't have the same gumption anymore, and he's paid off. It's hollow. No, HBO Max and like all the Cartoon Network and Adult Swim shit goes on HBO Max, so it's not really like I get it, like you're saying, like they saved it by putting it on broadcast TV. It was gonna go either or, regardless. It wasn't really. I get what you're saying though. Yeah, like the people that didn't like Space Dandy were. This is the thing. You're right. You're actually right. The people didn't like Space Dandy because it wasn't like Bebop. So they give him Lazarus, and they hate it because it's trying to be too much like Bebop. Now people appreciate Space Dandy more in hindsight because it was literally trying to be its own thing. And now we'll never get another season of Space Dandy. Is Anime Night something you do on stream or off stream? Off stream in the Ann Discord. So if you want to, you know, if you're chill, you can DM Ann and he will allow you in. It's a invite only situation. But you're a regular here and Tevin's stream, I'm sure he'll allow you in. I have no control over the invites. But Anime Night is every Saturday night, around midnight Eastern, and we go till like 3 or 4 in the morning. And we watch all the episodes of the shows we select for each corresponding anime season. Get a little mix of action, a little mix of rom-com and whatnot. Hey, Beer Joe. Yes, it is very much like that, Beer Joe. I can't read it all because I'm in the race, but yeah, what you're comparing for Left 4 Dead and Back 4 Blood. The Crobcat video really goes into that, like comparing the credits for the two games. Barely anyone from Left 4 Dead was actually on Back 4 Blood, but you had all the interviews saying, oh, from the people who brought you Left 4 Dead, from the people who brought you Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead. And then the game comes out and it's fucking dog shit. Fell for it again award. Fell for it again award. Always be wary when you have something like that where it's like oh, from the people who gave you this. I'm always reminded of that. How do I keep going into bananas? I'm reminded of that one ghetto fucking movie poster, bootleg movie poster, and it's like, from the person who saw Shrek. What do you mean, from the person who saw Shrek? From a guy who watched the Swollen Dingus stream. Yeah, Discord merchant, I agree. Join the political channel and Anne's server. It's always a hootenanny. Yeah, the Anne server is nice. It's called, the main channel is called Baby Park because of the Baby Park track in Mario Kart Double Dash. That's why whenever you hear me say Baby Park, I'm just referring to that channel. What the fuck is Dingus talking about? He's talking about Baby Park? A park full of babies? Yeah, it's new Baby Park. Well, no, it's just... Okay, this track is from SNES Super Mario Kart. I dislike that the classic courses in this game removed the prefixes, so you no longer know which game they originally came from. They're indistinguishable from the actual brand new courses. I mean, if you're a longtime Mario fan, you know which courses are the classic courses, but if you're a newbie, there's no way for you to know. You would think that's the thing. You would think that this is just a lazy ass track, but it's actually a classic course. Yeah, it's like with BioWare and Obsidian, in something that I relate to bigly. It's happening to Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog had the gall when they revealed Intergalactic to say that it's from the people who brought you Crash Bandicoot and Jak and Daxter. No, the fuck it isn't. How many people who worked on Crash Bandicoot 1 are still at Naughty Dog today? Fuck you. How dare you? How dare you? Hey, Knock. Hello, sir. Dude, I said I would switch back to free roaming like 3 races ago. I'll get back to it. I don't think the people who worked on the first Last of Us are still at Naughty Dog. Yeah, dude, I mean, they've had like Last of Us 2 since then, Intergalactic, the canceled Last of Us 2 multiplayer mode that got completely swept under the rug. They don't even have Annie Henning over there anymore. She was one of their best writers. Gibbs Red Animator? I don't know about that. Didn't the OG team at Naughty Dog take over to save THQ back today? I don't. I am not aware. Old THQ before THQ Nordic? Probably didn't fucking work then. I guess that wasn't a successful endeavor. Yeah, I know who founded Naughty Dog. Or Jason Rubin's one of the co-founders, I am aware. And Andy Gavin. Andy still has a blog where he talks about games and shit from the boomer perspective that he now holds. I recall he reviewed the Crash Bandicoot remakes, and he thought they were alright. The penguin is named Fuzzy Peach. It's giving me some bad thoughts. Dude, I love Coconut Mall. Why is it in this game? I should have been hopping. That person destroyed the blue shell for first place! No! I wasted a red shell. Wait, did I say the penguin was Fuzzy Peach? Now they're a Yoshi. Maybe it was Kamek. Maybe I just read the names wrong. I'm dented! I'm blind! Would it be the first time? What? No! Sofa Dingus? Sofa Fuzzy Peach? Wait a minute. What? I fucking hit them. You know the strat for this game, according to the sweats, is to just stay in the back and bag items. No fun allowed, I guess. What am I saying? That's how you gotta make your own fun. Brutal that they changed Lakitu's behavior back to stealing your items after he saves you. On top of taking coins from you. This fucker. What kind of toll is that? I'm pretty sure you should be able to ride to the top up there. I guess I just didn't approach it at the right angle. Oh my lord. This is gonna be pretty rough, buddy. Yeah, sandbagging on the interlude. I don't like sandbagging. I get why people do it. I feel like it ruins the spirit of the game. That's right. I'm a fun fig. Dude, well, no, I played that clip on stream. Dave driving, like on the bridge, and then seeing Peach charge jump onto the bridge railing, and he's like, "How did she do that? Huh?" It's because he skipped reading the manual. This wasn't in the manual, except actually it was, doofus. Yeah, I'm not a fan of bagging, but I understand why people do it, because they feel like that's what they have to do to win. He doesn't even know how to play, but wants a ranked mode. Well, obviously, if there was a real ranked mode, it would teach him how to play. You sound like Spoonie. Don't tell me how to play. Yeah. They updated the game last night or a few nights ago to where random no longer selects. It no longer guarantees 3-lap courses, so now it has a chance to pick a version of the course that has intermissions. The cope, of course, is that now the random option actually works. Now it actually does randomize through all the courses available in the game. But we all know what it is. Nintendo saw people enjoying their game, their fine-tuned, crafted experience. They saw people enjoying the game in a way that goes against their principles. Nintendo knows best how you should enjoy their game. That's why Splatoon has rotating maps after 3 entire games. That's why Mario Kart World has intermissions. And that's why Random was patched. That's why Sakurai forces a 2-minute timer on Smash Brothers matches, even after people have long since begged him to change it to stock as the default because people prefer stock matches. It got to the point where he forced the composers to limit the length of the remixes in Smash to 2 minutes to accommodate the 2-minute format. Nintendo knows how you should enjoy their games, and if you disagree, you're gonna eventually get over that wall of resistance and agree to disagree, or you're just not gonna enjoy their games. Alright, anyway, we got videos. Get the Switch 2 hacked. Honestly, surprised it hasn't happened yet. They still don't have ways to get, like, clean audio out of the system. So all the uploads for Mario Kart World have like sound effects in the background. My games you want to get the free update treatment aside from the usual suspects like Iffy or Xenoblade? Oh, fuck you. You knew what I was gonna say. I'll think about it while setting the video up. Games I want to get... Mario and Luigi Brothership, 60 FPS, and Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, 4K for the remake, because the files are already for the in for that in the coding. 4K for that, and 60 frames, because the original version was 60 frames. Easy go-to. What else would I say? Crash Team Racing Nitro Field, definitely 60 FPS. It's not even 60 FPS on PS5. It's insane. What else would I say? I'm gonna say what am I saying? How is there not a Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition yet is beyond me. New Horizons could benefit from a 60 FPS update. It loads faster now, but like, damn, you could still feel the, you can feel how old that game is. It needs a big, meaty update. And those will be my go-tos. Metroid Dread, of course. Beef that up to 4K. Alright, this one is entitled... What is with Mario Kart World's music? Oh boy. It's time for your favorite segment, my favorite segment, everyone's favorite segment.
Alright, this couldn't wait for the review. I gotta talk about this right now. We are working on the review, like for real. I finished writing the script, I recorded a bunch of it, sent it off to Kane. He's gonna be working on it here soon, so like it is coming. This is not gonna be one of those like years later reviews or anything. But no, there is something I gotta talk about right now. Did you notice, if you've played Mario Kart World, did you notice that the music is so good? Oh man, it's so incredibly good. I mean, for starters, the soundtrack is just huge. It is just enormous. It's like...
You know I'm listening to his review when it comes out. You already know I am.
Every time I look at like a YouTube playlist, it's like hundreds of songs. You've got so many songs, obviously from just Mario Kart history, you know, just track music for like 1,000 years or whatever.
I think the best way to describe the music, just so like someone can get it, is imagine Smash Brothers, but all the remixes are Mario remixes.
But then, like,
imagine
really
if your favorite fucking franchise got that treatment.
The new arrangements of other songs from just, you know, the Mario sphere, other games.
Coggers.
This game is jammed.
We gotta get the Arlo segment over with before Ian shows up, or he's gonna cry.
Of so many songs. And,
no, he won't.
Oh, and like, you know, like the game has like a day and a night. Yeah, there's like day and night versions. So I don't know, is it all the songs or is it most of the songs? I don't know, but like, so there you go. So that's multiplied the number of songs just like even more. You've got day and night versions that are like, it's not even that thing where like, oh, you know, they just, during the nighttime, it kind of just like drops off this instrument and brings in this instrument. No, they're like completely different versions. It's just like, it's crazy. But like, okay, so it's not just the fact that there's a lot of music and it pulls from a lot of different Mario games, and of course that they just choose really great games. There's just so much amazing Mario music out there. But like, to me, the best part is that so often these arrangements will take the original song and put it in like a completely new genre. They'll take it and like inject it with a completely new mood.
They'll take that Japanesey sounding song from Bowser's Kingdom and Super Mario Odyssey. I'm playing a wooden instrument. I'm Japanese, and then turn it into like a fucking saxophone jazzy style remix.
All together, and it's just It's awesome. It's just a joy. And they don't all do this. You
Do
know,
the
there are
underground
plenty of
theme
these
for
that are
Mario
just
1,
like
but with a Latin
the
guitar.
same song, but like better and bigger. You know, like I've got a little like list here of like highlights or just ones I just wanted to. I don't even know if they're highlights. It's just a bunch that I grabbed. Like Chain Link Charge. It's like it's Chain Link Charge, but it's grand, and they put in all these little flourishes and they just play with it, and it's just like it's not that different from the original, and yet it's like it feels so big and it's awesome. But yeah, no, we gotta
I would say the Chain Link Charge remix is like if you put the whole song in 4K.
They took Peach's
They don't
Castle,
really
which
do
is
too much
normally
with
this,
it.
like very kind of stately Queen's
But
Court
it's not a
kind of
bad thing.
and they've turned it like way more jazzy, turned it like a cha-cha. There's like a total like cha-cha-cha kind of thing in there, and it's really fun. You've got Piranha Plant's Lullaby from Mario 64, and now it's like a sentimental Italian love song. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, you know, like it's so cool. Okay, definitely a standout.
Is it authentic
Possibly
Italian?
my absolute favorite, if not, then one of my favorites. They turned Flower Field from Yoshi's Island into a ska song. It's so cool. It's a ska song, and that's a case right there where
Everything's
like you hear
better
it,
as
and the
ska.
second you hear it, you're like, oh, it's perfect. Like I don't even need to listen to the whole song. You just hear like the opening notes, and you're like, yeah, I get it. Da, 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 with the horns. It's incredible. What else have we got? They took the Luigi's Mansion theme, like the main series theme. Which obviously is normally very spooky, very kind of contemplative.
Makes
and
videos to
spooky.
make him. What's the point of this? Hey, you were here for the troll segment last night. This is his slop channel. It's his slop tube.
And turned it into just like a big band song. Like they've injected it with like all this energy. Like you would never even know where these songs came from. You would
The
never even
music
know like what
ding.
the original vibe of the song was supposed to be. What else? They took Dire Docks, and they didn't go anywhere like super weird with it. But
No,
like,
I love the Dire
you know, the
Docks
original was
remix.
still very like I don't know. It had
The first time it's ever
a
gotten a remix,
watery
by the way.
Song. It's an oceany song. It was very relaxing, and this version isn't quite as like ethereal and relaxing, but they've kind of turned it. They've given it.
It
this,
hones
like,
in on the nostalgia
kinda
aspect.
cheesy
Absolutely.
jazz, kind of I don't know, like that like 80s and 90s kind of style.
I wouldn't call it
of jazz,
cheesy.
like big on the like the
It's evoking
saxophone.
emotion.
But they've
Again,
given
it's
it,
the
like,
first
these,
time
like,
that song's been
swelling
remixed.
Orchestras, like I don't know, it's they've just
they know
taken
that
it
song is
and done
iconic.
something like big with it. They've done so much. Oh, and I hear that this is the first time Nintendo has ever done a new arrangement of Dire Docks. Is that true?
Yes.
I keep seeing that everywhere. Is that like they've never given
What
us
other
a
game would they
new
have remixed
version
it in, Arlo?
of Dire Docks? And it's funny because I've heard a million of them, and you're looking back and you're like, oh yeah, those are all fan arrangements and remixes and whatnot. So like, yeah, apparently this is for the first time in like 30 years or whatever. This is the first time we've gotten a new one. So I mean, that's great. That's just a momentous occasion all by itself. What else? You've got Snowball Park from Super Mario 3D Land, which is like it's become a really iconic Nintendo Christmas, like winter song. It's in all
Isn't it your job to know, Arlo?
of the winter music compilations and everything. And they've taken it and they have un-Christmasized it. Like, it is no longer a Christmas song. Now it's just kind of like a jazzy piano kind of song. Like, again, you would not even know where it came from. And obviously, even just based on these examples, you know, the
Because
music
Christmas
does
is political
tend in
now.
Sort of
They made it
jazzy
political.
direction. But that's Mario. Like, Mario has always had his musical roots in jazz, like from the beginning. There's been jazz throughout all the different series, and so yeah, like there is a really big emphasis on jazz and like big band and stuff. But there are lots of fun exceptions. There are like a few here and there that have like a really cool like electronic beat. And I like that. I kind of wish there were more. Oh, okay, well, at the same time, I haven't.
There's over
heard every
200
single song yet.
remixes.
I wish they came up
Or is it 300?
a little bit more often, just because, you know, especially like in free roam, it's a driving game, and so like electronic music is big with like driving and driving games. You know, the kind of thing you put on your CD player or whatever while you're driving around. But yeah, there's a couple that are really cool. The Mario 64 file select It's just really, really cool beat. Space Junk
They
Galaxy
fucking
from
turned it
Mario
into
Galaxy,
lo-fi.
just really super groovy beat. I absolutely love it. And the 3D games are represented a lot.
They fucking knew which ones to bring back for like the lo-fi situations when you're just driving around at night. They knew which songs to do. Mario 64 file select, Mario Kart 64 like setting up the races and shit, picking your character, that little ditty, Toad's Turnpike, even Sunshine Airport, but like the night version. They knew which songs would make for some hot lo-fi beats to study to.
I mean, obviously the 2D ones are as well, but like there's loads of music from Mario Galaxy, loads of like individual galaxies, lots from like 3D worlds, some like individual boss themes are in there. You know, if I could complain about anything, it's that like it would be fun if there were some more deep cuts. You know, you dip
He wants
more
Mario
into,
Party,
like
Mario RPG,
Mario and
RPG.
Luigi or something like that. It would be nice in a perfect world, but yeah, like for the most part, there's really no
Where's my
complaints here. And
RPG
there
remixes?
are some little bits here. There's like one from like Mario Paint. I can't remember like what it does versus the original.
It's
but I
probably a
remember
rights
seeing it on
thing.
there. There's one from Mario Paint. And so like it would already be awesome if this game had great music. Obviously, we all love a game with
It has
great
music from
soundtrack.
WarioWare.
But in
One
this
track,
case,
sure,
it's
but
extra
still.
cool because free roam mode. Because you have a mode where the music is just playing. You know, it's not like a track where you go in and a track is playing and you do the track. You know,
I haven't found a single panel
track
yet.
Plays while you do the racing track, and then it ends, and then that's it. Here you're just driving, and so the songs just play like radio
It's Nabbit.
style. They don't
Radio,
just loop.
it's a
They have
radio
beginning,
style.
and they have an end, and you get to the end of this arrangement of this song, and it kind of da-da-da-da-da.
It's kind of interesting when it comes to the intermissions. Some of those remixes, they were given unique intros and outros when you hear them during the intermission segments. So, you know, so they have a way to like gradually fade out appropriately rather than just hard cutting to the course music when you reach the course. They really thought far ahead. Really good with the immersion there.
And kind of like fades out, and then it moves into the next song, and like this does so much for just like the vibe of the game. Like so much of the enjoyment of free roam mode is just listening to that music, is just like enjoying it. And like there's such a huge library, and there are so many surprising songs in there that do such surprising things that like, yeah, so much of the joy is just like, what's next? What am I gonna hear next? You know, like you can play the game for hours and hours and still feel like you're discovering new songs, still wondering if there are other songs that you haven't heard yet, and you want to just keep driving around and listening to them all. It's just, I don't know. It's so much fun. You're always finding more, and it really, really is a delight. I really do feel like it adds a lot of value to the game. You know, if Nintendo wanted to make the purchase feel more worthwhile, are you charging $80? Just like include a download code for the soundtrack. I think everybody would be happy.
That's what the music app is
simple
for.
as that. That would just solve the issue completely. Everybody would be super pleased to have all of this amazing music. And yeah, I don't know if they plan on adding it all to the Nintendo Music app or whatever, but like
the app exists just for the soundtrack for this game, guaranteed.
A lot of really cool songs. So I don't know, just wanted to talk about that a little bit because I was just bursting to say something about it. And you know, obviously, like as a YouTuber, as a Nintendo,
as a
video game YouTuber, I gotta say we're pretty excited about having all of this music, for background music for videos. We're just like a cartoon character with a fork and a knife and a bib. We're just ready to dig in and figure out what we can put behind the videos.
He's stealing music. That's okay. That's the actual vibe he's getting. He's just happy because he has more music for his slop videos that he can use illegally. Don't call the Nintendo ninjas. Alright, pretty nothing video. The next one is about the online changes that I mentioned earlier, where you're no longer guaranteed 3-lap courses when you're playing online worldwide. You can still circumvent this online by doing private lobbies. So like if I ever did like a private lobby with you guys, we would still be able to choose the 3-lap courses by forcing it with the plus button when we're selecting a course. But if you do worldwide lobby, you can't do that. So you are locked to the 3 intermission courses you're provided, and then the random option, which might not even give you a guaranteed 3-lap course. Wow, I wonder if he'll sweep for this.
Topic Arlo is super duper fun because it gives me an outlet to share opinions when I want to share them. And so, like right now, we're working on a pretty.
Where's the video on the Princess Peach actress? You said you were gonna call Nintendo out.
Under an hour, but I'm not 100% sure.
I called them when they need to be called out. Where's the Princess Peach voice actress video?
It's gonna be a decently meaty review, and it's gonna take us a little bit. Not
hey Golem, he's gonna sweep for the Mario Kart update, the online change.
And yet, like, I want to talk about some of this stuff. I already did a basic impressions video after I'd played the game for a couple days, but you know, now I'm talking about some more specific stuff.
Yeah, this is his pre-stream channel
on
exactly,
the music, which was good. But now I want to talk about the online experience, which is less good. Certainly,
it's less good.
Not terrible, but like, I am pretty annoyed. So yeah, let's talk about it. You know.
Oh, this is him taking Nintendo to task. He's calling Nintendo out, and his choice of words are less good, and I am pretty annoyed.
Start with a positive though.
What did the Peach actress do? Nothing. She's just too old. They didn't tell her till the day before the game came out that she wasn't going to be in it.
So far, connection has been great. It really has. You know, playing Nintendo games online.
It really tells you like just how different it is. The Mario voice actor, like everyone called him by his name. They're replacing Charles Martinet. They're replacing Charles Martinet. How dare they? But the Peach voice actress thing doesn't generate near as much controversy, and people just say the Peach voice actress instead of her name, Samantha Kelly. I said this last night too. I'm like fucking spinning my wheels here, repeating myself, but it's true.
It's been a roll of the dice. Never really known which game was going to perform well, which game wasn't, and I don't know if overall we're going to see an improvement
we just
across
had like
the Switch 2
4
generation.
or 5 actresses now, but
just like the
no
Switch
one ever
1,
noticed.
It's just going to go game to game, or if Nintendo has made any like architectural changes. I really don't know. But so far, I'm actually...
Yeah, it's not the same as Mario. Really, if you really want to sweep about it, it's not the same as Mario.
I'm pretty impressed.
Mario
Things
almost
have
always
been
been
going
Charles
pretty well.
Martinet.
I have really not experienced
Not of the movie.
real notable problems. Like at all.
He's not experiencing problems with the online.
Like I think at all. Like I haven't had any like major lag or stutters, like just like disconnections, you know, like you just randomly get booted from a match, or you see that like other players are getting booted. There have been none that I have noticed so far. The worst I've had is like just today, I was trying to get on an online race, and it just like took too long. it just took a while. It was like
people stopped playing the game.
Around in free roam for like 5 or 10 minutes, being like, "What the heck?" And like I'd pause and I'd see that I was connected, but for some reason it just wouldn't initiate the game. But then it did, and it was fine. So that was like, yeah, that was like the absolute worst I've experienced so far. It's been pretty darn smooth. You definitely get that like that thing where you're watching the other players and you can kind of see they're kind of wobbly, you know, they're kind of like you can tell that the game is kind of having a hard time predicting where they should be. It's making a lot of calculations on the fly, trying to predict, and so they're kind of like shaking left and right, you know, little like hitbox stuff here and there. You'd be like, oh, I got that item box even though it looked like I missed it, or I didn't get it even though it looked like I hit it, that kind of thing. But those are very relatively small issues.
The Arlo version
so
of
really
that was mine.
Complaints there. But
where's mine at?
Complaints. Okay, what is this? You can make a room, a multiplayer room, for you and your friends. And you know, actually, it is cool. I didn't play a lot of Mario Kart 8 online. For all I know, this is exactly how it was there. But I think it's pretty cool that I can just bring up the friends menu, and any of my friends
There's the first panel
who are online
fucking
right
over
now,
here on this building.
who have created a room, is just there. It's just sitting there. So like anytime we want to do a room, anything, it's super simple. You just go to the room. There you are. You're connected. You can play together. But the thing is, like, you can make a room, and your friends can join. And then you can do a race, you know, you can do a Grand Prix or a knockout tour. And if you don't have enough players, which, you know, you probably won't, because 24 players, who has 23 friends, even just like overall, It's their entire
Barely
life.
have people barely have one
certainly
friend
don't.
these
So,
days.
there's always going to be some, at least a couple extra spaces there. But you can pretty much only race against CPUs in that case. You can't take that room and then put it online. You can't put that room into a matchmaking pool where other people are getting matched, and so you are racing with all real live players. You just can't do that. And I was playing with Kane and Sparky, and we were trying it. It was
panel over there.
We're just like, wait, where's the option? That's such the classic Mario Kart thing. Where's the option? There's got to be an option to do this. That's weird. I'm not seeing the option. I must be missing it somewhere. You know.
Kids these days get confused by options, so we don't add them.
If you want to play with with randos online and with your friends, the best you can do is like try to get into their room as they are matchmaking, like as they are loading up a game with randos, you like try to get in at that moment. And I have not tried that. I don't want to. I don't know how reliable that is. It doesn't sound very reliable. Sounds like if you get in, it's just pure luck and speed, or I don't know. It's so that's silly. That's a really, really dramatic oversight. You know, you want to play with your friends, but just playing against a bunch of CPUs, like it's not nearly as fun. That's just disappointing. Unless you get a whole bunch of friends together, then like it's just, yeah. And you know, you can do the password thing. I guess that does make it a little bit better. I was streaming the game last week or something, and so yeah, I could like put the password on the screen, and so people could get in. So then at the very least, I was able to just play against a bunch of human people. But like, I don't know.
You want to play with humans?
System.
Just be a content creator, dude.
And then I would say there is another decent problem with the online, and it's not something that affects me a whole lot, but it is something that I see a lot of people complaining about.
Yeah, that logic affects Pokemon too. It's a big reason why Game Freak does half the shit that they do.
And so it's certainly worth talking about here, because it's another thing that's just very, very silly. When you do a regular race online, you know, not Knockout Tour, just do a race, you don't even do a Grand Prix, you just do like one race. But despite the fact that it's not a Grand Prix, you still, like, when you get into the race, you still have to, like, travel to the track. Like, you're still spending most of the race on these much more, like, boring in-between tracks before you get to the actual
you're doing the
one.
intermissions.
And you get to the actual one, and you do, like, one lap. So, like,
You didn't think that shit was gonna be on the online mode too?
Places are they're fine. I don't like wish they weren't in the game or anything, but like I'll completely admit, yeah, like they're not nearly as interesting. And if 2/3 of the race is just kind of like going largely straight, and then you get to the actual track, the real fun part, and you do a single lap in most cases, it's really disappointing, and it's really silly. And there is kind of a way around this. It's like if you you vote on what track you want to do, and whichever one you do, you'll like you pick it, whichever one it lands on, you like have to travel there from wherever you currently are or whatever. But if someone votes random
oh, he's not gonna sweep for the update. The video was actually filmed days ago, and it's now out of date as a result of the update.
Gets selected, then it'll just put you on a random track, and it won't make you do the in-between stuff. You'll actually do a 3-lap race of a traditional track. So it's like the option is there, but it only happens if it lands on random. So now you have this annoying thing where you all have to vote, and like, you know, then 3/4 of the people don't hit random, and you're like, like you get all mad that like, don't they know? Because like if you don't know, you don't know. Like I didn't know at first. I just learned about this very recently, so all the rest of the
And now it doesn't
I
even
was just
work
selecting
anymore.
Whatever track I liked, and I'm sure those people were super mad at me for selecting the wrong thing.
Now they're gonna be mad at you for not addressing the
just to
update
pick
properly.
random. So it's like, it's nice that there's sort of a way around this, but like
He's
what
not
an
even doing like a
unintuitive way to
mid-video
do
like
it.
edit to explain
It's
how
just
he's
a very
wrong.
strange
Actually,
way to make it happen, and really just
sorry guys. Like Nintendo rolled out an update thing after I finished editing, and apparently what I'm talking about is no longer relevant. Like it no longer works. Sorry guys.
First place, the races just should not be that way. Like I get it with a full Grand Prix. Sure, but like you can't even do a full Grand Prix here. It's like not even an option. You go there and it just says race, and you just select race and you just go. So like, you know, if you're doing it on your own or playing with friends, you can do a Grand Prix. And then I get it. I get doing the track and doing the in-betweens. And you could still argue that that's a bit of a problem. You absolutely could, but I at least understand it more. In this case, though, when you're literally just dropping in to a single race with people online, and 2/3 of it is like boring, it just doesn't make sense. It just really doesn't make sense. Future Arlo,
He's here.
in here.
No,
it's funny.
He does have the mid-video edit. Ah, I'm felted.
Recorded this video a few days ago, and it was gonna go up today or tomorrow, but by complete coincidence, I woke up this morning, and it seemed that Nintendo has updated the game. In fact, they have specifically updated the online experience. They have updated how these regular races work, and you want to know what they did? Did they listen to the community who was crying out, just crying out, saying, Nintendo, we hate this whole, they're calling them intermission courses. I don't know if I like that word, but that's the word everyone's been using. We don't like this. We just want to race. We're just selecting a single race here. We just want a traditional 3-lap race. Please, Nintendo, please. Nintendo has listened. They have heard the cries of the fans, and they have now made it so that when you select random, there is now no chance of getting a traditional 3-lap course. No, it seems that they
still
were
is a
listening,
chance.
and what they picked up from us was that we were using this as a workaround, and they said no.
Arlo's wrong. There's still a chance, but it does favor the intermission courses more. Do more research.
Apparently, doing the in-between courses is like an absolute, just ironclad, super duper important design decision on their part. They don't like that we were getting away with having it the way that we wanted, and so they swooped in and actually made the online experience worse. They just made it worse. So strange coming from Nintendo. They've never done anything like this before, so we're all just flabbergasted here. No, I guess they're like, we made these in-between tracks, and they are going to be part of the experience. They just are.
You
and you're all
will
just gonna
enjoy
have
the
to
straight
deal with it,
roads.
even though you all hate it. Even though across the board, you pretty much all hate it. Sorry, that's just the way it's gonna go. For this, our absolute most popular game. It's gonna be the highest selling game on the Switch too. Whatever. Just gotta get over it for now, I guess. Oh, back to you, past Arlo. So then I do have one more annoying thing. The whole free roam thing. This doesn't even really exactly make sense when I say it. It's just, I don't know. It's like, when you're between races, it just drops you into free roam. You're just there, and like if you're connected to other players, you're all just kind of messing around. And I was playing with Sparky and Kane, and I was like, okay, how do we like get out to go like do like an actual free roam, like where we just like enter a free roam mode, and it's like a dedicated thing? And they're like, no, that's not, like, this is it. This is it right here. I'm like, but this is just like the lobby. This is just like the waiting room. And it's like, yeah, but like what else are you wanting though? What else would be different about it if you backed up and entered into another mode? And I think it's like something about the way that it feels. Okay, well, there is one actual thing, is you can't get rid of the little pop-up on the bottom that's like, press start to make a game, or like, please wait for a game to be selected.
So you'd be okay if they just got rid of the little
it's just
window?
a little thing on the bottom of the screen, and I should be able to ignore it, but something about it sitting there does something to my brain. It makes me unable to just relax and be like, yeah, hey, let's free roam together. You know, free roam with my friends online. Let's just hang out. It's this weird psychological thing. It makes me feel like I'm waiting for something. It makes me feel like I'm not in the actual mode.
You're waiting
like
to start a
the
room.
Little
Hello?
temporary version. It doesn't really make sense. I completely admit that doesn't make sense. And yet, I don't know. It just feels wrong. And then all of the P switches are disabled. which I guess I kind of understand because they kind of like, they alter the world, you know, they freeze a person and they make something happen, and it would be a little complicated, I guess, to bring in other players. How are
Why
they
would that be
interacting
available
with
while
these
you're
little
playing with other
challenges?
people?
But without the P-switches, all you have is like panels and Peach medallions.
That's
And
two-thirds
so
of the
now
free
it's
roam.
like you've already got this world where there's really not a whole lot to do, which is a thing I will talk about at length in my review. Don't worry. But
So if there's a dedicated free roam mode without the little pop-up, like what? Why do you need a dedicated mode though? Just so the pop-up isn't there? Just do a private lobby. I'm not exactly. I get the complaint, but I don't get the complaint. It just comes down to he doesn't like the little window that's there. He wishes he could hide the little window that says press plus to start the lobby.
now in this online multiplayer thing, it's like there's even less to do. There's kind of just nothing to do. It's kind of just nothing.
I get what he's crying about here, you know, having actually played the game.
It's a glorified waiting room.
Yeah, because it is.
I mean, it's a heck of a waiting room. It's a great waiting room, for sure. Absolutely, it is fun.
Really, it just comes down to the waiting room version where you can drive around with friends. It just gives him the ick, and he wants a version without the little window at the bottom telling him that he can start a room. Even though there would be functionally no other difference, because there's no way you're going to be able to do the missions when you're in a lobby with other people, because it changes how it changes, you know, appearances of objects and hazards in the world. You can't really synchronize that online with other people in real time without it being like another loop, another hassle. You still got the Peach medallions to collect and the question mark panel switches to do. So it just goes back to, again, it's like, what functionally would you want in a separate version of this outside of the lobby system? Outside of just like the little window not being there telling you that you can press plus to create a room. If I asked him that, I don't think he'd be able to quantify what exactly he would want. Yeah, I don't know why they would make that. From how he explains it, there would be no difference from the online private lobby waiting room aside from the window not being there. Like, what would you do with your friends? What would you do with your friends in that free roam that you couldn't do in a private room, you know, waiting room?
It's way better than just like sitting on a menu. You get to mess around with friends, you know. Like when I was streaming with fans, and we were just like when we weren't doing a race, we would just mess around, and that is good. Like, don't get me wrong, it is fun. Just something is up with like the vibe of it, and having it only
The
be
vibe.
like between
Again,
races
I'm
and only
right.
in that menu,
I'm
and
right.
the
It
thing
comes
on the
down
bottom,
to the
and nothing really to do. Just
No
feels
dedicated
kinda
mode
weird.
gives him the
ick. So yeah, the whole online experience has been a little hit or miss in some areas. You know, okay, let's end on another positive though. Knockout Tour is amazing. Am I the only one here who feels like Knockout Tour is like really incredibly good? Like, it's everything
Yeah,
that I
ask
wanted
Phil
it to
what
be.
he thinks
Again,
about Knockout
I'll
Tour.
give you my whole entire thoughts in the full review, but like, it is really exceptionally fun, and really
Stu better
Knockout
do a
Tour is the
review.
reason
Still hasn't
why
reviewed
I'm
Paper
not
Mario.
too fussed about the whole like single race thing, because I don't really do single races. I just wanted to do Knockout Tour, and I'm certainly not going to do battle mode. That's not any fun. So like, really, it's just Knockout Tour. But like Knockout Tour, especially if you do get a bunch of people together, it is really, really exceptionally fun. Like, that is the most fun that I have ever had with like competitive Mario Kart, like playing against other people, especially online. I never win. I never get close to winning. But that's not the point. The point is to have fun, and I have a lot of fun. I think Knockout Tour is really well designed. I think it does. It really works well with the entire open world format of the game. Of course, you do still get a lot of the in-between races, but I don't know, something about the progressive nature of it just makes it feel a lot better. And I just love moving from place to place. This big, seamless experience. The automatic knockouts. Yeah, it's just incredibly fun. So, yeah, that's it. Those are my thoughts on Mario Kart's online. And
Thank God.
Full review coming pretty soon. Really, probably pretty soon. That might even be the first video that we do in July. You know, we're wrapping up some stuff right now, but Mario Kart is happening immediately after that, so you should not have to wait too long. Maybe I'll even get it out within like a month of the game coming out. That would be, wow. That'd be a record.
Mario
That'd be
Kart
a new
World.
record for
1
Arlo.
month later. Arlo Swallow 5 Wobble. Actually, Eddie B, you just missed it. The segment is now over. Wah! We had to get it done before Ann got here. He wants to say that it sucks, but he can't. I don't think he thinks it sucks, genuinely. I think he's just a little disappointed. He fell for it again, a word. Nintendo Edition. He expected a whole lot more and then got this. But this is still a hell of a lot more than I think anybody was expecting out of the next Mario Kart. You're right, the main channel video. Blame D-Scythe. This one is entitled, My Review of the Nintendo Switch 2.
This video was brought to you by
Whoa, high-pitched Arlo.
Squarespace. If you were to ask me, Arlo,
Look, it's a
what is
puppet.
the best, easiest way to build a website, and is that table for sale? You know what I'd tell you? I would say, I mean, I'm not like trying to sell it. I mean, it's my table. I use it every day, but like, I guess if you offered enough, I'd have to consider it. And also Squarespace! Squarespace's intuitive builder makes website building an effortless
sponsor
joy.
block?
You don't have to have experience. You don't even need to write a single line of code. You can even start with
No,
a template
we
if
can't
you want to
ban
save some
B-side.
time. And in the end, you will have an awesome site. Something for your business, something for personal use, whatever you need. Squarespace also offers lots of powerful extensions if you ever need a little extra juice. My site, Arlo Recommends, is just a simple blog, so my job is easy. I just paste in my text, throw on some pictures and videos, format everything in like a minute, schedule everything to automatically publish, and even generate social media posts, and I am done. Then I can
Why is he recommending lava lamps and shower stools, though?
sit back and watch them sweet analytics.
Like, this would be like if you have like a recommendation blog, but it just recommends you to go outside and collect acorns. What the fuck? You know, when I hear recommendations, I'm like, game recommendations, music recommendations, book recommendations. Arlo recommends you to go to the park and jog.
Roll in. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com/Arlo.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Fucking D-Side said this blog is not even active right now.
And now, for today's recommendation.
What is he recommending?
The Empty Mirror. It's a book about a Westerner spending several months in a Japanese Zen monastery in the 50s and dealing with the culture shock and the demands
look, he does
of a
recommend
very
books.
intense meditation regimen. It's a really interesting little time capsule. Surprisingly fun and lighthearted a lot of the time. Thanks again to Squarespace. Now, if you're not
Japan of the
serious
50s.
about buying this
I
table,
wonder what kind of
I will
topics
be
they're
over
talked
here
about.
starting the video. I don't know about you. Hello, my dear friends. I have been playing this Switch 2 system. This very one. This is the actual Switch 2. This is not a prop. I have been playing this for a couple weeks now, and
I didn't think
just
it was a
wanted
prop.
to give you my overall thoughts and impressions of just like the system itself. I guess you could call it a review. I don't know why. Something about it. Calling it a review for like the whole entire system itself. Why is that weird? It's not weird. I'm gonna call it a review. It's a review of the Nintendo
Game
Switch
Journals
2.
fucking review
Just
consoles
like
on day one. Like,
build
what do you mean?
quality,
It's not
how
that
it
weird.
feels to use, and then the features and all that stuff. This will not be a deep dive from a technological standpoint. Not an analysis.
Yeah, go watch Digital
deep
Foundry for that.
dive. I've not done like side-by-sides. I'm not doing like rigorous testing or anything. This is just the thoughts of a guy who has played this thing right here. So yeah, let's get started. The Nintendo Switch 2 system itself is not particularly remarkable. It's just like the original Switch, just kind of a little tablet. But it does have a more sleek feel this time, you know, nice rounded edges. We were worried about the Joy-Con connectors, but it really does not seem to be an issue.
For no
There's
reason
not
at all,
much
the Joy-Con
reason to
connectors
move
are
the
great.
thing around anyway. Tabletop, you know, just kind of sits there. And they are pretty well protected.
Here comes CT
inside
Filthy
the
Rich,
little
the
groove.
3-stream
It
streak. Thank you,
doesn't
man.
feel as delicate as
Hello,
I think
sir.
I was
Sadly,
worried
you're here
it
for the
might.
Arlo
Obviously,
segment.
having an extra USB-C port on top of the system is really, really handy. I'm still somehow surprised Nintendo did that. I don't know, just having two. It's strange, but I'm very thankful.
Even
The
he's
kickstand
surprised
is
Nintendo
very
can be
lightweight
generous and
compared
think
to
ahead.
the Switch OLED. It could be something you might have to be a little bit careful with if you use it a lot. I don't know, maybe not, but the hinge is really nice and tight. I like that. Everything else, all the buttons and stuff.
I'd
it's
say
all,
I prefer it to the
fine.
OLED's
Really the star of the
kickstand.
show here, if you just want to talk about the Switch 2 hardware, it's how the Joy-Cons attach. It's just, like, that's... And that is everything to me. It's such a simple thing. It does not change how games are played or anything like that. And you only do it every once in a while, but I don't know. Somehow it's a really big deal to me. The feeling of attaching and detaching Joy-Cons. It's like my favorite thing about Switch 2. I just can't stress enough how good it feels to chunk these little things on and off. The way they just suck and smack right into it.
That is
and
weak
then you
over
hit the
time.
button and they
True.
just boink, they just
We'll
come
have to
out.
see.
It's perfect. In the Switch 1 Joy-Cons, they did feel really good too. You know, just kind of
What
slide
becomes
them
of
on
that in due
that
time.
click. It
Thank
was
you, enemy.
very satisfying.
5-stream streak.
But yeah, even from the beginning, you could kind of tell that it was at least a little bit delicate. They never really felt that secure. And of course, you know, eventually you could have
If the
problems
magnets
with
stop
them
working,
popping
just
off,
get another
especially on
Switch
the
2,
OLED
man.
For some reason. But this right here, this is the idea of detachable controllers. Pretty much perfected. I cannot imagine it being much better than this. I will say,
I wasn't a fan of how
slightly
the rail
embarrassing
system worked
how
on
much
Switch
time
1,
it takes me
honestly.
to put them in sometimes. Like, you gotta...
On Switch 1, it always felt like was it the left or right Joy-Con? One of the Joy-Cons would always feel like it was loose, so you would think that something's up, like your rail isn't working right. But then you'd go online, talk about the issue with other people, and find out, no, that's just how the Joy-Cons are. One of them will always feel like it's loose, even though you're not hitting the little buttons to release them.
You gotta line it up kind of perfectly before it'll snap in. Maybe I just need some more practice. But no, really, it
Yeah,
feels
be
so
careful.
good.
People
So
are
much
selling their
fun.
banned
The sound
brick
just-
Switch
It's
2s.
amazing. And it really does
Banned
not
from
feel
online.
like it's
Ban,
gonna
ban,
wear out.
ban.
It feels so solid. It makes the system that much more comfortable to hold. I mean, I guess that really is something that does affect the moment-to-moment experience. They don't creak in your hands anymore, you know? And you play in handheld, you often want to hold the thing with one hand. And yeah, on the Switch 1, it would kind of creak. It
No,
would
the
feel like
camera's
if I
on.
did
Holding
too
it with
much,
one
might
hand.
break off.
Hello.
But this is super duper solid. I will admit, right out of the box, you can see in my unboxing video, it was like 99% rock solid. One of the Joy-Cons just did not move even a micron, and then the other one moved like a micron, give or take. After playing for a bit, it's kind of gone from like 99% solid to 96.5%. There's very, very, very slightly more give now, but it's still, like, it's not gone anything past that. I think that's probably just it kind of breaking in. I can't know for sure, but I really just can't imagine it wearing down more than that.
Now,
Just
Chris
'cause,
is still
I don't know
doing
what's gonna wear
the
out,
toy
you know,
shit.
The magnets, that's not how that works. So
He
I'm
said he was,
reasonably confident
throwing in
that
the
it's gonna
towel
stay
with
feeling
Irate
this
Gamer,
solid
right?
pretty much forever, and I'm very, very happy with it.
You
And
know
this
why he
all
wants
makes
to
the
hold it
Switch
with one
2
hand,
feel
pal?
So much more like a premium piece of tech, you know, less like a toy. Nintendo, you know, they're a toy company at heart. They love their toys. In the
Magnets are
past,
failing,
they wanted their
confirmed.
consoles to
Tell all
kinda
the
seem
rage
like
baiters.
toys. But over time, they've made them sleeker. That they've seen the need to not exactly compete with the rest of the electronics market, but at least keep up, you know, give people that sense of quality. You want grown-ups to use your system, and this very much does feel like a grown-up system. And of course, the whole thing is now bigger than the Switch 1, about 33%.
Is he concerned
bigger,
about
and
like
I
people
think
seeing
it's
him
perfect.
played
I
in
think
real
it's
life? He
just
needs
the
to
right
be a
size.
grown-up
It
system,
kinda
a big boy
contributes to the
system.
feeling that this is an upgrade. You get more visual real estate with the screen. It feels more substantial in your hands.
People are making fun
but
of
it's
me.
the same thickness, so
Gotta make sure the
still
next one's a
feels
big
nice
boy
and light.
system
And the
for
extra
big
size
boys.
doesn't really decrease portability by any real amount. You already couldn't fit a Switch 1 in your pocket, so this just doesn't really change anything functionally. And I don't know if Nintendo was always going to go in this direction with Switch 2, if they were always going to make it bigger. But I think other handheld PCs hitting the market over the last few years, they've kind of proven that you can go a little bit bigger, you know, Steam Deck especially. It's fine to go a little bit bigger. And you know, it's funny because the Switch OLED had a bigger screen than the original Switch, and now this is bigger than that, but like there's still kind of a decent bezel. There's still a pretty okay amount of space around the screen. And I mean, that's probably just them leaving the door open for an even bigger screen when we get the inevitable
Switch to
Pro
OLED.
or OLED model or whatever. I don't know, That'll be bonkers. That'll be huge. So let's talk about the Joy-Cons themselves.
Arlo just
as
wants to play it
controllers.
in the
They
park
feel
on the
great. They
bench
feel
without
really
being
solid.
judged,
There's a
man.
nice little heft in the hand. I love the colors.
All the
on
joggers
connector
passing
and
him
around the
by,
sticks. It's
thinking
it's
he's
just
a
very
weirdo as he
slick
just
touch.
wants to play
It's
on
still
his
colorful
Nintendo
in
while dressed as a
Nintendo kinda
Muppet.
way, but it's not kitty. You know, it's just a little
Ren, check.
splash of color, and it helps
It's not
differentiate these
kitty, the
Joy-Cons
kitty
from
thing?
Switch 1 Joy-Cons. Oh, and the sticks, they feel amazing. Switch 1 sticks were fine, but you could kind of feel them shifting between the different directions. And there was a little like metallic noise when you did it. But now it's 100% smooth, completely silent, just an absolute joy. And as for how it now feels to hold them, because they are bigger, it's funny, I think the increase in comfort is it's pretty much like directly related to the increase in size. You know, like they're 33% bigger, and I'd say, yeah, I'm like holding it in my hand, like, yeah, I'd say it's about 33% more comfortable to hold. And it's really cool. Now you don't need the strap to use one Joy-Con as a single controller. Like you had to before, because the buttons were just like way too hard to press. Now it is no problem at all. The buttons are nice and big. I mean, obviously it's still not like ideal, but the buttons are pressable.
Big hands.
Controllers are a little bit bigger. So now I am 1,000 times more likely to actually use the Joy-Cons this way. I mean, I never even carried the straps around before, so Now the straps are pretty much just for mouse mode. I mean, okay, well, no, they're also straps, you know, for like attaching to your wrist, but I never do that. I know I probably should, but I don't. Yeah, they really just make mouse mode a little bit easier.
That's not safe,
even, like,
Arlo.
that much easier.
You're gonna
You
poke
still
your
can
eye
do it
out.
with one Joy-Con. But I feel like
You
if
gotta
you're
put
gonna be
the
doing
straps
it
on,
long
buddy.
term, then yeah, you're probably gonna want the strap.
Nintendo
I have
knows
not used
best.
Mouse mode a ton. Definitely gonna need more games that use it.
The straps can't fit 'em.
Metroid Prime 4
No.
comes out, I'll try that. But my early thoughts, it works pretty well. It does. It's cool. It's fun. It is really interesting using a mouse on like the home menu of a Nintendo system. That's just it's just a very new thing. Although I will say, Nintendo was saying that you could use the Joy-Con in mouse mode kind of wherever, you know, on your leg or the couch or something. You don't necessarily need a hard, flat surface. I don't think that's really true. I don't know. I'm a little disappointed.
He's
I kinda
calling
feel like
out
you do need a
Nintendo.
hard,
They
flat surface. I mean, if you're just like quickly
lied.
selecting a menu item or something, sure, maybe, but like otherwise, I kind of do need a table or something, or else it doesn't really work. It's just not accurate enough. You know, I really do love, though, how you don't have to go into, like, the settings or enable it or anything. You literally just put the Joy-Con, like, you detach it, just put it down, and boom, there you go. Mouse mode. It is now automatically working. That's a very Nintendo
Dude, I need
kind of
feathers. Give me
convenience, you know,
feathers.
they like to take little things like this and make them just work really intuitively. And as for the ergonomics, again, I haven't really had a chance to use mouse mode for just like hours and hours, so I really don't know how it's gonna go. I have heard some people say that your hands can get a little bit crampy, but I guess we'll see. So far, at least short sessions have been perfectly fine. It's perfectly fun to use the Joy-Con as a mouse. You know, I really like that you have the buttons on there and you have the stick for like scrolling and stuff. That's really convenient. And you know, while we're talking Joy-Cons, the increased size has also allowed for much better rumble.
Yeah, we
really
know. You
is
have
nice.
fat
Switch
fucking
1
hands,
Joy-Cons,
Arlo.
The rumble was just like, it was fine, it was cool, but it was like way too buzzy. You know, if it was vibrating too hard, it was really, really loud. I usually just turned it off. So the fact that at least so far, I don't want to turn it off anymore, I mean, that says something, right? The effect feels so much fuller this time, so much more capable of subtlety. And it was already pretty darn impressive before, but it is that much more impressive this time. It's a really great example of a feature on the Switch 2 that has simply been improved with no caveats. It is just an upgrade. I have no notes, and at least according to some of the tech demos I've messed around with in Welcome
He
Tour,
admits he has
its
no
ability
notes.
to
He's
produce
unprepared.
sounds has also been improved, which is just... This is crazy. It's really,
no,
really
Tevin was.
mind-blowing
You were
to me
there.
that these
Tevin
are
was putting on the
capable of
re-res guy.
producing sound
I liked him.
by
He gave off a good
vibrating.
vibe.
I mean, I get sounds are vibrations, but they're
I
doing it
judge
just with
people
like a
by
little,
vibes
with a
like
little
Arlo.
magnet. It's so cool. So moving on, you know one thing I hated about the original Switch, and I never heard anyone mention this, and I don't even know if I brought it up, but like, It has to have been a thing because it was a thing with all three of the different Switch models that I owned. There was the original, and then the one with the better battery, and then the OLED. They all had this thing where you're playing on the TV and you hit the button to turn it on, and it'll just like take a couple tries. You know, like you hit the button and the controller, the lights are going back and forth, but it just like doesn't turn on, and you're just waiting. And then you like hit it again, maybe even like once or twice before it actually turns on. Bugged the heck out of me. So far,
I think it did that because it was trying to search for the controller.
Nintendo Switch 2. So, what a relief. What a huge relief. And you know what? Now when you turn it on, it makes a little sound. Makes a cute little sound. Little boop, boop, boop. It's delightful. Yeah. It's like it's telling you hello. So the home screen and all the menus and options and whatnot, they are nearly identical this time, but I personally really do not mind because I think it works great. I love the simplicity. And I like how it looks better on my TV now. Just a higher resolution. Looks nice. Oh, and it's just
it's not.
Snappy. There is no lag. It does not feel clumsy and sluggish like it used to. It's awesome. Oh man, the eShop is incredible. I hesitate to say too much. I may genuinely have to do an entire video about this if I haven't already by the time this video goes out. It's so good. It's everything I could have wanted. I mean, it loads up in seconds. Everything is super smooth. Games, like the little pictures load instantly as you scroll. Trailers, they load up perfectly with like no buffering so far. And you know what? This is actually one place where mouse controls are really superior to anything else. I think I may find myself popping off a Joy-Con and using the mouse anytime I go on the eShop. The whole thing, you know, probably still needs work when it comes to like discoverability and shovelware and all that, but like functionally it's a dream. It's heaven. It's amazing. This feels like one element of my life that has just been improved. And other system features are the same. Managing captured media is so much easier now, so much quicker, and of course you can send stuff to the Switch app. That's
a review in the technical sense.
I haven't confirmed yet if this was updated on Switch 1 as well, but I do like how playtime tracking has been improved. At least somewhat. It still goes in increments of 5 most of the time, and it still waits like 10 days before displaying for some baffling reason I still don't get. But at least now it gives single-digit numbers ever. Like, I think it's when it's below a certain point, maybe like 10 or 20 hours or something. But then I hear that Switch 2 editions track separately from the original versions. That is a bummer, but I don't know. Oh well.
They're different
now,
versions.
If you want to talk about using your Nintendo Switch 2 system to play video games which produce sounds and images, then yes, the system does do that.
There it is.
The speakers on this thing, you know, they're pretty good. You still get like a little bit of that like very, very slightly hollow feel you get pretty much any time.
I knew it was
with,
something
really
silly like that.
Speakers. But all things considered, I would say the sound is still decently rich. Speaker tech has improved a lot over the years, and I would say that's reflected here.
And what's funny is I drove into that other waterfall thinking there would be a secret. I just drove into the wrong waterfall. I mean, come on, it's a Nintendo game. You would think there would be a secret behind the waterfall. AJ Frosty.
This thing can put out a pretty good amount of sound. Now let's finally talk about the image. TV-wise, I know Nintendo really emphasized HDR, but from what I've heard and observed, this kind of feels like a half HDR or something. I don't know.
It's
I
not
guess
true
I can't
HDR,
say too
you
much
guys.
here. I do not understand this stuff most of the time, and I haven't really like.
There's this like Asian guy who does HDR TV videos and shit. I think it was Discord merchant that had shared the video. But you gotta do a lot of hoopla to actually get Switch 2 HDR working properly on your system. At least according to that fellow. The Dingus TV does not support HDR. That shit's all a hassle. I don't need all these fancy colors or whatever.
Messed around with it and done a bunch of
Should talk to Quantum TV. I don't know much about that guy other than his review text. One of review text's many black nemesis.
And it just did not seem to be working right. You know, it
He's
tells
broke.
you to make the thing invisible, and it never even comes close to being invisible.
This rinky-dinky, itty-bitty flat screen I use for a
I was
monitor.
having really serious issues with the HDR when trying to capture footage on my computer, so I ended up just turning it off. It's just kind of a pain. But I think it still looks pretty good without it, you know? I mean, comes down to the TV more than anything. Now, obviously, every game is going to be different. They're all going to have different visuals, and I will have opinions about the visuals of each respective game in, like, you know, actual
He has
reviews.
opinions.
But I'll at least say that if you want to talk improved image quality, so far I am quite pleased with the higher resolutions that the Switch 2 affords. And obviously, you know, there's like fancy image upscaling and anti-aliasing and all that stuff, and of course that differs from game to game. But yeah, so far, I'm happy. After playing a bunch of Mario Kart World and of course seeing a lot of footage of DK Bonanza, I'm pretty happy with what the system is capable of graphically. And we're only going to see better and better looking games throughout the generation. So yeah, no, I'm more than happy with this thing's power. The Switch already got the job done. The games already looked pretty darn great, but now we have graphics that are, you know, a good chunk better, and then the games are running better. So that's like a double improvement adding up to one big improvement. It's exactly what it needed to be. And considering
river's
these
carrying me
games
away.
basically look like 8th gen games when it comes to like graphical detail, well, 8th gen games usually didn't even hit 1080p.
Are you gonna play on it?
unless you
Cyberpunk
bought,
like
a
Muda.
mid-gen upgrade. So I don't know, anything above 1080p in my eyes is gravy. Then if you want to talk playing handheld, I will admit my experience with the screen has been something of a mixed bag. The Switch OLED really was a dramatic improvement over the base model Switch. The colors were just so much more vibrant. The blacks a lot deeper. Nintendo has unfortunately downgraded again to an LCD screen, and they insisted that this wasn't really a problem because the tech has gotten so much better over the years, and HDR kind of offsets the difference in contrast. Once again, I'm really not the guy to ask about this stuff. But so far, I'd say they
But who
were
is?
half right.
Can I get their opinion?
HDR-wise, I will
He's
admit,
sweeping.
on the system screen itself, I cannot tell the difference. Like, at all. I've tried toggling it on and off, and I really can't see much of a change.
Big ups, sir,
at least a
2007
couple
TV.
times I've tried it out. However, I do feel
First
that the
one?
screen itself already looks pretty good without it. The blacks are pretty black.
The blacks are pretty black is quite a line. I used to use my Switch 1 handheld mode and tabletop mode a lot back when I was still taking classes. I really don't foresee myself using handheld mode personally for Switch 2. I did do it over launch weekend just because I had somewhere that I needed to be that weekend, and I did have fun with it. I think for the foreseeable future, I probably won't be using it handheld mode that often. And just the issue with the colors and the HDR, and, oh, it's a fucking LCD screen again. It's not going to affect me personally, but I resonate with people who consider that to be an issue, because we just had the Switch OLED, and you know why they did it, because they want to sell you the Switch 2 OLED. Big up Scrumbles. We're watching Arlo review the Switch 2 in full, the full nitty gritty. And I'm doing a free Roamin Mario Kart.
Brighter colors pop pretty alright. Other times it can...
Oh shit, big ups. You can pick up the Switch 2. They already got you added on here. If not, add me when you get it, and then we can kart together. Pretty cool, right? Captain Lego Man got his today. Knock got his the other day, too.
Look maybe a little washed out. I don't know, it feels like a bit of a half step to me. Better than the base model Switch, not as good as the OLED.
7 too.
Having a 120 hertz display is pretty nice though. I don't really have a lot of experience playing games.
I keep losing
at
to Tasty.
120 frames
Stop
per
playing at
second,
150cc.
but I guess that means that this is a nice opportunity, at least for the probably kind of rare times when it's an option. And you know, I'm pretty happy with the resolution. The original Switch was 720p, which was just enough. You know, it was good. Not super
720p
sharp,
in 2025 is
but still pretty
outrageous.
good on a small screen. Now the screen is a lot bigger, but it's been upgraded to 1080p to make up for it. And I don't know, I'd say it pretty much accomplishes the same thing. You know, it still hits pretty much the exact same sweet spot, the same balance.
Exactly, Malcolm Square. That's kind of my thing. Like the techie people, the people who truly really care about, you know, screen quality and refresh rate and whatnot. These are the people who will probably just get a Steam OLED.
resolution. You know, could technically be sharper, but I'm not too fussed about it. Still looks really good.
Like the
And even
demographic
better
they're
when the
marketing
game
to,
employs
families and
anti-aliasing.
kids and shit, they
Unfortunately,
honestly don't give a
There
fuck.
does seem to be a problem with the display, and this is not something I could have anticipated. There's a bit of a weird kind of like ghosting, blurring effect sometimes. It's hard to see if you're not looking at the thing with your own two eyes. But yeah, there's just like
praise that, son.
This little thing.
Ohio.
I don't know if it's a frame interpolation thing.
Columbus,
People seem to
Ohio?
be saying it's related to the LCD display. Again, I know next to nothing
Closer.
about this
Welcome in.
stuff, but yeah, it's a thing. And I don't think it's software side. It seems to be universal, kind of across the whole entire experience. I don't know if this kind of thing could be
360 update in 2025. Fixed game thumbnails, strangely stretched after store shutdown. Gave you QR code ads to buy an Xbox. You mean, okay, you put a 4. You mean the Series X? Just like, okay, bros, buy the new one. Why the fuck are you still here? That's cute that they're still, you know, rolling out updates like that. But also strange that the update is basically, why the fuck are you still here, idiot?
be patched, or if it really is just the way the screen was built. I don't know.
How you doing, Princess Son?
And I don't currently have access to a base model Switch to compare it with. I don't think this was a problem on the original, but
Arlo
maybe it
traded his
was.
Switch
Maybe,
in.
I
No.
just really got used to the OLED, and I'm having a hard time finding straight answers online. I don't know. Maybe it was a
You can only
thing
find
and I
gay
had just been
answers.
Spoiled. But it's a bummer. It really is. I mean, out of the entire Switch 2 system and all of its hardware and features, this really is kind of one sore spot. It's not a huge deal. It's really not that noticeable.
Experience next-gen performance. Upgrade today. And lose hundreds of Xbox and 360 games. All they had to do was continue their backwards compatibility program. I have no idea why the fuck they stopped it, because Xbox was actually the king of backwards compatibility for a minute. Now they lost it. You know, Sony was fucking dog shit with their backwards compatibility. All you had was PS Plus Premium. And it's not even true backwards compatibility because it's not using your own physical disc. Xbox allowed it so you can put in your physical OG Xbox game, and it would give you a license for a downloadable version. You know, it's not true backwards compatibility because that would be way too hard, you guys, but it was something. Why did they let go of that? They actually had a reason to get you into the Xbox ecosystem, especially if you were an Xbox gamer in the past, but had switched over to PlayStation. You know, after, let's say, the Xbox One, you switched over to PS4. You went from 360 to PS4. They gave you a reason to come back to Xbox, especially if you kept your old games, and they just got rid of it. My licenses, at least the ones they added are still there. Like, they're not being taken away, but they're not adding new shit. They just stopped it. Not enough people were using it, so we're taking this cool shit away. It's fucking bummer, man. What the fuck do you get an Xbox for now? They got all these new ads, this new ad campaign. This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. This is an. They fucking point to your fridge. This is an Xbox. You point to your IV at the hospital. This is an Xbox. I don't know, it just reminds me of that PlayStation executive saying nobody actually gives a fuck about backwards compatibility. You're the salary man with the numbers, I guess. I don't think it's a good enough excuse to not invest time and money into it, because you say nobody uses it, but for some reason it always dominates the gaming zeitgeist when it comes to a new console coming out. Is it backwards compatible with the old one? Switch 2 was backwards compatible with Switch 1. They're still working on a few nonsense titles that are experiencing issues. But when they announced that, they were like, duh, of course it would be backwards compatible. There will be no Xbox 5. But they already put out a video confirming that Xbox 5 is happening. They're collaborating with the RAG guys. The AMD fellows. It's going to be a collaboration of the century. It is happening, unironically. Whether you like it or not, Xbox is going to have a 5th iteration for some reason. Hopefully they don't have a retarded name to go with it. I saw a panel over there, by the way. Wait, was that Contor's eyes? I saw Contor's eyes in his win animation. Hey, GPM. What's wrong with your neck? I'm an ostrich. Xbox One X Series X? Yeah, we don't need nothing like that. The PC games have a 95% piracy rate. It's still the most funny one that Suits have made. It's like Gabe always said, fucking piracy is a servicing problem. If you make the games easier to access than it is to like go out of your way to torrent them, you know, piracy wouldn't be so popular. Or wouldn't be as popular. You're not going to completely kill it. But it's about servicing and making it easier for the consumer to access. That's why Steam is so popular, you guys. That's why people want everything to be on Steam. Instead of like having to sign up for Timmy's website, Epic Games. They don't want to sign up for a gazillion fucking storefronts. It's like streaming services. I don't want to have Netflix and Hulu and Disney Plus and all this rigmarole. I want to have one centralized service where all my shows and movies are on. And in the lovely year of 2008, that was what Netflix was. And then Disney was like, oh, I want to do that too. And now, here we are. You got like 10 subscription services to fucking services you don't even really use. No, dude, Scrumble said it as I was saying it. Yeah, it's just like the streaming services. Netflix was so easy it made piracy obsolete, and they went and made 20 streaming services. Yeah, it's like, well, we had a solution, but you couldn't let it go. You had to have your piece of the pie. You couldn't fucking resist. You wanted money. You couldn't just license all your shit to Netflix. You had to compete with Netflix. You had to make your own Netflix that nobody fucking uses because you don't have any original shows or programs that are worth subscribing to your service on a monthly or yearly annual style basis for. Your shit is trash and it stinks and you know it does, and yet you invest money in it anyway just so shareholders don't get pissed off at the end of the quarter when you gotta show results. Of which you have none to speak of. Speak of. Yeah, no, wait, it was speak of. You have none to speak of. Ah! I use HBO, it's alright. HBO is probably still the best one at this point. The thing with HBO is they have retards at the marketing team. So it came out as HBO Max. And then I think they thought it got so good that first year where everyone was on HBO Max that they thought they were too good to rely on the HBO branding, so they just became Max. And then they did a bunch of other shit that like lowered its popularity. Like they took off a bunch of fucking services and shows. They removed movies that were like there since the service had launched. I guess licensing deals expired. They removed shows that they had written off for tax write-offs. So like certain Adult Swim shows and Cartoon Network shows. And basically popularity dropped off. So now they gotta rely on the HBO branding again. So they're renaming it back to HBO Max in July. And okay, well, why did you fucking rename it in the first place?
And it's more of a problem when I come like directly from the TV.
That's what happened to a lot of good Cartoon Network shows, particularly Symbionic Titan comes to mind, by the creator of Dexter's Laboratory and Samurai Jack. That was his last show before he was truly disillusioned from Western animation. He did end up making Primal later on for Adult Swim, which is a good show. I didn't like season 2 as much as season 1, but it was alright all throughout. I think season 2 was ruined by focusing on the woman! But he did Symbionic Titan as like his last show for Cartoon Network, and it got written off as a tax write-off because they couldn't make any toys for it. This was that like toy era of Cartoon Network where everything had to have toys, and even though it was a fucking show about giant robots, they couldn't make any toys for it. Fucking baffling. Same thing with Megas XLR. Remember Megas XLR from like 2003? Now that was one I don't remember as much because that was back when I didn't have cable, so I had to go to Granny Dingus's house to watch Cartoon Network. But I would sometimes catch that show as like a part of Toonami back in the day. And that got written off as well. You're like, why don't they ever reference Megas XLR? Because they literally cannot do that. The government owns Megas XLR now. Why did they write it off? Because they couldn't make any toys for it. How could you not make toys for a show that stars a giant fighting robot? Ah! Same thing with Batgirl. They wrote off Batgirl. They wrote off that Powerpuff Girls pilot, live action, that never went anywhere. The season 1 finale to Symbionic Titan is so tough. You can tell like even like mid-production that they were told they weren't getting season. It's just such a disastrous rushed ending to that first season. Oh yeah, and he's talking about it. Yeah, never mind the situation with Wily versus Acme. No, Coyote versus Acme. Did they finally find a distributor? That's what I was reading. And it's a shame because is it Eric Baza who voices a lot of the Looney Tunes in that film? Like, you know, he wants it released. All the actors and voice actors want it released that worked on the project. It's basically Roger Rabbit in the now, but. You know, Warner's like, we don't have a distributor. But it's like, you're fucking Warner Brothers. The fuck you mean you don't have a distributor? You're Warner Brothers. You are Warner Brothers Studio. You do not have a producer? I mean, not producer. You don't have a distributor for your film? It's fucking insane. They did come out with that Looney Tunes movie, the day the Earth blew up, which I've not seen, but I've heard great things about. Okay, they're using... Okay, so they were able to find the distributor? Yeah, I saw Jersh review the Powerpuff Girls thing. It really did look bad. It came from that CW era. It's got the stink of CW all over it. Favorite movie of the year? It's that good? Shit. See, I haven't gone to the theaters in a minute, though. I know it's no longer in theaters, but... I feel like I should have done my part. Because I do like... You know, I like the Looney Tunes. I grew up with the Looney Tunes. I don't know anybody who grew up with, like, Mickey Mouse cartoons. You know, I grew up on Looney Tunes. I had, like, VHS tapes of Daffy Duck. Old-ass VHS tapes of Porky Pig shorts from the 1940s. And I would watch these over and over and over again. Even though it was, like, always the same fucking cartoons because it's a VHS tape. You know, we would go to Six Flags all the time. I'm not gonna state which Six Flags it is, man. But if you know, you know. And, you know, I had memories of those characters, and it sucks that they're so underused nowadays. Because the Looney Tunes are stronger than Mickey Mouse and his dumbass friends who don't have an actual... Like, their group does not have a name. They're just Mickey Mouse and friends. No, the Looney Tunes always fucking rocked. Way better than them. I fucking watched Space Jam in elementary school. I thought that shit was the tits. I didn't like Space Jam 2. I actually saw Space Jam 2. Of all the movies, you know, I always say, oh, I don't watch movies anymore. I actually did watch Space Jam 2. Oh, man. Space Jam 2. They didn't even have the right Michael Jordan in it. No, my little babby niece, the youngest niece Dingus, is growing up on Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. She fucking loves Mickey Mouse. And Mama Dingus always sings the hot dog song to her, and she always claps like a little idiot. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. I gotta hear that shit. Whenever I take care of her, I gotta hear that fucking song. It's either that or Coco Melon. And I was told Coco Melon is demonic, and you shouldn't show your kids Coco Melon. Or in this case, your nieces. I also saw a couple minutes of the Tom and Jerry new movie. That one was okay. It was also going for that Roger Rabbit kind of feel. Not really Roger Rabbit so much as Alvin and the Chipmunks, where it's like a 2D character in real life with live action characters. Whoa! Oh yeah, no, she loves Bluey Scrumbles. Yeah, it's Bluey and Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. She's got a lot of Bluey toys and Minnie Mouse stuff. But yeah, I made sure to warn Brother Dingus, like, come on, too much wheels on the bus is bad for her, you guys. I just don't want her to be raised like my other nieces. They were raised as like tablet babies, and now all they know is hot chip and charge phone. The kids don't grow up like they used to, you guys. No, when I was growing up, it was like that last generation before smartphones and tablets really took over. Like, the most you had when I was in my final years of escuela was like iPod Touches. And like that wasn't to the point where the kids were using them literally all the time, and whatnot. Like people were still playing on their DSs and shit. Now, I haven't been in my niece's classroom, but I bet if I did, it would just be a bunch of kids like sneaking, looking at TikTok under the desk and whatnot, just like not giving a fuck. I weep for any teacher existing in the now today chat. Yeah, I bet it's hard now. It's always connected. They don't really get what it was like. I don't want to fucking boomer too much because. As old as I am, and I won't say how old I am, but you can kind of venture a guess from the sound of my voice, you guys. I know I'm not that ancient. But still, it was like the final generation before that stuff really, really well and truly took over. But I feel like I got out easy. I can't diss a kid being on his phone, because I know full well I would be if I had that as a kid. Yeah, again, it's like, I'm not really... I know it's in their nature because everybody else is doing it, so you don't want to be the ostracized kid that isn't doing what everybody else is doing, so you just gotta, join in or be excluded. It's just the way of things. I will say that it is ultimately up to the parent to like determine, screen time. It's their responsibility. So if they're okay with it, if they're cool with it, it's fine. But like I've seen like ads. Were not just ads like advertising this shit, but I've seen videos of these babies getting raised on like baby little smartphones. It's like actual baby smartphones. They're looking at Cocomelon. Like it's actual YouTube. You can access YouTube with these baby smartphones, and you can watch Cocomelon. It's not even YouTube Kids. It's just regular YouTube. If you have these babies that are like 1 or 2, they're already on the phone. On my phone 24/7, but I guess I'm a big hypocrite. I wouldn't want that for my kid. Not to say that little Dingy Jr. will ever exist anytime in the immediate and far-flung future, but yeah, I would be the same way. I'm already toxified now, but I need to change the future for little Babby Dingus. He gets the phone when he's in fucking middle school or something. I don't care if you get bullied by your friends at the fucking playground. Suffer, little Billy. My sister gives her daughter the tablet. It's like, Christ, what can you even do? Yeah, it's like you don't want to tell them not to do that, because depending on your tone of voice, and it comes like you're lecturing your siblings on how to raise their kids, and it's like it's ultimately up to them on what they can do. How many schools will just not allow? I think students just don't care for. I can't prove it. I don't have any evidence. I've not been to a fucking classroom since I graduated. But I get the impression, looking at TikTok and Twitter and how people are now, I think these people are probably hella disrespectful to these people who are supposed to be their role models. And just having that thought in my mind, especially in the schools that are, they don't have as many intellectually gifted people, they don't get as many high scores in their tests. It's gotta be fucking hell. These gotta be the meanest darn kids you ever done tried to teach. We got Discord merchant chiming in. Homeschool my kids. They can get on their Switches or tablets after all their chores and homework are done. They have time limits on all of them. Not crazy enough to let them online. Yeah, no, I back when I worked retail, I would have parents talk about that, and some of them would even ask if if certain devices they would purchase for their kids had like parental controls in one. I was like, oh yeah, you can when you buy the phone, you can set it like this. When you buy the game console, you can just go there, and you prevents them from going online. If they were buying like an electronic, it was like, oh, like they're gonna try to play Roblox, or they're gonna try to play the Fortnite. How do I limit them like to talking to strangers and shit? I imagine that's only gotten worse now, with all these stories you read about like groomers on Roblox, groomers on Discord, groomers in Fortnite. People made Darth Vader say the N-word. These kids need all their asses beat for the most part. Yeah, but then you say stuff like that and then you get in trouble because that's not how you should be speaking in the now. Let's use Piranha Plant. This might be my favorite new course in the game right here. Question block ruins. I think it's a lot of people's favorite. Reminds me of Papu's Pyramid from Crash Team Racing. It's just, I wish it was a teeny bit longer. Yeah, if they were like buying, for example, a Switch, I would let them know. It's like, hey, be careful about that Fortnite video game. And yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's not, you can be as careful and prepared as you can be, but unless you're homeschooling like Discord Merchant, you don't know what these other kids are like. Like, you're not with the kids 24/7, so you don't know what these other kids are telling your child, and like, what are they trying to influence them into doing this or playing this game or doing shit behind your back you may not necessarily approve of, you guys. Where the hell is the last coin? Oh, what? I'm blind. Ah! Yeah, and there are sickos out there. You gotta be careful with what they play. Like, I played fucking Club Penguin and Toontown growing up. I just assumed everyone I was talking to was probably a kid, same age as me. But more than likely not the case. At least I was never groomed, you guys! Because Discord didn't exist back then. What if it did? Oh, I got groomed on Skype. Hell, I got groomed on AIM. Nah, back in 2008, it would be you losing your PSN, and you'd have to shove a PS3 up your ass to get it back. They hang out with other homeschool kids, but even then, we just kind of screen their parents and all. Just takes one rotten fruit to contaminate the rest. True. It's like one rotten fruit. In this case, it would be eating the forbidden fruit and gaining the knowledge and realizing that your parents are shielding you from the outside world, and all of a sudden they're asking for an iPhone XLR and demanding to be as cool as their friends, and then you feel like an asshole because you're the only parent not getting your child the latest and greatest in phone technology. And then it becomes a whole fucking thing, and you're gaslit into buying them the phone for their birthday.
You know, like it's displaying perfectly on the TV.
Remember when we were watching
straight to
Arlo?
handheld mode, and then it's a lot more obvious. After that point, I do get used to it pretty quickly, but it is a problem. It is definitely something to consider if you play handheld a lot, and this kind of thing is really important to you. It's a thing. For an expensive piece of tech, I'm not gonna lie, that is a weird issue. Finally, let's talk battery life. I already did a whole video on this over on Topic Arlo, and I still...
Battery life was pretty good for me personally when I took it out. Got a couple of decent hours out of it. It never went below... See, my memory's faulty. I might even have to consult the VOD where I first talked about it. If I recall, it didn't go below 40%. And I have it set to the setting where it will stop charging once it reaches 90%. So it's pretty much like maybe 40-50% used while I was out and about. And I was out for the whole day.
I haven't done like a ton of tests, like rigorous testing. My main test was just playing Mario Kart until the thing died. I figure that's probably going to be about the most graphically like resource hogging thing you can possibly do on the system. And I got about 2.5 hours, maybe a couple minutes under that, basically 2.5 hours. And
yeah, I think that's around
like
where I
that's fine.
was.
You know, personally, I'm not going to be playing handheld out of the house away from like chargers and plugs a huge amount. And this probably is the absolute shortest duration I can expect. You know, other games will naturally run a lot longer. It feels to me like the expected minimum, you know, the bare minimum that we should have expected from a handheld device. Not great, but not bad. So again, if you do plan on playing tons and tons of Switch 2 on the go, you may want to wait for some kind of upgrade. But for me, this gets the job done. Oh, and I guess I should briefly talk about the dock. It's not technically a part of the system itself, but, you know, it is part of the system experience. You get one when you purchase a Switch 2. The Switch 2 dock has been improved somewhat, I suppose. I mean, there's a fan in it now. That's cool. That will actually aid in cooling. And now the dock actually feels like, you know, like a piece of tech and not just a big chunk of plastic with a USB thing in it. The price feels at least slightly more justified now. And you know, it's a little bigger, it's a little bit heavier, so it's a little bit more stable on the TV stand.
Drops my flight.
That's nice too. But man, I guess I don't really know what I've been expecting this whole time. I just, in my mind, there's gotta be a better way to like have a little slot where you put a thing in. There's got to be a better way to like guide the system in, make it feel a little bit more smooth. But maybe there just isn't. Maybe this really is the
Arlo's
only
hand
way to put
docks.
a thin little system into like a toaster thing. Because it's still like you just kind of sticking it in there. It's just and you just kind of like lower it down and just kind of awkwardly chunk it into place. Yeah, there's really no difference. There's still like a lot of wiggle room, like a really uncomfortable amount of wiggle room. The system just wiggles a whole bunch when you move the thing. I'm always afraid I'm gonna scratch the screen. But I guess if there was less room, then it would be more likely to scratch the screen. So yeah, again, I guess I don't know what I was expecting, but nah, it's still a Switch dock. If it doesn't get better by the third iteration, then it's probably just not gonna get better. So there you have it. Yeah, if you can say anything outright bad about the Switch 2, it is that display issue. It is, it's a thing. It's probably not going to affect most people. It is pretty subtle. I really don't have to play it long before I can barely even realize it, but it is weird. It is certainly weird. Beyond that, though, I feel like the Switch 2 is, I think it's perfect. I think it's, it improves
Not
upon
with that
the original
refresh rate,
Switch
it
in
ain't.
basically every meaningful way that it
Meaningful?
should have. Some of the changes are a little bit subtle. Some are more major, but I kind of feel like across the board, it's like everything it needed to be, you know? I'm happy with the system.
He claims to be like a really big fan of puppetry and shit.
Future-proofed, you know? Like, I feel a little bit more confident knowing I'm going to be playing this for a few years. So then already feeling like it's so good and it really just like nails it so well, but then knowing that there are probably going to be iterations in the future that improve upon it even more, that's exciting. That really is exciting. I'm sorry, I should not even, I'm sorry, should not go there yet. Should not go there yet. Well, thank you for watching, and if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna play some Switch 2. And by that I mean, I'm gonna mess around with the Joy-Cons. I probably do that more than playing the games.
There you go. Look, he loves the system. He's into it. He's a fan. It's perfect. Despite the many issues that have been observed since the launch of the console. Okay, I'm sorry I lied, guys, but that is truly the end of the outrageous Arlo segment. There are no more Arlo videos. No, none at all. It's done. Done. For at least another evening. Is the daily wrap up yet? I don't think it would be, right? It is! The daily wrap is already up. Fuck it, let's get it out the way. It's kind of early for the wrap. It's like immediate. More Death Stranding 2. AC exploded and best CVS 2 night ever. The daily wrap. June 27, 2025. Then, I guess I'll watch this momology of him on Death Stranding 2. I love Death Stranding 2. I just want to see what he thinks of that game. Alright, mute the game audio so you only hear Phil's lovely voice, and I can use it as an excuse to eat my pizza.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Friday, the 26th of June, 2025.
My AC money.
If I look a little weird, if I look a little confused, I'm literally delirious because it is 87 degrees.
At least he's honest about it. 87 degrees. Man, I remember when I worked retail in the store, it was 95 degrees, and the district manager told me to eat it. Deal with it. And I was only saved because the AC maintenance guy was coming anyway, conveniently, for his quarterly checkup. Otherwise, he would have come in a few days when I put in the request for him to come. It was like, that was my savior that evening, chat. Hey, Aqua. Yeah, he really doesn't look any better or worse than he usually does. I just don't. I don't see it, Phil. I mean, Phil is never hot. You know.
He's in my office right now with all of these electronics now in here. You know, 2 PCs, giant TV, multiple monitors, multiple keyboards, mice, cameras, 2 key lights. Are these RGBs? This room is so hot. Why? My air conditioner broke today. As I was playing Death Stranding 2, right at the end of my first video, when I was about to head to fight the first boss, it made the most crazy loud, like metal versus metal, grinding gears, clanging, eating sound I've ever heard in my life. It was incredibly disturbing. I got scared. I was like, what the hell? I thought something had hit the window and broken my office window because it was that loud. And I turned it off and on again, did it again. I said, oh, I can't do this no more. So my air conditioner is 11 years old. It's an old one. I've used it literally daily from spring and summer here in the office. It gave me a lot of
That's the
good
day
years.
you moved in.
I'm not disappointed that it broke. I'm also happy that because you guys have supported me so much in the last year, I can easily just afford another one to replace it. So thank you for that. Seriously, guys.
He's not broke, by the way. It's so easy for him. Like, he's absolutely... Okay. He loves to spend, but at the same time, he will not spend if he doesn't have to. It's very selective. He's careless with his spending when it comes to things that he doesn't need. But when it comes to things that he might actually need, he's a bit more hesitant to spend. Now, when it comes to like a thing like the AC, you know, he's like, he needs it, or else he's gonna be uncomfortable every fucking day when he does what he does. So yeah, it's very readily able to spend on that. Doesn't even need to beg. Not broke, by the way.
So yeah, I am very, very hot right now. I had a crazy good day between Death Stranding 2 progress, a fun podcast reacting to Capcom stuff, and then...
Yeah, like, the reason why he doesn't fix the toilet is because he doesn't need it. He has another toilet. Why fix it?
Insanely high-level, great night of Capcom versus SNK 2. Great day. Let's talk all about it, okay? On the podcast, we chilled, we talked, we determined it's going to be Grand Theft Auto 4 with mods starting next week on Tuesday. That's going to be our new game for the rotation for early July. We also chilled and watched some of the Capcom...
Can't wait for Rockstar to remaster GTA 4 this year. If it happens, that's kind of like, okay, like, you haven't done that yet? Question mark?
Stuff from the Capcom presentation yesterday, including a video that was a teaser for Sagat as the next DLC character, and a big reveal about Resident Evil 9 Requiem. So if you're interested in any of that content, check out the Level 1 podcast from this morning. It was a really good one. So then we jumped into an awesome stream of Death Stranding 2. Now, first, I was going to do a first impressions video, but it is so hot in this office. Sadly, it looks like it just has to go by the wayside. Sucks because a lot of my first impressions videos do really well. But
He's
it's
sweating!
Too hot. I got to get out of here as soon as possible tonight.
We were denied the 20-minute fucking crybaby video about Death Stranding 2. That's why I gotta watch the Momology video after this.
So sadly, I'm not going to do that. But in a nutshell, today we fought our first BTs. Those are the enemies that have crossed over from the afterlife and are trying to kill you. And we faced the first boss. The BTs were fine. I used stealth and some grenades to kill them. The first boss I was annoyed at because basically the game tells you, hey, you can now have a weapon that can shoot BTs. It's a gun, and you still have your grenades. Great. Oh, by the way, here's a boss fight, and then they just throw you right into it. Wait, what? But you told me I have all these items, but you're not going to give me opportunity to, like, craft them, use them. No. Literally, it says just go outside. You go outside, you have to fight the boss right away. You have no opportunity to prepare for the boss fight. It threw you right into the fray. So the problem with that is that the boss is actually quite easy to beat, but it's trial and error. The controls are sluggish.
We need Seru and Shroom here to explain what the fuck any of this
means. They threw you
means.
out there with a whole bunch of gear on because you weren't ready for the boss fight. So you're heavy and shit. You're trying to run around and do this boss fight. Every time the boss hits you, you drop all of your gear. Yeah, it's really annoying.
Isn't that the point?
It was
you
a
got
trial
hit
and
in real
error
life,
fight.
you would drop
I
everything
did
you're
figure it
carrying.
out, but by the end, I criticized it a little bit. I was like, listen, I don't hate the boss, but they should have given you opportunity to be ready for it, to have the weapons you want for it and stuff. Basically, here's the thing. Kojima knew this boss was like that. That's why there's these other versions of you. It's supposed to be like other people who've played the game who are in the boss arena, and they throw you weapons and grenades to use against the boss. But the thing is, you don't know that at first. You think, oh, I have limited weapons. What do I do? How do I fight?
Well, it's like the whole community aspect of the game, right? Isn't these other characters can also help you build bridges and whatnot? It's how you get around the world more quickly. From what I've done, at least that's how the first game worked. So it's just like an extension of that aspect of the game that was already in there from the first game.
This thing. The dodge also leaves a lot to be desired. The dodge is not great. It does dodge somewhat, but it's not amazing. Like, it can get hit out of, and then you still lose all your items. You gotta, pick them up. Watch the fight if you don't understand what I mean.
It's all
You'll see what I mean. It's the second.
That's why the
video
game is
that I put out
called
today,
Death Stranding.
I think moving forward it'll be better because now I kind of understand how the boss fights will work. But the first time you're like, what the hell? So it was a little frustrating, but we got through it, and we ended up wrapping up the whole segment of basically connecting Mexico to the chiral network. And that was where
finally
we
tear down that wall,
and started riding
Mr.
on it a little bit,
President.
but then I ran out of time. So, FYI, it was a great stream. By the way, we hit the goal. So we hit 36 goals of support hit, and everyone seemed to have a great time. All right. By the way, once again, both parts used licensed music. Both parts have been claimed on YouTube. If you are enjoying Death Stranding 2, I would really appreciate it if you could either tip me, because that would be outside of the realm of doing something through YouTube.
Tip me. It's just straight up, just give me money. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money.
In some way. Okay.
Let's get some subs. He's begging.
Tonight was Friday Night Fights, Capcom versus SNK2. I didn't know how it was going to go.
Poorly.
Because it's so hot in here. In
poorly
addition,
made.
My joystick, this Victrix joystick, had been acting up recently. And when I say the joystick, I mean the actual stick. It wasn't crouching properly and was giving me issues. Come to find out via people in the chat, they're like, yeah, this Victrix stick has a custom Sanwa joystick that no one likes. That after a few months, it wears out and everyone hates it. And people have
literally
actually,
everyone hates
really
it.
don't like this joystick.
Like one
well,
person in the chat told
it.
them
I love
that.
the feel. I love that it's made of metal. The only thing I don't like is the stick. So tonight I replaced it. I actually had a stick that I had bought previously for my Kanba joystick a year ago. I just installed it in that stick, but then we swapped to this one, so I never used it. So the joystick in here now is brand new, and I played tonight. Flawless. Amazing. I could do things on the stick I could not do previous. So actually my controls are now improved because I did that. So I did that tonight. And tonight, in Capcom versus SNK2 for Friday Night Fights, I did something special. I had a challenge against my former teammates, who I've played previously in both. Well, you guys remember VDO? I played him in Marvel versus Capcom 2. And he mostly whooped my butt. There was one set where I did hold my own, but another set where he whooped my butt. And then against Tony B, who I had played Capcom versus SNK2 against.
Tony B from Slide 3.
I never really played it in practice. It was one of the first
I want
sets
to be buried in mama's sauce.
So now, after playing this for like a month and a half, how would I fare? Guys, if you want to see mid to high level, actual great gameplay.
It's always mid gameplay over at your house, Phil.
The scrubs are putting out right now because these people online suck, all right? Tony was literally just defending like crazy. I did the Sonic Hurricane Super with Guile. He said,
he's shilling his friend.
Defend. Perfectly.
He's a shill.
He just defended every hit. He got like half his health bar back. Holy shit. And then VDO. He uses P-Groove exclusively.
NDO?
He uses like 5 characters, and he actually random selects them, meaning he doesn't care who the R2 is. He doesn't care about the order.
Yeah, why can't you be like that? I thought you were a master at these games. They're from your era. How come you can't be like that?
And both the sets were insanely close. It went down to the wire. It was not a routing or anything. That is the best gameplay of old school Street Fighter that I've put out. I'm serious. You want to watch these matches. If you haven't seen them, this is good stuff.
Holy shit, what an advertisement.
I actually did really good with Chun-Li. I've learned Chun-Li pretty decently now, and I'm doing really good with her. My Guile has improved, and my Blanca was always good, so now he's getting better. So actually, really great stuff.
Look, I'm not Mr. Street Fighter. Maybe that's true.
Great back and forth, great close down to the wire matches, insane stuff. Okay? So, check it out. And guess what? People
I would be too young at AB.
Engaged, loved the gameplay, and supported the stream. And
sorry, you guys.
So we are now at 37 out of 40. Only 3 goals to go to do DSP Tries It, the Grillos Pickles collaboration with Sonic, which actually releases on Monday, June 30th.
These collaborations need to fucking
hit the goals
stop.
on Sunday and the first one Monday, we're doing it on release day. Wow, that's awesome. I hope that we can do that, okay? Now, I gotta get out of here. Originally, I was gonna do a video explaining my initial thoughts, like a first impressions of Death Stranding 2. I can't, it's too hot. I gotta get out as soon as
we don't want to do that
possible.
shit. Work?
I'm not here tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be doing 2 things. Getting rid of that
We don't
broken
wanna
air
work.
conditioner and installing a new one when it arrives.
Oh,
And
now he has to work
tomorrow,
even
I will be
more.
setting up my backdrop
He gets nothing
for the
out of
month
it.
July. So when you come back on Sunday, it'll look different. It'll be upgraded. There'll be no ghost. There'll be no microphone. I don't know
Not
if I'm
July
going to
on
keep the
Sunday.
YouTube play button. I'll think about it. All right, but there'll be new stuff. It's actually
New
stuff I
old
bought.
stuff.
New stuff for the backdrop you've never seen
No,
before. It
what?
should be pretty darn neat. I hope that you'll join me on Sunday morning.
New,
It will
not
be a
old
level
stuff.
1 podcast followed by more Death Stranding 2, and then on the late stream on Sunday, American Truck Simulator, where I now have 7 new states that we bought during the Steam Summer Sale last night, and we'll be driving around doing jobs in the new ones. So new locations, new fun, chill vibes. Good stuff coming. Great week ahead, guys. Next week, not only will we have the continuation of Death Stranding 2, hopefully the conclusion of Blueprints, GTA 4 with mods, chill streams every night, but Friday is Indivestance Day, my Independence Day marathon, where we'll be chilling, drinking, eating, cleaning out this closet, and I'll be putting on the vests and the hats for the very last time.
Man, there ain't
as
no
we
chilling when this
chill.
guy's the
It's gonna
master
be
of
great.
ceremonies.
Thank you all. Have a good Saturday. Please stay cool. I will see you all on Sunday. Have a good night. Peace out.
That was Phil to tell you more. At least he hasn't dropped Death Stranding 2 yet. But he might actually get to the ending yet. Everyone's waiting for him to get to the VTuber though. No, the DSP is not broke. He's not. He hasn't been broke for a long time. It's very easily, you know, apropos of only his AC breaking. Like his AC had like a little hiccup. Immediately buys a new AC. Something goes wrong with his controller, immediately buys a new $150 Blue Elite controller. He's crazy. He's not broke. You're falling for the grift as he wants you to think he's broke, idiot. Respectfully. Hey, I got Nabbit. I already got the sticker for hitting him, though. I ran Nabbit over. Alright. Let's figure out what he was going on about earlier today. I haven't watched his Death Stranding 2 gameplay yet. DSP air conditioner breaks live on stream. Buys Chinese replacement? Gets pummeled in Death Stranding 2. Oh, the replacement's from China? Was not aware of this. Things might be funny when he returns and it turns out it's broken or something. Let's take a look-see. Look, listen.
I have to go take a shower.
Satisfied by naked men.
Okay, great. A gigantic BT just showed up outside. We're prepping weapons for you now. Access the terminal up top and take whatever you need. We're counting on you.
It's up to you to take out the giant PT. All right.
You're the main character.
We really should dilly-dally here. We really don't have anything else to do right now anyway. Okay,
I mean,
go to the
just
surface.
do it, Phil. It's great commentary. He's like Shakespeare, really. I couldn't have done it any better.
I just made a crazy loud noise in my room and I have no idea what it was.
Uh-oh. This is the moment. DAC. Ah!
I don't know if that was my air conditioner breaking. I have no idea.
He thought this was like something flying through his window. Must be blind. How he, you know, he only has one window in the office. Would he not see the glass? Surely there would be more visual indicators that it would have been something crashing through his window. Let me see if I can hear it. Oh yeah, I can hear it right here. Dude, he fucking bugs out. He's like, oh, the tractor broke in? Ah! Wait, we gotta do it this way. We gotta ghetto zoom in. No, stop with that. Stop giving me recommendations. It's Judy! Judy is here! Look, Cat! Cat, are you okay? Huh? Where's the hatchet?
I just made a crazy loud noise in my room and I have no idea what it was.
Of course, he has to narrate it for us. Like, bro, we got ears. He's so scared. He thinks someone broke in.
I don't know if that was my air conditioner breaking. I have no idea. Did you guys?
Do you think if Phil wasn't streaming, would he still narrate like out loud like this? Or would he just think it like everybody else would? Imagine he's not live, but because he's been streaming for so long, his legacy and whatnot, he just behaves as though he would on stream. So this happens while he's offline, but he still verbally narrates it to nobody because Cat would still be at work. He would still T-pose and give nobody the stroke mouth.
You guys hear it? You probably
I had no idea what that was.
I think my air conditioner might have just broken because it's making crazy noises right now. Holy shit, hold on.
Yeah, we can't hear it because of your filters.
That's not good. Guys, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. It's already hot as shit in my office. Where did I put the controller now? I have no idea what's going on. Here it is. Yeah, so if you're wondering what's happened, my air conditioner just broke live on stream. I've been using this thing for 11 years. I bought it in 2014, so it's no shocker that it broke at this rate, but I didn't think it was going to break like that. I thought maybe I'd get some indication, like it would start to not work as well.
What do you mean?
And it's actually worked perfectly fine forever. So
I thought it was going to go beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. I will be breaking soon. I will be breaking soon. I will be breaking in the immediate and far-flung future.
I thought, oh, you know, but no, it's done. So I go to full mode.
I never cleaned out the
Wait,
filter, so like it's no shocker.
But it made an awful noise.
Don't keep it on, Phil. It's gonna blow up. Let's just buy the Temu air conditioner.
At any rate, it's making such awful noise. I don't want to keep it on. I'm afraid the thing might explode.
Big ups Paranoia coming in to save the day.
Yeah.
Paranoia won the day over his
sure
dunce leveled thinking.
Hold on.
If dunce leveled thinking won out, he would have just kept it on. It seems to be working. I'll just keep it on. Then it blows up. Jasper Kitty.
It does turn on and work, but it's loud as hell and it's vibrating. It's crazy, man. So the fan works perfectly fine. The fan
keep it off.
Broke.
What are you doing?
It's the motor of the air conditioner that's now messed up.
The motor?
And making crazy loud noises. So I ordered another one off Amazon. It's supposed to be coming tomorrow on my day off.
Wow.
Sadly, it's a rush job, meaning since I need it tomorrow, it had to be like some, you know, no-name brand that you never heard of. Wait, but that's all that was available for.
What do you mean? Okay, he claims that was all that was available. You couldn't. I thought he meant like, oh, I had to do it like immediately, so I couldn't research, you know, what brands and models to look for my humble abode. But no, it's just that, that's just all that they had.
For tomorrow, you know, there are name brands available, but they take like days and you know, not till middle of next week. But I need it right away. It's going to be very hot here, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. We're going to get like a heat wave. So.
Maybe that's why they're out of ACs.
It is what it is.
Why not go to Walmart? That would require going to Walmart, even though it's going to be his day off. I know this shit doesn't make sense to me either, huh?
Tonight's late stream. I guess we're just going to have to do that. It sucks. Like fighting games, I'm going to be sweating tonight trying to play fighting games in here.
Ugh, I'm sweating so much. I'm sweating like a pig.
I don't have to stream tomorrow, and as long as the replacement actually comes, I think that'll be good.
66 degrees heat wave?
I just hope that the replacement is good. Because I have no idea.
It has to be just like his office is definitely exacerbating it.
But I had to buy some Chinese brand because that's all it's available.
Stop a bish. Those Central AC for you.
Stinks. I guess hold on. What I'll do, since now I have no air conditioning, I'm gonna have to maximize all the fans in the room.
Yeah, the detractors are in league with Walmart. That's why he can't get it from Walmart.
Here we go. So this has to go to max now. Maximum ceiling fan.
Maximilian?
And a maximum tower fan. The tower fan was only on like 2 because it was just pushing the air conditioning. But now I need to like pump it all the way up.
It's so hot, guys. I'm suffering. Ooh, you know what this is going to be come fucking whatever day he's back. Come Sunday. You know what it is. Oh, I'm so hot. Oh, I'm so sweaty. I had to, even though you just heard him, I didn't make anything up. I'm not lying or spinning my tails here. You heard him say, oh, I just immediately just bought one. I had, it's no skin off my back. Clearly implying that he's able to buy one without your financial investment. But come Sunday, you're going to hear the pity party, the begging. Oh, it's so hot here, guys. Oh, I'm suffering. I had to spend, I just put down $500 on a El Cheapo Chinese Timo air conditioner. It might not even work long term, guys. I need your support, guys. I'm sweating like a hog over here.
You probably still won't hear anything in the microphone. Even with all the fans maxed, you probably still won't hear a darn thing. But I'm going to be in a whole wind tunnel here. There's going to be tons of wind blowing on me to try to cool me down. Hopefully the air circulation
do you want
will be
air or
fine
not?
for
Damn.
the rest of this stream and tonight. And then this new one will come tomorrow. I don't want to turn that on. It turned on and started cooling, but it was so loud and it was going boom, 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 boom. I was like, oh, shit. That thing is ready to die. I'm not ready to die.
Hey, that's
so,
the same
11
thing.
years in use. I guess that's a good.
That's the same explosion I use for troll status beloved. No, troll status hunted.
Good long time, right? Holy crap. Yeah, I turned all the fans on. You don't hear them? That's good. I have good filters then. If you can't hear any fans blowing right now, that's good because I'm hearing a ton. But it is what it is, I guess. Time to sweat. Dan Zach,
no, it's time to sway, brother.
When the air stops conditioning itself, is it the machine that's broken or is the room finally learned to breathe on its own? Very philosophical there. Thank you, Dan Zach. So, guys, let's continue. Sorry for the interruption. That scared the shit out of me. You heard how loud it was, right? I wonder how it sounded on the video. Hello, everyone. So, if you heard that,
we can only really venture to guess what his immediate thoughts were when he heard that noise, because he was fucking pogging out. He really was. Like, it must have been like a million thoughts a second going through his head in that very moment. And you know how he is. You know what his immediate fucking thought was. Oh, man. To be a fly on that wall.
Ridiculously loud noise, or if you didn't, my air conditioner, indoor air conditioner. Okay, it's not a window air conditioner. It's one that's freestanding and you put it into the window with a tube. It just broke. It's been 11 years I've used this thing. And it finally busted. It still turns on, but when it does, it starts shaking.
Now we get the on-air explanation.
It started making a grinding sound. I was like, I think I'll turn off the air conditioner now. So I just have everything on fan backs, but I'm going to basically be still playing.
Last panel for this course.
Sweating it out for today, but I got a replacement coming tomorrow. Hopefully the replacement is good. I guess we're going to find out. But, all right. So sorry for the interruption. That wasn't intentional, obviously. It was very weird that happened out of nowhere. I thought if that were to break, which I figured would break eventually, that it would actually break and like I'd know that it was going to break because it would start to not work. This thing just straight up busted entirely.
It's the manufacturer's fault that the air conditioner didn't give him a warning sign of some sort and just immediately broke.
It was very weird the way that it all went down, but it is what it is. Okay.
Well, I'm about to bust.
That is a $9.92 super chat. Thank you very much for that. And then someone else did a $2 super chat. Let's just add those to the total, and then I'm going to split the part here, and we'll make a new fresh video. Air conditioner in here. I've had this one for 11 years. It's not that good anyway, so it'll be nice. But what can you do, right?
I mean, fuck, man. It lasted 11 years. Shit.
That was seriously crazy.
Could have broke right away, knowing your luck.
I know this thing. I should not turn it on.
Why is he so
much crazy
ungrateful?
noise. Let's try one more time, just for fun. I will not be doing that. That was awful. I will not be turning that on again. Let's make sure it's off. Did you hear that?
Whoa. It's Ann1337 here with the raid after the Arlo segment. Yes. No Arlo tonight for the rest of the stream. Big ups Ann, Leet, Ann1337. Gracing us with his presence. Hallowed be thy name. Hello, Anne. Phil, here's Phil to tell you more. His AC broke and I had no idea, you guys. I'm getting the latest information now from the troll upload. I like when the noise, he hears the noise for the first time and his eyes just bug out wide as soup bowls. I can only think, Maybe it's finally over. Tevin finally reached the perimeter, guys. All hands on deck. Was Inta able to raid properly with the net dying? Okay, worked my net died. Heavy storms on the phone. Oh, okay. I thought you were just done for the evening. Yeah, I'll keep going. I'm doing free roam in Mario Kart. I will take care of your ding-dongs with my dingus. But yeah, I'm doing Phil catch-up. Because I haven't seen any of his Death Stranding 2 gameplay. Really? Not really. Maybe like as background noise. But I gotta see what he truly thinks about the game, because he didn't want to give us an impressions video today like he promised yesterday. Phil lied to his audience. And I am not the least bit shocked. I wish he did do it though, because his impression videos are always worthless. But not so worthless that I would not watch them. But yeah, stay safe, Anne. Let's get some prayer hands for Ian. He gives you so much content for free, you guys, and he doesn't even beg. I was done for the night. Just heavy storms. Heard about the AC going out. Yeah, the AC thing that's like the current thing, to put it in Arlo terms. Is gonna keep this entertaining without Anne to carry him. I know it's quite the endeavor, but I'm up to the task. See how I do. Yeah, thank you for the raid.
Yo, it was so loud. That was ridiculously loud. All right, hold on. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Death Stranding 2. I apologize for the abrupt, weird ending and interruption previous video had. That was wild. That my indoor...
Hey, that probably made it into the recording, right? Yeah, the whole noise and all that. He bugs out, and then the video just immediately ends. That could... In theory, Phil could have got, like, breached by Tevin, or a detractor, any kind of detractor. Could have came in, breached the perimeter with a hatchet. That could have been the end of Phil. It just would have ended with Death Stranding part 5 or part 6, and he just would never appear ever again. It's kind of morbid, right? But what if it just ends like that? Like he's just doing a stream, and then he just collapses. He has like a heart attack or something, and that's just the last video ever uploaded. It just auto uploads because the live stream eventually gets taken down from being live, and then it just remains on his channel. He doesn't even have the proper titling on it. And we just never see him again.
Air conditioner of 11 years broke live on stream and made some of the most scary noises I've ever heard.
Thank you,
I
Astro.
think there may be demons inside of it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're in the corners of the AC though.
It's way too dangerous. I feel like my house might blow up if I turn that on again. So, it is what it is. Now we have to do a boss fight. You ready for this? All right, here we go. Sam takes on the first giant BT boss of the game. Let's check it out. That's ugly. Do I shoot it now or do I have to wait for the mouth to open?
Yeah, he's got the heat rage excuse. Oh, I'm so hot and sweaty, guys. My AC doesn't work. Oh, it's so hot. I'm so exhausted. Oh.
I have like no ammo left. Can I throw grenades? I have no ammo left. Maybe I can hit it with the grenade. I don't know.
No. What do I do? Huh? What? Burnell? The game's too new. Nobody can help him in chat. Ah!
Do anything. I have no ammo. I only have 20 bullets. How am I supposed to kill this thing?
What?
extra ammo because they didn't give me an opportunity to do so.
Oh, it's the game's fault. Where's my opportunity to fucking replenish ammo? Wouldn't that imply, like, that would give it away that a boss was on the way?
By the way, my assault rifle's over there, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty boned. This person tossed me stuff, look.
Oh, this is what he was talking about on the rap. They're literally helping him out, he's still having trouble.
He gave me a thumbs up. He gave me an assault rifle with full ammo.
It's more than you deserve.
And I dropped everything. Oh, come on! This is an interesting fight. Wait, I said equip? I did, and it still says I have 0. What is going on?
He looks like the penguin from Batman. Batman. Womp womp. You tell me what I was supposed to do. Come on, just one death. Get over it.
It's a boss arena. You can't leave it. I'm trying to learn the rules of the fight, basically.
Hey, Juzzy. What's latest drama? You already know what it is. His AC broke.
I'm trying to dodge. I don't know.
He's hot!
You hit anyway.
He's burning up!
I guess I was supposed to tell he was grabbing me. I couldn't.
React to the Capcom stuff terrible? I didn't see it, to be honest. I don't know what he had to say. Talked a little bit about it on the daily rap, I just tuned it out.
The dodge is awful. It's slow and funky and doesn't work. I couldn't even move. It wouldn't let me.
It was a bit nicer about the dodge mechanics in the daily rap. Hey, look, it's Momology's favorite playthrough. And mine. I need banana.
What? I couldn't do anything!
What?
I was stuck in place! I tried to jump and butt splash, nothing happened at all. This is stupid.
Actually,
Wow,
a
this is
baby
fucking
game.
Dumb. Oh my god. It's so dumb.
Game for children and dinguses.
It's incredibly cumbersome. That's the best way to describe this right now. Incredibly cumbersome. You're gonna do this little damage. You should have like thousands of bullets, not 100. With no ammo, I can't shoot him. He keeps running away. Now I lose all my items.
Wow, so much for all my items, right? It's fucking horseshit, man.
But I lost it immediately because he hit me and I lost it. Look. What do you want me to do? I can't grab all the items if you keep washing them away.
The only thing washed here is you, bud. It's like a fucking orca.
Every time you get hit, you lose all your items. I couldn't move. He swung instead of dodging. This is stupid. Wow. First boss, huh? This is stupid. Incredibly dumb, boring boss fight. First boss. The problem is you shouldn't drop all your items when you get hit. That is so stupid. Alright, I'm already out of
Yeah,
ammo.
over now. Or every directive to prep before running out to the boss. He claims the game gave him no opportunity to prep. At least for ammo. He actually said that earlier. Proceeds to waste all ammo and camp underneath the boss. The game didn't warn him that a boss was coming. Maybe Kojima didn't want to spoil you that a boss was on the way.
Most guys to give you items so you can actually do the fight, because there was no way you went into the fight with enough stuff to beat him. You didn't know a boss was coming and you weren't going out for a fight, so I don't have enough ammo. So it's insanely poorly designed first boss. No opportunity
Massively poorly designed.
At all.
There's literally no opportunity to learn.
Just incredible frustration. Why did they make it like that? I don't know. Ask Kojima.
Oh, I don't know why they do this.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Classic playthrough right here.
What the?
What's that game you guys like?
Hey there. How you doing?
Oh,
hey,
well, take your top off, buddy.
It'll be an Easter egg. What is that? What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh! Come on, Kojima. What the hell, dude?
Kojima, you horny fucking cocksucker.
Oh my god. That's fucked up, dude. Dude, that is totally fucked up.
It's not. Is it really that fuck up though? Like, I don't think it is.
That's it. I only have one blood grenade left, so if I don't find ammo, I can't fight it. There we go. This guy just threw it out, see? Oh, he ran, so I just wasted a blood grenade. There's 5 more. So I do have 5 more blood grenades, or I could go back to the assault rifle. Because now I have a new one he threw me.
Maybe you should go back to another game.
And you drop every fucking item when you fall. This is the dumbest mechanic ever. Why am I losing all of my items?
Game journalists when they are forced to play Death Stranding 2 without preparing for a boss battle.
Look how boring this is. You grab everything back.
Ugh, I'm so bored. We got the boring cope already. I'm so bored, guys. I'm getting sleepy over here.
Dropped everything even though I didn't get hit. What are you talking? How did I just drop everything?
Hey, Cardinals.
I didn't even get touched.
Phil is mad. Here's Phil to tell you more.
I lost them. Like, I understand what he wants you to do.
Yeah, I've been enjoying watching Sarah and Shroom play this.
He wants you to shoot and stun.
Sarah's day 1 stream on for almost the whole day that he was playing it. But this, mamma mia.
The dodge is terrible.
What are you doing, Dave?
Every time you dodge, and then you lose all your items.
Does he enjoy hating games? Yes. Yes, yes, so much yes, B-Rap. you don't even know. You don't even know. He's such a hateful, bitter person. It's okay though, karma always comes back for him in the end. He insults developers of the game, he's ungrateful, he bullies his audience, he demands to give him money.
And move on with the story.
Oh, dude, no. No, he really got to this part so soon? Whoa, what up, bud? You can take a look at it, Cardinals.
Pretend you won.
Pretend you won. Pretend you won triangle. Hit triangle to pretend that you have won. Darkside Phil.
Imagine the battle has been fought and move on with the story.
Imagine that you won. Okay. Kojima, you're a fucking cocksucker. First of all right? Anyways.
Tumblr. Cool. Note that where this takes you, the battle may not be completely over. You'll not receive a normal evaluation. So wait, you can artificially skip parts of the game?
Well, it's game. I guess this is game jealous
You
mode.
won and the game will cheat, and it will pass the fight.
The game
you're
will
in.
cheat. No, it's called baby mode. Baby mode. He's gonna call it cheating to excuse why he won't do it. I'm assuming he doesn't do it because it makes fun of him. So he doesn't want his detractors to make fun of him and then feel justified in making fun of him because even the game is making fun of him. So he won't do it. He won't do it because he's going to construe it as the game mocking him. Because it is. And what do you think of this? Kojima, cocksucker, is saying Phil can pretend that he won this difficult boss fight. Let me rewind for Anne. We need Anne's take.
Poorly executed. I want you to shoot.
Was it in the last game? I only saw people talking about it with this one.
Run around to get more
Hey, Joe Blau. Hey, Goki.
And he wants you to dodge, but the dodge is terrible. And he hits you every time you dodge.
Thank you for the
and he
incheck.
takes all your items.
Yeah, some heavy storms or something tonight. I rebound too far back, but it'll get to that part. Right here.
Pretend you won. Imagine the battle has been fought and move on with the story.
Tumbler. Cool.
Note that where this takes you, the battle may not be completely over. You'll not receive a normal evaluation. Say, wait, you can artificially skip parts of the game? Yeah.
But notice how he words
You
this.
can pretend you won and the game will cheat.
The game will
and
cheat.
It will pass the fight you're in.
No, it's just
that's
a
an
helper
interesting
feature.
Mechanic. Yeah, but now I have no grenades, and I only have 30 bullets. Yeah, this is awful. It's a really poorly designed
Hey,
fight.
Tevin.
You have to learn everything on the fly. There was no way to come in prepared.
I wish
You
I
didn't
had
know what the fight
leftover
was gonna
taco
be.
meat.
You didn't know the mechanics. You didn't know what you needed. And there was no opportunity to actually...
Let's get some F's in the chat for Goki's dumbass PC. Ah, it's a lemon. Ah. Suffer.
craft what you needed beforehand, because you didn't know what the fight was. It's not even hard, it's just tedious because you need to know what you're doing in order to beat the boss. It's not like the boss is tough. It's just stupid.
Yeah,
It's
Scary
very
June's been working out for you,
tedious
hasn't
to
it?
know all your items.
Scary June.
I can take a single hit. Do I have a blood grenade? I do finally.
I wish I had a grenade of my own blood.
That's exactly what you're supposed to do. You down him, then when he's down, you hit him with the grenade. That's the fight.
Anne's car is broken. Anne is carless. He's got a carpool. He put a trash bag on his car. He's ghetto.
Do I have another one with ammo? Yes, I did.
How many subs to get Anne's car fixed? 10 subs. To me.
To make the fight better, all they should have done is stocked you with the items you needed first, rather than forcing you to grab items during the fight. Right? Because you know he screwed up. That's why he added those guys throwing you the items during
What?
the fight. 'Cause without-
I was joking. No, Mr. Pun. No, goddamn. Now we have to fix Anne's car, guys, ladies and gentlemen. No. Thank you. The 10 tier 1 gifted. Anne's car. We gotta fix Anne's car. We gotta get a hot car for Anne, like the one Garfield's driving here. And we gotta start the Give, Send, Go because you're too toxic for GoFundMe. Give, Send, Go. We need to fix Anne's car now, not tomorrow, not the day after, not next week. We gotta do it now. Now, right now. Like when I used to have that as my catchphrase. Now, right now. We got 10 tier 1 gifted to Gara319. Billy, they're here right now, I think. Exodus. Gene, Nebulous PT, World Conqueror. No, wait, what are we doing? Ah, wait. Gifted to Conky, Van Sora. I Adidon. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Arcadius. Run by Coffee. And thank you to Devoured Eagle. With the hype train, 1 month tier 1 sub to Goki. Goki is here right now. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. This is gonna go in the long term to $80 Nintendo games and Ant's car once he starts the Give Send Go. Thank you, everybody. Let's get let's up the hype train. Let's get some hype emotes. I don't know how many I'm missing. It sure would be great if I had them all. What's the highest tier those silly emotes can go in? Well, that sure would be great if we could find out. No, for real. Appreciate it, guys. And the 100 bits. No, this is supposed to be going to your convertible. The 100 bits contribution towards the high emote style nonsense. Thank you. If you have a resub thing, you can use it now, and it will count. Re-ups do count. Wah! I think Pirate Software has the highest level. That skinny arm slur? Now wait a minute. How can he be so hated but has the highest level? Big ups to Call Me Astro, the gifted tier 1 to Ushanios. Thank you, man. Big ups for joining the hype train chill. We're gonna get the best fucking hype emotes yet. I promise you, buddy. Yeah, even the Argentinian subs count. Guys, we gotta get on our VPNs. We gotta get on our VPNs now, right now. I thought our female streamer had the highest level. No, see, someone looked at Pirate Software from a distance and just mistook him for a lady. Because he's got all that long hair. Or you could just look at his behavior and call him a woman. Thank you, level 4 hype train. Appreciate it. Nothing matters now, guys. Just fun and games and chilling and grilling and all that. Look, I'm the cow. Yeah, I didn't really notice, and I probably should. I just wasn't, like, paying attention. But I didn't really notice the presence of the filter until it was brought up. But yeah, now I can't unhear the filter. He is so obviously using one. Move through the herd of cows. Oh, this is gonna be easy. I'm learning cheese? I'm a cow like Becky Boop. Oh, is this the Mario 64 level select remix? No, file select. Da-da-ba-dum-ba-dum. I need to use a filter like that so my voice just sounds like a demon. Didn't you have that? Remember when you were doing the voice changer thing? What happened to that? I remember bookmarking it, but I didn't think I would personally get much use out of it, so I got rid of the bookmark. And I don't think the MSI can handle it, you guys. Yeah, he had like the Garfield filter. I got a build that can kind of change it, but I don't use it. Oh. How many do I have now? I only got 2? Yeah, I'm in the AI voice changer. Where you just sound like another character. Another funny, silly character. Trust that there's a blue coin reason for the pipe. Well, you guys, you know what they say. Trust. The missions are so easy here. It's almost like it's an easy track or something. Oh yeah, you did have Hank Hill, right? You get it? Okay, there's one on this barn. And there's another one on that barn over there. I gotta figure out how to get on top of there. Trust the pipe. Thank you, everybody. The big ol' hype train. What's the emote? Let's see. Let's see here. I got red card. Oh, it's a little bear. Oh, it's a little panda bear. That one's funny. Whenever I watch someone and they do something that I think is a technical foul, I can post that emote now. Yes. You got nothing. Do you have all the emotes in the level 4 tier? You got scammed. And you contributed the most. You gotta complain to Twitch. Beg Bezos. Make a new level 4 emote and you'll be the first one to receive it. That sucks. Is there a way to tell like which ones you're missing? Maybe they have like a little fucking blog post you can consult. But yeah, 12 gift subs, honey bits. Thank you guys. Yeah, you should have red card Twitch for that. What the? See, Astro got it too. Oh, look, it's Cow on the motorcycle. The motorcycle. Oh, I got that one just barely. Yeah, I love this remix too, Goki. Mario Land is Kino. Alright, let's finish up the Fell clip. I guess I didn't want to have that going while the hype train positivity was going. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate ya. I hope you're enjoying the chill. I hope you know that I appreciate you as much as you appreciate wasting time with me. You could be anywhere else on a Friday night, but you're here with me. And that's kind of cool, alright?
Yeah, you literally couldn't win the fight.
You get it?
So it's very... Let me put it this way, the boss isn't bad.
We're gonna save Anne's car yet.
Better.
We're not just saving Anne. Save Anne, save Anne. We're saving Anne's car.
You just stocked up before the fight. Imagine if you had 2 or 3 assault rifles, 15...
Oh, I don't have the mood one.
You go into the fight, okay, what do I do? Even if you die once or twice, okay, I get it now. You shoot him, he gets stunned, you throw the grenades in his mouth, and then you dodge. That's the fight. Instead, you have no clue what you're doing going into the fight. You've never even done anything like this before. They don't give you the items you need to win the fight.
Eating too much noodles in the car.
How to maneuver, how to do everything all at once. You have to get items that are tossed to you from Phantom.
Too much
you can't win the
spaghetti slop.
And the dodging does suck and is cumbersome. And the fact that you're dropping all the items sucks too. So it's actually really annoying. That could have been much better if done differently and executed differently. It's not a bad fight, it's just not fun to play through. Now the thing is, now that you've done it, right? Now you kind of understand how the future fights will go. And you'll probably be stocked up. That fight they threw you into with having nothing.
It's Nintendo's fault, I guess. This is how I play the game. Thank you, Phil, for the update. Twitch notification. Oh, this is for the emote I just got. Alright, a few more videos. So, speaking of pirate software, nice segue. Harmful has already uploaded a 3rd video. This one's less about pirate software and more on the movement itself. I think Anne put it nicely when he said he described it as a bait video to see if people pay attention past the first 15 seconds. Because it kind of tricks you into believing that he's going to go after the movement as well. But no, he's not.
My last couple of videos have been against a person who is against Stop Killing Games, which may have led some of you to believe that I am on Stop Killing Games' side. And I am. Gotcha! I had you going there for a second, didn't I? At its most basic level, I am highly sympathetic to the cause of preserving cultural artifacts. Additionally, I am on board with their current petitioning of governments. And actually, I would be a supporter even if it were as messed up as Mr. Figtree wants you to believe it is. It actually does not matter to me one lick if he's correct about the potential outcomes, and they even come to pass. Is it because I want live service games to go away? It's fun to say yes, this, GigaChat. But my personal reason is even simpler than that, and more general. It's more radical, and I don't expect most people to be on board, but it goes like this. Not my problem. Developers, publishers,
Solve
the
the
industry.
indies?
Balls in your court. Whatever happens this time, you've been warned. If this doesn't succeed, as it's not likely to, it would be very easy to sit back, get complacent, thinking, well, that's it. Gamers blew their load. It's over. But as Pirate Software loves to say, that would be short-sighted and dangerous. Because there's another perspective that should be considered. I like to look at it like this. This is what happens when the crew shuts down. Remember? That was the casus belli. That was the inciting incident of all of this. A nerd with a YouTube channel was bothered by that. And we ended up here.
Today, it was the crew. And I did not weep, for I did not play the crew. Tomorrow, it was Mario Kart. And there was no one left to weep for me.
This conflagration came out of a few pencil shavings. Now water was poured on it, and the inferno may never have risen much higher than it is now. But if I were a representative of the industry, I would be shitting myself, especially since we're aware of corporate aspirations. You're already getting screwed, and they want to screw you as consumers as hard as they can.
As per usual, there was no fucking kick support for Ant's card. I don't know why. You guys love Ant. You love the Ant collabs.
Really want you to not have any sense of ownership of your games. Not so the state of things can be maintained. Not so that the little guy will be able to keep making live service games, but so that they can further their ambitions. So that the shift to subscription-based models can continue. Stop Killing Games isn't disrupting a happy, settled state of affairs. It is a war against something that is getting worse. And if the industry keeps pushing, next time the flames of dissent rise, they won't be ignited out of a tinderbox. It will be a detonating powder keg. So, people working in, people concerned about the industry, what are you going to do about it? If the answer is nothing, gamers just need to shut up, then I have no sympathy, and I am certain that you will receive no mercy. One day, the wrong game is going to go missing, Netflix lost media style, and this initiative is going to look like a practical joke. The industry will get stepped on for real, and it will be your fault. There's only so much you can expect gamers to take. Game devs, tiny game devs, you've been pointed at the wrong enemy.
Yeah, Two Town's got a private server.
These consumer rights
so
advocates, they're trying to fight
clear.
the big guys really, but it's gonna hurt you too. They need to be stopped. But stop and ask yourself, why are they fighting in the first place? And are they wrong? If your position is, don't defend yourself against blood-sucking vampires because the only methods that'll work will hurt me too, you can get f***ed. Sorry, buddy. I don't know you. Why should I care? I'm gonna stake the damn vampire if I possibly can. And if the solution causes a lot of pain, if it goes too far and takes a long time to fix, maybe they'll remember that next time. There are already more worthwhile games to play in existence than I have time in my life to get through. I will not shed many tears for the hypothetical pixel shit MMO by Joe Blow developer that wouldn't get made because of overbroad regulations. And besides, silver lining to Pirate Software's apocalypse scenario, one, a different game being made doesn't mean a worse game being made, and two, you ever heard the saying, necessity is the mother of invention?
Like, it's, Pirate Software's fear-mongering is that if this goes through, and what he's misinterpreting, perhaps deliberately, what the movement is about. I went ahead and did more research on behalf of the people correcting me last night on what the movement is supposed to be about. And they already... So Pirate Software's issue is that, oh, they're not specified what they're actually doing. And having only seen it from his perspective, I thought that was the case. So I went to the initiative site, and no, they actually laid out specifically what they plan to do and what they're specifically asking for. Pirate Software was debunked, and he's wrong. But yeah, he's framing it as one way, but it's just not the case. Fuck, I lost my point.
Doesn't mean a worse game being made, and two.
Oh yeah, okay, he's framing it the wrong way, and he wants you to think about this extremist scenario where, oh my god, indies are forced into slavery to have their MMOs run forever and ever, even though the initiative has a contingency plan. It's actually also not what they're asking for in the first place. And he's appealing to indies as an emotional appeal to get you to think about the little guy when it's more so about the big guys. And there are ways to make it so little guys wouldn't be affected by this. He could have it so only corporations are affected and whatnot. But he wants you to think about, oh, my indies, my poor indies. But Harmful makes a great point right here, where just because, even if this does go through, and even if it does, cause a few indies to not make their shitty little pixel MMO that nobody ends up playing, this doesn't mean that the game that they would make alternatively as a result of them not being able to make an MMO, it doesn't mean that alternative game would be a worse game. It might even be a better game because it's not forced into being an MMO.
You ever heard the saying, necessity is the mother of invention? When something has to be done, you'll often find it becomes a lot more possible suddenly. The industry is no stranger to this concept and they take advantage of it regularly. You say you can't afford 60, 70, 80, $100? Well, you're gonna have to. Oh wait, sorry, what's that? What? You can't afford an end-of-life plan for your game? Are you sure? Let's test it. If I can't afford to buy a game that is priced in a way it needs to be to do right by you, boo-hoo, I don't get to play it. Likewise, if you can't afford to produce and sell a product that respects consumers and their rights, maybe you shouldn't be making it. Gamers have sacrificed enough for the good of gaming and the good of the industry.
Yeah, there are alternative solutions, even for these worst-case scenarios that Pirate Software keeps bringing up in the clips that I have seen of him discussing the situation. But it's almost like he doesn't want you to go out and do your own research and just take his word for it. He's over here trying to make you think that this is some nutmeg operation where they don't know what the fuck is going on, but that's not the case. Seems like they got everything laid out to me pretty succinctly. It's just, it's concern trolling. LARPing as a concerned citizen.
Up and up, what we're actually buying with our money goes down and down. Not just in terms of quantity, but the very nature of the deal gets worse and worse. You should start playing fairly now.
Yeah, he knows most people are going to research.
To Dad, and he's going to get his belt out. Oh no, don't do that. Dad's a drunk. He's crazy. He's dangerous. He's going to go too far. He might strangle us to death. Yup. I am somewhat sympathetic to general distrust of legislators. However, you can paint Stop Killing Games as governmental tattletales all you want, but it's your ass on the line, so you should probably come up with a better strategy. Clapping like seals for the most hateable man to ever deep-throat a condenser mic isn't always gonna cut it. I've been feeling a bit preachy this week. Maybe I should have worn a suit, but I only have one more thing to address the gamers with, so my t-shirt and shorts will do. We're gonna talk about Pirate Software one more time, and we're gonna imagine that it approached this with candor and good faith, which would have resulted in my previous 2 videos never being made, but I still would have had something to say. Were you guys ever into Warhammer 40k? Maybe you are now. I only collected Chaos Orcs and Necrons in my teens, but I still remember a little bit about it now. There's this army and species called the Tyranids. There's this hive mind that spits out specialized life forms, one of which is the Gene Stealer. It infiltrates planets inhabited by sentient life, infects them, turning them into hybrids, and forms cults, so that when the big bads come, the populace can't defend themselves as well. I'm not suggesting conspiracy.
Yeah, we call those industry plants.
I think he just fits this role naturally, but the part Pirate Software plays in this clash is that of the Gene Stealer, infecting consumers
He's a Gene Stealer
that are not their own, convincing them they have to be fighters for both sides before shots have even been fired, preparing you to accept less, preparing you never to go tooth and nail, persuading you even that you need to protect little devs. That's a responsibility consumers have, isn't it? Meanwhile, when the big
It's like, wait a minute, I hate most indie devs.
Come down when blows are actually traded, you're going to be in a circle singing Kumbaya, while publishers, without hesitation or any consideration for you, try to mercilessly kick the shit out of anything you ever propose. The real monsters that would be coming out of the shadows will be unburdened by any such infiltration. Oh, but they don't care about the little guy either, and they'll try to use anything you do to screw them as well. Brother, they're always going to do that anyway, just in ways that don't benefit you at all. They even take a big old chunk of the blame for this kind of thing happening. They know player sentiment. They know they're screwing you. They know what can happen. They don't care. After decades of these dickheads piling the camel's back high with shit, you're being lectured on the dangers of just adding a little piece of straw up there. It is okay, it is good even, to fight for yourself and what you think is right. The problems doing that might cause are a result of the situation others have created. You're allowed to break the bear trap you've been snared by, even if it is a very valuable bear trap. Even if you could have avoided it, and even if it's been totally normal up until this point for people to leave bear traps lying around. Maybe, just maybe, it shouldn't be normal. But, as usual, that's just another one of my harmful
opinions, you guys. Pretty good video. We'll see if he does another follow-up. I suppose if Pirate Software keeps running his mouth, we just might get another video on that. Pirate Software is the type of dude that blames you for tripping over something he left lying on the floor, and then Ann says, no, he would actually bust out paint to draw a cord coming from a toaster and a big X in the cord, and explain why wireless toasters are great by saying that they prevent consumers from tripping on cords. No, it's great. They solved this phantom issue that nobody ever had. I don't watch a lot of Pirate Software. In fact, it might be more accurate to say I don't watch any. But I presume the takeaway from that is that he does a lot of segments in which he busts out MS Paint to illustrate his non-points, his many non-points that he possesses. Before I knew who he was, I would see his shorts in my feed. I didn't see anything about him until he started flaking on people in World of Warcraft. Well, that's a lie. I would see him on Twitter, and as I said earlier, last stream, I would always mistake him for the Pirate Nation guy, before I found out that those were two different people. But I would never see his actual face. I would just see his Twitter avatar, the little skull guy. Reminds me of Ralph's old avatar. After like 10, I got so fed up by them, then realized that was all his shorts. So you just had the same 10 shorts flooding your algorithm. The YouTube was just begging.
How you doing, dude?
Whoa, fucking! I was on Chrome, so it went high pitched. Hello, Goki. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Yeah, they were begging you and begging you to check your check these fucking shorts out, brother. Oh, the same structure of shorts? So he has like 10 formats for shorts and just like repeats them? With like a different topic? Just be a fan, since I'm a software dude myself. His credentials were really impressive. But I saw how much of an asshole he was, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. Then I realized he got his position at Blizzard because his dad works at Blizzard. Ah! The short concept busts out Payne, writes like 2 or 3 words and just pretends he knows he's explaining something deep and complex. Well, you never tried explaining deep and complex subjects out on fucking YouTube shorts? I've never stumbled across his shorts myself. Speaking of people's content that I actually do like to consume. Think it's just what? No, I'm not getting fucking 10 Pirate Software fucking shorts in my algorithm just because I watch one of them. Absolutely not. I refuse.
Alright, so the big surprise is out. Odd Rock is Smalline and Smalline is Pauline, but what does that mean for Donkey Dean?
This is called About the Donkey Kong Timeline. Whoa!
Timeline is in shambles. Maybe. Let's talk about it. So Pauline appears to be a 13-year-old version of the character we've come to know. Does this mean that this is a prequel to every Donkey Kong game? Probably not. While that would make sense at first glance, there's a bunch of problems with this
AJC.
First off, Cranky is
yeah,
in the
I'm a different kind of
DK fans, Cranky is the original captor of Pauline in the Donkey Kong arcade game. The whole shtick is that Cranky is a geezer hanging out on those old girders while cool 90s Donkey Kong comes crashing down with a boombox. It's a cheeky joke in a game that doesn't take itself too seriously, but it also kind of became the working lore of the series. Cranky references it in the GBA remaster.
Really? That's based off Pirate Software's dad? I kind of see some resemblance, to be honest. Like, unironic, like, I'm not even trying to crack a joke. Like, I'm thinking back to that episode, and, like, thinking to how because you're saying it's based off the dad. I gotta see some pirate software in there to think about. Like, think back to that episode. Remember the hacker dude? It kind of looked a bit like him, just like fatter.
Of Donkey Kong Country 2, saying he used to whisk maidens and throw barrels 7 days a week. There was a licensed British comic where Cranky recounts capturing Pauline, and in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, there's a co-op event match with an interesting description. It reads, DK and Diddy have gone back in time. Now Mario's angry at them for kidnapping Pauline, but he's got the wrong guys. And of course we know Pauline alludes to this event in Mario Odyssey. In
Dude, yeah, this guy's a gorilla himself.
Rival, calling back to the original event. If he's in Bonanza talking about 25M, how could Pauline be a child in this game? Some folks are suggesting that Cranky...
That's true. How is it a prequel? Cranky Kong is here. He's the OG Donkey Kong. But Pauline is a babby? Huh?
Talking about 25M, how could Pauline be a child in this game? Some folks are suggesting that Cranky's speech is just an Easter egg and not meant to be taken in the context of the game, but I don't think that's the case. Check out the first area of Ingot Isle. We see that this is likely New Donk City in the distance, and we have boxes labeled NDC in the mine.
If this is a prequel,
that stands for Nintendo Donkey Kong Cube.
New Daryl City? I will say Nintendo selectively cares about lore. There are plenty of instances where they throw everything out in order to tell a story or make gameplay work. I don't think that's the case here, though. I don't know if you've noticed, but Donkey Kong Arcade is a sacred event for Nintendo. This isn't some kind of lore like where Goombas come from or the recipe to Bowser's Big Bean Burrito. This was the genesis of Nintendo's empire. Franchise timelines generally aren't something that the developers are thinking about while they're making a game, but this just isn't something I could see them retconning. They love referencing and calling back to this game. They just did it in Mario Kart World, Mario Odyssey, and oh yeah, the game we're talking about. I believe changing this event is just out of the question. It's such an important moment in Mario and Donkey Kong's history.
We can't fuck with the arcade lore.
Who holds the Triforce in Zelda. It's not so much a concern of timeline, it's a concern of how the event played out. Look at the scene she transforms in. That's literally a girder, which might also be a reference to K. Rool's cape, but I think we've...
That's Kino right there. Who would have ever noticed that? Girder right there.
Which might also be a reference to...
But Girder on K. Rool's cape? Whoa. Was that pattern always there?
K. Rool's cape, but I think we've explored Crocs thoroughly enough for now. But also look at the scoop from the Nintendude. The jingle
that is so fucking cool right there.
The jingle that plays when you rescue Odd Rock is from the arcade game. The melody from the second song they debuted in the Direct is from the NES port of Donkey Kong.
Look at us, CK Small.
Well, you're just a fake fan if you didn't hear that one.
Donkey Kong Country in the aforementioned intro. I think a major goal of this game is to bring the two major branches of Donkey Kong back together, and retconning the whole story of the franchise would be a weird way to go about it. When Odd Rock transforms into Pauline, notice the fit. Like at first I figured she had some kind of youthful fight the power sort of thing going on with the cut clothes and baggy pants, but she also doesn't have any shoes? What happened to the Air Force Ones? Did they jump Pauline at home? Or could it be signaling some...
They just say the monkeys jumped Pauline?
Else. There are other outfits in the game, and you may notice that Pauline's style changes pretty drastically. You notice how everything fits well all of a sudden? She also has shoes in the other outfits that don't have to do with swimming. You finding that a little suspicious? It could be some sort of stylistic choice, as they're called the rock-out rags, but every other outfit we see suggests that this is the exception and not the rule. So if this isn't a total reboot of DK lore, and it's not a prequel, what's happening here? The way I see it, we're at a crossroads. I think either Pauline got turned into a kid, or there's some sort of time travel shenanigans. Let's talk about the kid. If she got turned into a rock, it's understandable to believe that there could be some other effects of the curse that Voidco put on her. I don't think it's too much of a stretch.
I think it would be weird to like, okay, so if it's magic, she got turned into a child by the evil monkeys, but then she got turned into a rock. So like she had two things happen to her, and when we first meet her, we only break half of the spell.
Dragon Ball, a Journey to the West inspired property with a lot of influence in its own right, does this a lot. It's usually some goofy reason that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but at least you can see Child Vegeta turn Super Saiyan 3, huh? Was that fun, guys? Going back to the angle that Nintendo will bend lore and story to fit the gameplay, as I mentioned in the Pauline video, adult Pauline wouldn't really work on DK's back. She's too tall, too fancy.
Right, I've seen many people explain this. Like, this is functionally in gameplay the reason why Pauline is a child for the game. Because if we use regular Pauline, she would simply just be too big. Like, it would be a neat reference. But like in actuality, you can't have DK be too big, but Pauline can't be too big either. So the compromise is to make Pauline smaller.
You would have to alter a bunch of fundamental things about her character to get her on DK's back. Her being a child is necessary for gameplay reasons, and knowing how Nintendo usually operates, the gameplay is likely informing the story decisions. Maybe she was cursed in some way to be turned back into a kid, then hit with the void tape when she didn't cooperate. People out here acting.
Yeah, so the gameplay informs the story decisions, as he says. So because they need Pauline to be smaller, then we have a story reason for why she is smaller, and Diddy Kong gets cucked in the process.
Like, stuff like this would be crazy, along with the possibility that Void Kong is in disguise, but would it really be that weird? In the game where Pauline is a rock and Donkey Kong is a flying ostrich? The only issue I have with this theory is that there would probably have to be some sort of memory loss, as it would be strange that Pauline would forget about singing. Maybe in that case it happens somewhere in that Odyssey arc.
That is the one thing that's having people argue about, like, whether is it really just her being turned into a child and then turned into a rock? Because wouldn't she retain her memories of being an adult? Like, where did her memories go? So then you have to say, okay, they put another spell on her that gave her amnesia. So she has 3 spells on her. She got turned into a kid, then turned into a rock, and then they gave her amnesia. 3 things had to have happened to her for this to not be a prequel story of some sort.
They're establishing some sort of timeline with the story. I made a pair of videos a while back on Pauline.
To be able to learn to sing and it will undo the curse there. It's probably something like that.
In New Donk City, noting all the different street names and such that reference Donkey Kong characters. Let's say this game is sandwiched somewhere in between Cranky capturing Pauline and her becoming a renowned singer and mayor of New Donk. This whole journey would happen. Pauline would be returned
but just
home
to
New
Odyssey?
Donk, which would have the Donk name due to the canon event, but not have the street names that we see in Odyssey. Perhaps the animal buddies and characters mentioned are such a help along the adventure that they get streets named after them. Who knows, maybe Void Kong is the true main antagonist and K. Rool acts as a reluctant ally in the final act to earn his avenue. To be honest, whatever direction we go in here has some issues to overcome, even if Nintendo just hits the button to retcon everything. So what other option do we have? I will contend that time travel isn't my favorite theory for what could be happening, but let's explore that anyway. Given we have a child Pauline, but we also have a city called New Donk, perhaps the way they square that circle is to bring Pauline into this present moment from the past. This would fix a lot of things, like how retconning 25M and having a city named New Donk are kind of incompatible. Speaking of tomfoolery this game is already engaging in, have you noticed all the references to time passing in this game? Fossils are a regular collectible, and fair enough, you'd find them digging anyway.
Yeah, the fossils are all based off old Donkey Kong characters. Like the Weaver.
Been seeing
the Kremling skeletons.
Gold plating, but also sort of
those are literally Kremlings. Okay, this is the dingus theory. K. Rool is in the game, and it's going to actually reference the fact that Kremlings haven't been in a game, any game, in years. And it's going to be like, the Kremlings have literally gone extinct since they got felted in the last game that they were in, and now K. Rool's like the last one left. He's going to use his wish to bring all the Kremlings back, and that's why they're all fossils underground. It totally makes sense. And in the big finale of the game is Donkey Kong in his big King Kong ultimate bonanza form, and he is literally King Kong. And then K. Rool, because every Nintendo final boss is like, they use the gimmick of the game against you. K. Rool also has a bonanza, and it turns him into Godzilla, and then it's Godzilla versus King Kong, and this would fit right in the development cycle, because like Godzilla versus King Kong came out a few years ago, so they must have seen that movie while they were making the game. They're like, oh my god, what if we had DK versus K. Rool do that? And there you go, that's the final boss.
In the skeletons that we've been seeing aren't just resurrected with gold plating, but also sort of buried in the rock as well. Depending on how you want to look at the retro challenge stages, that could be an instance of moving into the past. Now you might be screaming at your screen right now about that if Pauline goes on this great adventure with DK, then how is she then captured by Cranky in the future? The thing my more country-focused consensus might not understand is that the original Donkey Kong wasn't some sort of act of evil. I will eventually campaign to get him off the villain wiki, but the story according to
DK's a nice guy.
is a lot lot more of a pet going AWOL than someone outright attacking Pauline. There is a
DK
reality
wasn't
where
a
this
villain.
Pauline can go back to her timeline and still get captured by Cranky. This sort of thing happens in a bunch of Mario vs. Donkey Kong games too. Donkey Kong isn't as much of a villain to Mario as he is a rival, and a goofy one at that. Great, so what are the problems with this theory? Well, apart from it being sort of complicated, it doesn't fit with the way Pauline is presented to us. She's in these tattered clothes, and while there's a possibility that she's just hitting thrift shops for a rocker adjacent outfit, it just doesn't seem like her personality. She's timid and unsure of herself, and probably wouldn't dress in such an irreverent style. We also have to come back to the lack of shoes. All these things seem to point to Pauline regressing in age. That being said, I found this neat video talking about the possibility of a time-displaced Pauline. I've explored the edges of it here, but if you want to deep dive it, check out this video by Top Banana Frosty. I'll throw a link in the
This guy
sublayer
looks
of
like
this
I would not
video.
want to hang out
You
with
see
him.
what I did there? Donkey Kong Bonanza. So what is actually happening here?
Can we just accept that it's a pun on rock out because she busted out of a rock? Yeah, and the game has a music theme. No, there's gotta be something. There's gotta be something behind it, you guys.
Honestly, I can't pin it down. I gotta say, even in the midst of all this speculation, even after possibly cracking the code of K. Rool's inclusion or the Journey to the West inspiration,
You ever thought we would be talking
I'm
about the
still
story of a
not
Donkey
quite
Kong
sure
game
what
like
they're
this?
cooking here. Like, who could have thought in the year 2025 a Donkey Kong game would have so much to uncover about the plot? There's plenty of talk about the lore and world of DK being totally rebooted. While that's possible, I wouldn't take it to the bank. Nintendo in general isn't huge on this sort of thing historically, but you have to look at the last generation to understand where they're headed.
I think he's being pretty level-headed. Like right here, he admits like they're not really known for going all in with their stories, but he feels like there might be a little bit more here than they're letting on, which I get that impression too. I just don't know to what extent that is going to be.
A lot of new blood in the Nintendo barracks have a knack for world building and lore. Splatoon is a great example of this. They have thought out so many different details of the world and characters that are fun to reflect on. While Zelda is as belligerent as ever with sticking to the plot details, they're slowly exploring different storytelling options to get you invested in the plot. And the team making Bonanza, they're partially made up of the same veterans that fought for storytelling in Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2.
That's a classic Mario Galaxy story about how Miyamoto didn't want for there to be much story in Galaxy 1. But a few of the devs, namely Koizumi, I believe, Koizumi-san, actually fought and snuck in Rosalina's storybook behind Miyamoto's back.
While Mario Odyssey had a simple plot, it was also rich with symbolism and character expression. Whatever happens next, I'm excited to experience it for myself.
This guy just really loves Donkey Kong, you guys. Good video. And I did it! Okay, I still got more. Really wish that guy would make videos more often. Let's see, what's this one? Oh yeah, the Office Space video. There will never, ever be another movie like Office Space, is the title. Donkey Kong guy can't figure it out means the story is cooked. He has theories! I hope it's not time travel, though. I'm really not into time travel.
One day when I was very young, I was playing in the living room as my dad came home from work. I'd watch him come through the front door pretty much every day, but for whatever reason, this was the first time I really saw him. Despite witnessing this same routine hundreds of times at this point, I never noticed before just how somber and exhausted he looked after a day at the office. And so, wanting to make things better, I told him something that most adults would say to me whenever I was feeling down. I asked him,
Like the
"Did you
King of the
have
Hill art
fun?"
style here.
He stopped for a moment, and what he said next I'll never forget. He looked me in the eyes and told me, "No, son, jobs aren't made for us to have fun." And that was the day I figured out that people don't
Phil
like
has
going
fun
to
all the
work.
time at work. Okay, Anne has his prediction. Watch, it's gonna be a simple story. She was cursed and turned to a child and trapped within a rock. Like everything in the underground, they were but mere fossils. Through the power of music, she breaks free and becomes Pauline in rock out style. She learns to rock, or whatever. We go from world to world, learning a new style of singing. She gains part of her power, whatever, back, and we finally reclaim our status and break the curse after mastering all of the music ability, with the monkey man helping, and this, like, brings her back to her regular age, I guess, and then it gives her the power to be a pop star and a diva, and that's how she becomes like a songstress and the mayor of New Donk City, because the city already exists, but I presume she's not in control of it yet. Nobody ever said she was like the first mayor of New Donk or anything. Like that's not ever stated in Odyssey. Probably something like that. And if that's all it is, there's nothing wrong with that being a plot point. I still think K. Rool is going to be in the game though.
No, 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 no. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's come to my attention that you're not measuring up. You'll need to stay late.
DM talking to me.
Again. With no overtime. Your project has to be completely redone. You can't seem to do anything right. Oh, I'm gonna have to write you up again, too. You're just not measuring up. That's 3 more demerits this week. Did you get the memo about the pay cut?
Get that thing I sent you?
10% across the board. We've got to cut back. It's the bottom line, you see.
Years later.
GPM says, rate the asses in the racing suits with the girls. I think Rosalina is peak. Let's take a look. We gotta be fair. Oh shit, I don't know. Daisy. Oh shit, yeah, Daisy's got more junk in the trunk. What the? Can't really tell with Rosalina. I gotta say, I'm coming on the Daisy a bit more as I grow older. We're gonna use Daisy in Peach Stadium.
My dad showed me a movie.
There you
one
go,
that
GPM.
he related to very much. And although I really didn't understand what was going on most of the time, I remember being somewhat entertained. I didn't think much of it besides that, but as the years went by, this movie just kept sticking in my memory. Every now and then I would watch it again, and the more I watched it, the more its meaning started to change. As I got older, I started to realize that I was no longer watching a film. I was watching a prophecy. The year 1999 shows up in my work over and over again. This wasn't by design, but by now it has to feel like an oddly personal obsession. What is it about this specific year that I found to be so compelling?
It's when Crash Team Racing came out.
It's difficult to put into words. If I had to boil it down to one thing, I'd compare it to the sensation of standing over a precipice. It's an ominous feeling to consider what exactly awaits us on the other side. It turns out that plenty of ominous events can be found in 1999, both in reality and fiction. According to IMDb, the 2 most critically acclaimed films...
Zookie Wookie! Big ups, Zookie Wookie! For the raid with the party of 9. Or no, 6. Why did I say 9? That's how you know how late it is. I can't even read numbers anymore. Hello, Zookie Wookie, he's a cookie. I'm told he's a delicious, tasty cookie. Don't eat him, though. Does it appear Y2K, the momentous occasion of jumping into a new millennium? Yeah, that's why he felt like he was standing on a precipices. He'll say it in a moment. Give him time.
You get like a 30 average.
Deadly Premonition? I think that's Deadly Premonition. I don't know. I look at it and I think Deadly Premonition.
That face, Zack. She looks so calm and collected.
I'm calm and collected right now. Thank you for the raid. You eat me, you get cookie crumbs, which attract mice, which means they ask for glasses of milk, and then they got for gotcha pulls. I like that story. You give a mouse a cookie, he begs for gotcha rolls. Gotcha. Then before you know it, you got a gotcha addict living in your walls.
Of 1999 are Fight Club and The Matrix,
hey, I was
both
right.
of which happen to feature characters who grapple with an artificial reality. But when it comes to instilling existential dread, 1999 produced another movie which I personally found to be more frightening. This is a video about the most influential film of my life. On the surface, it's a straightforward comedy about the white-collar workplace. While many know the film for its memorable dialogue and eccentric characters, its true importance extends far,
this movie was by the guy who did King of the Hill.
This is the story of Peter Gibbons, a
I'm sure he'll get into that, given the art style of that story he told.
He's responsible, stays out of trouble, and more or less does what he's told. He tries his best to lead a sensible life. He has a decent car, decent apartment, and decent relationships with his friends. This is all to suggest that nothing about Peter is especially strange or abnormal. By all accounts, he's a model citizen of 20th century America.
Everybody else
Except
is
for
in the
one
wrong.
problem. He is absolutely miserable.
So I was sitting in my cubicle today and I realized ever since I started working, every single day of my life has been worse than the day before it.
He's sad.
We're told that this shouldn't be possible. How the privileges afforded to white-collar Americans are supposed to indicate the end state of history.
But
Peter's
imagine
lot
if
in
Monday
life is
was
not
your
just
everyday.
fortunate, it's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Modern office workers are given luxuries that would have been unimaginable to most people who ever lived. The ability to operate
why is
in
the
a
modern American still
climate-controlled
sad?
space with practically zero risk of danger or
Think about
bodily
it.
injury, where the only effort you have to physically exert is tapping away at a magic machine with access to limitless possibilities. You'd think that someone blessed with these modern marvels would be thrilled, or at the very least ambivalent. But on the contrary, Peter Gibbons actively dreads going to work each day. How can this be the case? A job like Peter's is the crowning achievement of society. Think about all the suffering and ideological warfare it took for such a thing to be possible. Forget the Cold War. This job is the direct product of 10,000 years of civilization. This is everything, and you're telling me that you don't like it? How dare you? Well, let's ask Mike Judge how.
He's fucking pissed. That guy.
In 1987, a young engineer in Silicon Valley is having second thoughts about his career path. Just 3 months into the job, he quits to go pursue something a little more enticing. After touring
You
with
can't on whatever the video is. It's just a retrospective of Office Space. You gotta let him set the foundation. Hey, Granatus. Granatus? Zuki Wookie is my babe, I guess. I'm not taking ownership of him. I don't want rats in my fucking walls. Hello.
banned for a couple years, he eventually settles on the emerging field of animation. His early cartoons are quite rudimentary, but through the crude lines and voices, a clear vision begins to emerge. It's not hard to tell that Mike Judge has a somewhat cynical view of society. His works paint a dysfunctional picture of the modern
Thank you for the
world,
follow.
one that is defined primarily
Thank you,
by
sir.
the incongruence
Our
of
man.
modern people. This theme is
Follow.
evident in Judge's first major breakthrough, Beavis and Butthead, a comedy
Whoa,
that
remember
perfectly
that
captured
show?
the growing angst of unruly teenagers.
You're working.
The dynamic of the show can best be described as two irrational people antagonizing a rational world. Judge's next series, King of the Hill, flips this dynamic on its head, where the main character Hank resembles a rational man dealing with an irrational world. Both of these cartoons would go on to see extraordinary success, as Judge ascended to a hot commodity in the entertainment
Anchek was already
industry.
redeemed.
After the success of the Beavis and Butthead feature film, he was given the opportunity to direct another movie, one that features a rational man trapped in an irrational world. The project sought to further develop a prior animated short about an oddball office worker named Milton. It would be Judge's first foray into live-action directing, and soon enough, the once silly premise transformed into something
King of the
far
Hill
more
is
bold.
Kino.
Eventually, the
Especially
decision
if you
was
can
made
relate to,
have
the
the main
setting.
conflict of the film center around a protagonist who hates his job. It's difficult to understate how risky this idea was in the late 90s. America has always had a strong work culture, and for
Anna's
generations
alive,
it was
he was here
considered
earlier.
taboo to complain about your lot in life, especially if you were fortunate enough to work in an office. People have to be able to relate to a film's main character, and a premise like this could have easily come off as whiny and entitled. At first, Judge's ambition appeared to have backfired, as the film's theatrical release was a financial disappointment. However,
Oh,
over
that's-
the next
I didn't
few
know that.
years, something about
It
it
flopped.
started to catch on. After a few airings on television, Office Space saw a remarkable rise in popularity, most notably among the very workers it satirized. It turned out that Judge had succeeded in making a relatable product.
There's your free hand check. I got done with Spoopy Game with the classrooms and beat it even though it's still in beta. Lost internet, barely able to raid, and just got done with the late night nachos, getting ready for bed before I have to wake up to take my car to the shop for a broken window motor, and he didn't recharge the AC. And so he's going to bed. Thank you. Thank you for the raid again. Thank you for going to bed. Have a good night. This might be the last video. And then I'll probably continue doing free roam tomorrow before anime night. Anime night! Anne's here. I forgot to say anime night. Anime night. Conclusions among conclusions. If you look at the shit for the next season coming up, I wasn't there for it, so I don't know what all we're gonna watch next week. Yeah, Zuki Wookie gets an essay for free. We're doing that on Sunday? Okay. I will mark that in my little black book. No, Ends of Win was over here asking about anime night. I don't know if he's still interested in joining Baby Park. But I think he's trustworthy enough. Trustworthy? No. He's a verified individual.
It was so relatable, in fact, that it seemed to produce a hypnotic effect in certain people. Depending on your place in the world, the appeal of the film went far beyond a simple cult following. For white-collar workers, Office Space represented a spiritual awakening. It communicated something that was previously unspoken. The film presents the audience with a seemingly straightforward question. If an average, well-adjusted man decides that he never wants to work again, what exactly is wrong with him?
Yeah, next week. Next week it starts.
Answering this is no
We got
easy
one more week
task.
of the season,
It
which is
forces
tomorrow.
us to examine who we really are as human beings. This type of truth-seeking can prove quite dangerous,
I don't
as
know when
many of
the
us
first
won't
shows
like what
start.
there is
At
to
some
be
point next
found.
week.
The most depressed I've ever been was during my first semester of college, when I realized that my life was turning into Peter's. I felt like I was stuck on a conveyor belt that was carrying me towards an office. That had always been my destination, but at some point, my focus shifted to everything else that was passing me by. I was suddenly overcome with this inescapable sense of disillusionment, as if everything I had known was just one big lie. I never made it to that office, and ever since then, I've been trying to figure out what about it filled me with so much dread.
He became
Whenever
a
you
YouTuber
question the modern
instead.
labor system, you're usually met with one of two responses. The first is that conditions are significantly better today than they were in the past, and the second is that if you don't like your job, you're free to seek employment somewhere else. These are some pretty cheerful things to tell ourselves, but something about it doesn't add up. So many people in modern society are profoundly miserable, and as the rates of depression and anxiety continue to soar higher and higher, you have to wonder if there's something seriously wrong with how most of us spend our waking hours. If you think about it long enough, you start to toy around with the possibility that many of us might be better off if we stopped going to work altogether.
God, I've had to work hard every day of my life. And
My
what do I
judge
have to
didn't
show
make The
for it?
Simpsons.
As soon as you bring up this idea, others are quick to dismiss it as either selfish entitlement or communist propaganda. But the true gravity of the question goes far beyond a matter of political disagreement. It starts to venture into the realm of sociology, confronting the
He's
very
a commie.
foundations of
He doesn't
human
wanna work.
behavior. For most of industrial society, we have lacked the knowledge to even adequately address what's being asked here. This was largely a consequence of us understanding economics before understanding ourselves. If you ever feel like you're living a lie, it's worth revisiting the inventor of the biggest lie, Thomas Hobbes, a philosopher who lived about 400 years ago. While attempting to argue for the necessity of authoritarianism, he sought to define
Hey,
the natural state of
again.
ungoverned men. It was here, under no scientific basis,
I'm
that
learning about
Hobbes
why we shouldn't
proclaimed
work.
the lives of archaic humans to be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. This quotation would go on to be one of the most reproduced lines in the English language, and its influence on society can still be felt today. Hobbes' theory stood unchallenged for centuries as a grand, all-encompassing thesis for the purpose of civilization. When millions of people today wake up at the crack of dawn and sit in bumper-to-bumper traffic to get to a job they hate, They tell themselves, this may be bad, but think about how much worse it would be if none of this stuff existed. It was only through recent strides in anthropology that we realized the foundation of modern politics and economics was dead wrong.
I believe that as a species, human beings define their reality through misery and suffering, which is why the Matrix was redesigned to this, the peak of your civilization.
In The Matrix,
Ever wonder what
Agent
Goon
Smith
looks like? I
describes
do.
the year
Not really.
1999 as the peak of civilization.
He's Mexican,
but
right?
is civilization
Or,
necessarily the
Hispanic?
peak of humanity?
I think he confirmed that to me once.
The entirety of written history constitutes roughly 2% of mankind's total existence. While nearly all political discussion is confined to this narrow slice, not many of us bother to venture into the other 98%, which is otherwise known as prehistory. This time span represents about 10,000 generations of human beings who spent their lives as hunter-gatherers. They lived in tribes of up to 150 people and subsisted off the plants and animals that nature provided them. Contrary to what much of the modern world believes, they weren't constantly starving and trying to murder each other. In fact, there's ample evidence to suggest that their lives were relatively peaceful and comfortable. We know this because, for as much as modern society has tried to erase them, there are still a few of these tribes left. They can be found all around the world, from jungles to deserts to frozen tundra. Despite having no means of communicating with each other, they share some remarkably similar behavior. Present-day hunter-gatherers tend to have three universal characteristics. The first is a harmonious relationship with nature and other people. They possess a deep reverence and gratitude for the world around them, which is often expressed through a powerful sense of spirituality. The second characteristic—
Well, yeah, because they're not toxified by the social constructs that have ruined our own society.
—is mobility. Tribal group—
Did you hear about the surgery not going through? I was wondering, because you had said a few weeks ago that you had it scheduled for Wednesday, and then that Wednesday came and went without you telling me how it went. I just figured it either got canceled or it went well and you didn't want your personal, like, you just didn't want to tell us about it. I'm not begging for the details of GPM surgery over here. It's your own personal life, you guys.
Move along with the flow of resources.
GPM didn't beat the
meaning that they're
surgery.
never confined to a fixed location. This nomadic lifestyle offers little use for private property or any sort of excess in material goods. In addition to the tribe itself, individual members also have freedom of movement and can easily join neighboring clans whenever they wish. The third character—
No, I got a wound in my shoulder that's infected, so they canceled it last minute. Like, I was in my gown and everything. They just sent your ass home. Yeah, like, we can't do this. Sorry. Bye-bye. Okay, but do I get my clothes back? You took my clothes from me. I am just in my gown.
Characteristic is a strict respect for personal autonomy. Hunter-gatherers live in egalitarian societies which lack any sort of formal hierarchy. Individuals are free to operate as they please, as long as they're not actively jeopardizing the overall community. Anything requested out of people is done so under their own volition. This is a lot to swallow if you're hearing it for the first time, but this knowledge is important because it offers us insight into the blueprints of humanity. It's easy to be skeptical about the merit of our distant ancestors. Many today like to facetiously refer to them as noble savages. And while I'm not trying to argue that their lives were necessarily better than ours, there's a conversation to be had about how modern civilization is more of a trade-off than we'd often like to admit. In other words, there's a price to progress. Every day, the modern world drags us further from the baseline conditions we're adapted for, and the more we stray off the reservation,
no drowning.
the more problems we're likely to encounter.
You know, I'm thinking about getting out, Marlon.
Yeah.
Alright, so Discord Merchant says, major issue he's not bringing up is conflict. Conflict is a catalyst that promotes division, a clear sense of culture, ownership, etc. Unless you're wanting to call the majority of humanity, these little groups of subhuman pets aren't really worth speaking of outside of being a novelty, because they're not like the rest of us. Wouldn't it be nice to just sit around, do whatever all day, and I could just grab food off a bush or something? That'd be alive. And then it's like, oh wait, people like that still exist out there. They live the life too. Yeah, except they don't enjoy any of the luxuries that we enjoy. We can't really determine whether or not they're truly happier than we are. Can't really get into their head. They don't speak our language. And they're savage! Guy could have summed it up as man desires to return to monkey. And we don't even know if we actually really desire to do that or if we just need like a week away from being man. Maybe not like a full return to monkey, but like a partial return to monkey, like a field trip. Yeah, I need like a field trip return to monkey just to, you know, just to get away from work for like a week. I just want to go back to how it was for like a week. Yeah, I just need to ook about for a bit.
Yeah? Out of what?
Yeah,
Out of my job. What the hell's wrong with your job? You have a great job, Truman. You have a desk job.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. You see a friend going through a rough time and they say something along the lines of, I wish I could just leave everything behind and go live in a small house in the woods. There is an increasing desire among modern people to return to some older, simpler way of life. In Office
tradition.
Space, Peter states that if he had $1 million, he would choose to do nothing.
I would relax. I would sit on my ass all day. I would do nothing.
It's a funny line the first time you hear it, but deep down there's an oddly zen quality to such an idea. Out of all the methods to appraise the prosperity of a society, we often fixate on measures of material wealth.
It reminds me of that, okay, like, the boomers won't know, but like the SpongeBob episode where Squidward moves to the town of Squidwards, and he has like the perfect life, but then soon gets bored. That's that. Okay, I get why he's making that argument, but in reality, in practice, okay, I do nothing. I just have $1 gazillion, but I do nothing with it. Okay, but a week and a half in, you're just fucking bored. You would probably at that point just pick up a part-time job just to give yourself something to do. Man, as a result of society and cultural osmosis, cannot be bored for too long. We must have something to do to preoccupy our days.
Education and technology. But if you really think about it, the most fortunate people are defined by their ability to sit around all day doing nothing. By this metric, most of us are far less prosperous than...
Yeah, like I think the reason why I say that is that's Papa Dingus. Papa Dingus has been retired for a couple years now, and he hates being at the house. He picked up a part-time job. He drives around delivering car parts and shit. Mama Dingus hates him for it. Like, why you're never at the house? You're always doing something. It's like I do what I want. He doesn't say that.
Our prehistoric ancestors. Out of all the hunter-gatherer tribes ever studied, it's rare to see anyone work more than 3 to 4 hours per day. Some tribes don't even have a word for work, at least not in the way we define it. The day-to-day responsibilities of foraging cultures are not treated as grueling toil. Rather, they are voluntary social activities that more closely resemble what we know as games. This carefree approach to life certainly opens up a lot more time to do nothing. Of course, when people say they want to do nothing, they're not talking about staring at a wall like a statue. They're describing the concept of leisure, something that only seems to be getting more scarce.
They say nothing, but what they want to do, what they actually mean is they just want to lounge around. But that's what I mean. Like, that goes back to what I said. Like, that you get bored of that. You want to get out. You want to socialize. We were made to ook, not in front of our own mirror to ourselves, but we were made as monkeys to ook in front of others.
In modern times.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow.
In Office Space, Peter is overworked.
I used to be this guy.
His job is constantly encroaching on what little free time he has left. This is the essential struggle that plagues all modern workers. When you go...
Look, Target Minion, we got a big release coming up. I know you're not on the schedule, but we were given a bunch of bonus hours. I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday, 10 in the morning shop. I need you here till like 7. Don't worry, I give you a 10-minute break.
To work and collect a paycheck, the process can more accurately be described as selling your time. If you're a productive worker, it's in the corporation's interest to extract as much time out of you as possible. That's good for the economy, but not so good for the people who serve it. We have now entered uncharted waters in terms of how much time people spend wishing they were doing something else. In 1987, sociologist Juliet Shore compared the annual labor output of American workers and medieval peasants, and found that we are working about 300 hours longer. This estimate is non-scientific and doesn't take into account the sheer difficulty of effort, but still, when it comes to the historic class known for being the poster child of backbreaking labor, it's disturbing how we're even in the same conversation. The average American can now expect to spend 90,000 hours at work during their lifetimes, or about 1/3 of your waking hours as an adult.
What else would you be doing,
for some
idiot?
folks to spend more time with their
Playing Mario
coworkers
Kart?
than the people they actually care about. We accept this as normality because we've never known any other way.
I saw
but
it,
our
Goki. I
intuition
completely
tells
forgot
us
about it.
that
I'll put it
something
on.
about the whole thing is deeply wrong. It wasn't supposed to turn out this way, according to the most influential economist of the past century. In 1930, John Maynard Keynes predicted that in a few generations...
Yeah, we're selling our time because it's the only resource that's impossible to get back. Trade it up to a point, depending on our value systems and prioritization. In this case, you know, if it was this simple, you know, you would be able to trade your time, and in return you get like your hourly wage or whatever. Now, if it was so simple, you could decide how valuable your time would be, but you don't have control of that, so it's just whatever they decide your time is worth. And then you get overtime!
People would have to work just 15 hours per week.
Yeah,
reason
thing is,
that
I think your
advancements in
time's worth about
technology would drastically
16 an
increase
hour.
economic efficiency. The average worker would therefore require far less time to maintain their level of productivity. Such a scenario would have provided us with roughly as much leisure time as hunter-gatherers enjoyed. And yet, after technology and economic output have very much soared, people are still working as much as ever. Well, in that case, surely the record-breaking productivity of the workforce must be reflected in booming wages. Somehow, this is also not the case. It would seem that we're sacrificing quite a lot these days for the privilege of going to work. With all that in mind, you'd think that people must really love their jobs. The moment Peter walks through the front door at Initech, he is assaulted by a non-stop barrage of aggravation. The office is a hostile and oppressive landscape filled with unnerving sights and sounds. The technology he depends on is often dysfunctional, resulting in frequent delays and setbacks. Most of his co-workers make him uncomfortable with awkward and overbearing behavior. He is pestered all day by smug authority figures who constantly hover over his shoulder, the most relentless of which is his sworn enemy, Bill Lumberg. We're told that Peter's official job is to update bank software for the upcoming Y2K bug, but we rarely ever get to see him do it. That's because he's often preoccupied with something far more meaningless.
We need to talk about your TPS reports.
The infamous TPS report isn't actually a real thing. Mike Judge made it up for the film, yet everyone knows exactly what it is. We've all experienced the same irrelevant busy work designed to chew up even more of your already bloated schedule. If the company's buying your time, they will make damn sure they end up using it. While trapped in a Russian prison camp, the legendary writer Fyodor Dostoevsky once tried to conceive of the worst possible method of torture. He surmised that the most psychologically destructive thing you could do to someone would be forcing them to repeat a...
Yeah, you could make an argument for increase of people coming in who are willing to work for less causes the wages to stop increasing as they should. And then in addition, just the idea that you go to an environment like this and it's like everybody is always working. This ain't true. Someone's always slacking off. There's a reason why Homer's always depicted sleeping at the nuclear plant.
Pointless task over and over again until they go mad. At the end of the day, it's not the sweeping acts of cruelty that crush our spirits. It's the little things.
That's the real goal right there, yeah. You want to look like you're working. You want to look like you're busy so that no one fucking bothers you. And you can just kind of just like coast, casually coast day by day by day. It's like your own personal way of scamming the company who's already scamming you by taking your fucking time away, by making you go to daycare every day.
Peter's situation is far from unique. As much as 80% of the workforce is dissatisfied with their job, as much as 50% considers their job to be pointless. But for as bleak as the situation may seem, Office Space provides us with an unorthodox solution.
Well, you don't need $1 million to do nothing, man. Take a look at my cousin. He's broke, don't do shit.
As far as we're concerned, the goal of a capitalist system is to maximize profits by minimizing effort.
I don't think the definition of doing nothing is the same, though.
Take home the most wealth. That much is obvious. However,
doing shit,
equally successful is the capitalist who spends the least time working. After Peter sees his hypnotherapist keel over and die in front of him, he reaches an epiphany.
That's really interesting, though. Like, if they were... Would they like their job more or less if they were able to actually do it without the burdens that some co-workers and red tape bring? I would say if you completely isolate that person in that cubicle without any of the burdens that so bother them, it would actually make them worse, because then they just have no socialization at all, and it's almost like you're putting them in prison. Well, they don't call it a wage cage for nothing. I would say for most people that would make them worse mentally.
He decides that he will succeed by doing nothing.
Oh, like women and HR issues? I would still say that would make them feel worse, because there's no interaction, nothing to fuck with them or bother them. They can just focus on work. I think that would only highlight the certain issues, and then you're isolating them on top of that. I don't think that would be an improvement. Maybe to some people. I don't know, I guess there are people that feel like they work best when they're alone and just have no distractions. I feel like I would prefer socialization, even if it was shit that annoys me.
The next morning, Peter doesn't show up for work.
I don't like my job, and I don't think I'm gonna go anymore.
He sleeps in, ignores Lumberg's phone calls, and asks out the girl he likes. Over the next few days, they watch movies and go fishing. Eventually, when he feels like it, he heads back to the office, but not to do his job. He shows up in street clothes, parks in Lumberg's spot, and gets to work on some solo projects. He fillets his dinner, plays some video games, and even does a little bit of interior redecorating. Lumberg's passive-aggressive comments are powerless to stop him.
Now, are you going to go ahead and have those TPS reports for us this afternoon?
No.
After just a few days of doing nothing, Peter has become ungovernable.
I did absolutely nothing, and it was everything that I thought it could be.
It turns out that plenty of companies are afraid of their workers doing nothing. If enough people join in, they just might have to treat them better. While all this has been going on, however, the rest of the office has taken a turn for the worse.
What would you say you do here?
Nothing.
Initech has hired a pair of overpaid consultants to trim the fat of the workforce. One by one, each of Peter's friends has to step into the lion's den and plead their case for why they deserve to keep their jobs. The ritual is sadistic and humiliating. The workers squirm and beg as they desperately try to spare themselves the indignity of getting laid off. This exercise serves as a harrowing reminder of the true power that the system holds over us.
What the hell is wrong with you people?
If you hate your job so much, why don't you just leave? Is an obvious response for the disgruntled worker. At face value, it seems like a reasonable question. We live in a free country with free markets, so what's the big deal? Why can't more people just do what Peter did? There's a new word in the lexicon. You may have heard of it. If you're finding a job to be increasingly menial and dehumanizing, then you just might be a wagey. A shorthand term to describe a wage slave.
He's
Through
a wagey.
Conventional understanding, this concept may seem like an oxymoron. Getting compensated for your labor through a wage is strictly antithetical to the inherent nature of bondage. Western civilization certainly prides itself on abolishing slavery, although some would argue that it never really went away. Once the overlords of society could no longer own human beings, they had to get a little more creative at coercing labor out of people.
Now
Of
they
course,
own
there
our
were
time.
always the age-old institutions that sort of, but not quite, resemble slavery. Serfdom, for example, forces peasants to work in exchange for the land they live on. Indentured servitude forces people to work for long periods of time until they pay off an outstanding debt. Ever since the Industrial Revolution,
there's last
debt
one.
has been used as the primary instrument for keeping people busy. Coal mines were infamous for setting up company stores where employees were sold basic necessities on credit that they could not possibly repay with their wages. In the American South, the practice of debt bondage was used as a proxy to extend slave conditions well into the 1950s. Even in the present day, plenty of
it's a
Americans
visual
are
representation
still
of the
defined
smoothie
by
I
what
drank
they
earlier.
owe. As many as 1 in 4 Americans are estimated to have a negative net worth, meaning that they could not pay off their debt even if they sold everything they own. More
Imagine
than 1 in
having
3 are
debt
just
in the
treading
first
water
place.
by living paycheck to paycheck, while an outright majority
just
don't have
budget
enough
better,
cash
bro.
to cover a $1,000 emergency. If anyone in these circumstances took even a month off work, they would suffer disastrous consequences. Their situation doesn't really leave them with much choice in the matter. The threat of bankruptcy is awfully persuasive at making people stick with even the most oppressive working conditions. Many will argue that debt and spending are volitional, and that people who mismanage their finances deserve what happens to them. I'd be more inclined to believe this if these problems...
Always say that about Phil, you guys. He deserves everything that happens to him. The fucking... buy and put it down however many dollars on an El Cheapo Chinese AC, that's on him. Suffer, Phil. Suffer. I can't argue against that.
People argue that debt and spending are volitional, and that people who mismanage their finances deserve what happens to them. I'd be more...
just don't be dented with your finances, dude. Be like Ralph and just never pay off your student loans.
Inclined to believe this if these problems didn't affect a majority of people you see on the street. There comes a point when a vice of society is so widespread that it can't be written off as incidental. If this much of the workforce is struggling, you have to consider whether it's a product of intentional design. If you think that receiving a paycheck waives your right to protest any sort of mistreatment, it's really worth considering the psychological effects that these conditions have on people. This goes far beyond the day-to-day stress and anxiety of a hostile environment. The modern workplace seems to evoke a profound sense of alienation, a sinking feeling that no one around will catch you when you fall. The most severe punishment that a prison can enforce on an inmate is placing them in solitary confinement, where they are completely cut off from any meaningful communication with others. Strangely enough, this terrible fate now seems to afflict plenty of people in the free world as well. In hunter-gatherer societies, being left alone was the equivalent of being left for dead. Human beings are not solitary creatures. We're designed to exist in a community that has our backs. Modern offices have no shortage of people, but the social fabric hardly resembles any sort of tribal unity.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
The temperament of most workplaces
I just want to
today
slap her
can more
already.
closely be described as every man for themselves. There's not much room for camaraderie when everyone knows
What is
they're
wrong
only
with me?
around to collect a paycheck. For some, this fake veneer of acquaintanceship is even more disquieting than literal loneliness. What good is being surrounded by others if you can't really trust any of them? Corporate structures desperately try to simulate real human connection with hollow messages of team building and being part of the company family. But deep down, everyone knows that when the opportunity presents itself, that so-called family will sell you out in a heartbeat. That's just business. It's nothing personal, and maybe that's precisely the problem.
Oh yeah, we're gonna bring in some entry-level graduates, farm some work out to Singapore. It's usual deal.
Peter's trip
Singapore!
through Wonderland comes to an abrupt end when he finds out that his friends Michael and Samir are getting fired. Despite being competent, diligent workers, Initech is kicking them to the curb. In the same conversation, Peter learns that by doing nothing, he's being rewarded with a promotion.
So you're gonna fire Michael and Samir and you're gonna give me more money?
Out of everything he's dealt with,
Yes.
it's the sheer unfairness of it all that drives him over the edge. We all have a built-in desire for equity. This trait is so embedded in our instincts that it can even be observed in other primates. When it comes to the modern workplace, perhaps the biggest elephant in the room is the one at the top of the company ladder. As any business grows, so too does the gap separating the workers and the people in charge. In 1965, American CEOs earned about 20 times more than the average employee at the same company. In the present day, that ratio is now estimated to be at least 300 to 1. Many modern corporations have such bloated hierarchies that the top brass may never physically see the workers who actually produce what they're selling. All that distance between them has
that's what
subsequently
undercover
been
boss is
filled
for.
with more and more convoluted tranches of middle management.
They still do that
So
shit,
that
right?
means that when I make a mistake, I have 8 different people coming by to tell me about it.
My dad worked as an engineer, and he would often complain to me about the human resources department at his office. Even though he was responsible for fulfilling the actual function of the business, the HR people got paid twice as much as him to basically schedule meetings and talk about synergy all day. In the modern economy, someone like Bill Lumbergh is just the tip of the iceberg. What's more accurate is a seemingly unending chain of Lumberghs, each micromanaging the one beneath them. I'm starting to see where all that money may have gone from the decades of record-setting productivity. With this in mind, you have to ask yourself how demoralizing it must be for the folks further down the pyramid. It can't be motivating to know that the fruits of your labor are not just paying the extravagant salary of the rich CEO you'll never meet, but also paying the stooges who browbeat you all day with TPS reports. It's not the mere existence of inequality that bothers people so much. It's the systematic nature of the whole thing. How the very basis of the economy seems to rely on you getting the short end of the stick. The expression "life's not fair" doesn't say the whole story. What it's really trying to tell
Milton
us
has
is
no
that
cake.
life is rigged.
I know, Michael. It's completely unfair. And I realized something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing. It's about all of us together.
There comes a point when a game gets so unfair that it's not even fun for the winners anymore. A lesser man would have accepted his hollow victory, but not Peter. He is simply too disgusted.
And you're gonna
Pretty
go
cool
in tomorrow,
reference
they're
right
gonna
here.
throw you out on the street so that Bill Lumbergh's stock will go up 1/4 of a point.
It's no longer enough to coexist alongside the system. When the soul of humanity is betrayed to this extent, strange things start to happen. So, you want to escape the rat race once and for all. Well, the third act of Office Space presents us with a few options of how to do so. The first
Destroy the
method is to
printer?
get horrifically
Destroy the
injured
company
in some
printer.
kind of freak accident. This is what happens to Tom Smikowski, the worker at Initech who'd spent the longest time searching for salvation.
You see, that's what you have to do. You have to use your mind and come up with some really great idea like that, and you can make millions, never have to work again.
He had tried everything from entrepreneurship to suffocating himself in his garage, but what actually ended up working was getting T-boned by a drunk driver. The wreck earns him a big enough settlement that he never has to work again. Tom's in pretty bad shape, but he feels better than ever. This was the scene that took me the longest to understand. At face value, putting yourself in debilitating pain seems like a lousy trade-off for being relieved of your duties. I always thought it was quite a stretch for anyone to be so happy about it, until one day when I watched a YouTube video of a guy ranting about working at Walmart. There was a part that stuck out to me where he mentions dreading his job so much that he found himself wishing to get in a car accident on the way to work. In his mind, that
Really?
would have been worth it
It's
to
just
avoid
Walmart.
just a single day of retail.
I did not want
Did
to
he
go
work
work
in the
so
blood
badly,
mines?
so miserable that I wanted to get into a car accident so I didn't have to work.
This scenario is deeply unsettling, but it does reflect how many real people actually think. Modern studies increasingly show that emotional and physical pain are far more interchangeable than we once thought. Perhaps a single agonizing injury really is preferable to a continuous source of mental trauma.
Just remember, if you hang in there long enough, good things can happen in this world.
However, when it comes to defeating the Matrix,
I believe it when I
Peter
see it.
has other ideas. His angle is all about the money.
You have 2 options, unemployment or early retirement.
The concept of retirement is awfully paradoxical if you really think about it. Most workers treat it as the big carrot at the end of the 40-year-long stick, the wonderful reward of spending your dying days finally doing nothing. The problem is, to unlock the privilege of not working, you need a lot of money, which can only be obtained by working. Of course, when you finally notice the vicious cycle, the mind starts to wander towards those alternative ways of making money. Unfortunately, the world of business is already way ahead of us here. Any get-rich-quick scheme you hear about will invariably waste your time and effort to make someone else rich. A situation that's really no different from the job you're trying to circumvent in the first place. By this point, you may finally catch on to how most of the world actually makes money. The process basically comes down to taking stuff that's not yours. Traditionally, this is known as stealing, but throughout the history of commerce, it's been called many things, such as arbitrage, eminent domain, value extraction, and quantitative easing. For Peter's purposes, it's called justice.
And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Since Initech has stolen so much from him, it's only fair for him to steal from Initech. He hatches a plan and ropes in Michael and Samir to upload a computer virus to the company's mainframe. The program is designed to siphon off the extra decimal values of bank transactions and deposit them into a separate account. If left unnoticed, the scheme should net Peter and his buddies enough money so that none of them ever have to work again. While it may have been tempting to see our heroes ride off into the sunset with their bounty, that isn't what ends up happening. Michael messes up his math, and the virus ends up stealing so much money that it's instantly discovered. Peter and his friends are now in jeopardy of facing serious criminal charges. It's really demoralizing to see their scheme fail, but in many ways, this was the most fitting outcome. There's a lesson to be learned from Peter's quest for retribution. The more you chase after vengeance, the more you risk becoming the very thing you hate. Just like Initech, Peter exploited his friends for profit, and he ended up losing the one thing he really cared about.
Yo, arcade Donkey Kong.
Bad person, Peter.
At the end of it all, he does the honorable thing and prepares to take the fall. But ultimately, Initech's fall doesn't come from Peter. It comes from the odd fellow who existed long before this story was written.
Here's that stapler I've been looking for here. Let me just go ahead and get that from you.
Great.
Throughout the film, no worker gets treated worse than Milton. The bosses are constantly shuffling him around and ignoring his concerns. They won't even let him have his stapler. He's poorly socialized and has a hard time expressing himself, which in the corporate world makes him
Reminded of when GameStop was eating shit for stapling the Switch 2s, and they posted the scene of the dude taking poor Milton's red stapler. No more staplers!
An easy target to pick up the slack. The most evil thing Initech does in the movie comes at Milton's expense. They essentially lay him off without telling him, fully intending to keep him busy until he figures out he's no longer employed.
So, Milton has been let go.
Well, just a second there, Professor. We fixed the glitch. So he won't be receiving a paycheck anymore, so it'll just work itself out naturally.
When it comes to early retirement, there is one other way to achieve it. Rather than removing yourself from the office, you can simply choose to remove the office. There comes a point when a man gets so disconnected from the rest of the world that they lash out at the very society around them. Most of the time, you never see it coming. When they get fed up enough, some folks just snap. Initech got a little too greedy, and in the end, Milton fixed the glitch. Human beings are designed to crave harmony, mobility, and autonomy. When you start depriving people of these bare necessities, our entire world falls out of balance.
Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements.
Modern man has mastered the complex and abandoned the simple. But for as far as we've strayed from our hunter-gatherer ancestors, we'll never outrun the natural laws that govern us both. You can disregard the past all you want, but it's hard to deny that those so-called miserable cavemen who spent their whole lives suffering are starting to sound a lot like us. And when you start treating people like cavemen, don't be surprised when they discover fire.
Oh, that was a keynote segue right there, bud.
Initech gets burned to the ground. All the evidence of the scheme is destroyed, and Milton ends up in a tropical paradise. Peter gets his own change of scenery, joining up with his roommate at a blue-collar construction job where he gets the pleasure of scooping up the rubble from his old office. At long last, he's finally found something he enjoys more than doing nothing. The ending of Office Space is still debated to this day. For a movie with such dark undertones, its cheerful resolution comes off a little too convenient for some. Mike Judge himself has expressed regret for how he should have handled the third act. Supposedly, there was an entirely different ending plan that never got implemented. Some have theorized that this may have involved Peter going to prison where he would literally get to do nothing all day, this time in a cell instead of a cubicle. Speculation of an alternate ending was further fueled by a particular line of dialogue that was removed from the final cut. In a deleted scene, a Lumbergh-like figure can be heard bossing Peter around during his last on-screen appearance.
Yeah, if you guys could just go ahead and sort of pick up the pace a little bit, that'd be great.
This small addition transforms the lasting impression of the film into something far more bleak. It implies that Peter's journey of self-discovery was completely pointless.
It's gonna
Some
start all
prefer
over
this
again.
version for being more true to life. After all, who's to say that a construction site is any less exploitative than an office? Can anyone really escape the rat race? However, I've personally never been a fan of this darker ending. The whole thing makes Peter look like a fool and sort of undercuts the message of the entire plot that preceded it. Office Space has a lot to say about the nature of labor. That much is obvious. But the true meaning of the film has less to do with the system around us and more to do with how we as individuals fit into it.
It's a bit
the
too
realities of modern economics aren't going away anytime soon. Whatever change we seek has to come from within. Peter's construction job is empowering for the simple reason that he chose to do it. He gave up the hollow prestige of the white-collar lifestyle to do something that provides him with actual value. I feel like too many people in America have the wrong idea about value. The first mistake is believing that wealth is a measure of value, when really it's more often than not a supplement for value. The second mistake is believing that there's value to be found through hard work alone, and that toiling away in a miserable situation should be seen as some badge of honor. The combination of these two widely held ideals creates an environment which is utterly vacuous. There are plenty of reasons you can conjure up to justify why you go to work, but most of the ones we tell ourselves end up actively devaluing our lives. The moment we enter society, we're conditioned to have an adversarial relationship with what's supposed to be our main purpose in this world.
And Dale, remember, everyone likes a hard worker.
Of course they do. They do all the work for them.
I'm not trying to suggest that people are wrong for wanting to work for a living. What I'm saying is that many of us are working for the wrong reasons. Not enough people stop to consider what they really want out of life. Whether all the treasures promised by the modern world are really worth the sacrifice. Human beings are not automatons. At some point, people have to feel like they're contributing to something beyond a mere financial transaction.
That's my only real motivation, is not to be hassled. That and the fear of losing my job, but you know, Bob, that'll only make someone work just hard enough not to get fired.
We have to see that the result of our labor is valuable, that it's beneficial to the people around us. Before you can like what you do, you have to be able to do what you like. I personally like the end of Office Space. It leaves us with a simple yet powerful lesson. There are certain things in life which are essential, the parts of ourselves that we can sell off but never buy back. These things are worth fighting for, no matter what the rest of society seems to tell you. We're all entitled to our own pursuit of happiness. If you don't look out for it, no one else will. Cultural commentators often like to claim that Office Space portrays an exaggerated version of the workplace, but I've never found that to be the case. I think the reason this film is so compelling is that it holds up a mirror to reality.
On your workplace.
It points out the true absurdities that most of us would prefer not to notice. Turns out that there are plenty of businesses around the world that are just like Initech. It's no exaggeration. The problem with Office Space is that it's too understated, because this work of fiction doesn't come close to the level of contempt that some real-life companies have for their workers.
We find it's always better to fire people on a Friday. Studies have statistically shown that there's less chance of an incident if you do it at the end of the week.
On the evening of Friday, December 10th, 2021, a violent tornado is barreling toward the town of Mayfield, Kentucky. The city happens to be home to a factory with
like we stepped
roughly
into a completely
110
different Employment
employees.
video.
Their entire job is to manufacture scented candles, a totally superfluous accessory that could disappear from the world tomorrow without anyone really caring. Despite multiple tornado warnings throughout the day, the bosses at Mayfield Consumer Products have ordered the employees to keep working. As many would later claim, the company threatened to fire anyone who left their shift to flee the incoming storm. Even as tornado sirens start to go off around town, the people in charge still refuse to let anybody evacuate to safety. Moments later, the candle factory takes a direct hit from an EF4 twister, resulting in the deaths of 8 workers.
Oh, I guess
often
not.
wonder what must have gone through those employees' heads when they realized their fate, knowing that your final moments would be spent far away from your loved ones, toiling away making some expendable product that could just as easily cease to exist, only to realize that all along, the expendable product was you.
My dumbass would have been out there real quick.
Keynes would have reacted if he knew that this is where his grand economic vision of the future was headed. He wouldn't have predicted it, but he did get to experience it. Under the mounting exhaustion of rebuilding the world economy after the most destructive war in history, Keynes suffered a fatal heart attack at the age of 62. Many believe that he literally worked himself to death.
Work that sucker to death.
In front of the Initech office, there's a generic corporate statue that literally depicts a square peg in a round hole. Sure enough, by some definition, it fits, but everything about it feels so intuitively wrong. A square is a very artificial shape. They don't really occur in nature. Square things only exist because we impose our own man-made desires on the environment around us. They stand in direct defiance of the cosmos, which prefers to make things round. We find ourselves today in a deeply unnatural world of our own creation, a long way off from those noble savages of our distant origins. Many people are fine with the modern world, and that's good for them. The appeal of Office Space is for...
I was trying to think of what the name was since Croy, but yeah, Pyrite. Checkmate, idiot.
Everyone else who suspects that they don't quite fit into the rest of the equation.
I was like, wait a minute, that's not completely true.
The year 2020 was a rough stretch for many people. But if there was one positive that came out of the whole thing, it's that many of us were finally forced to stop and think about what really matters. For the first time in ages, much of the workforce was given the rare opportunity to do nothing. All of a sudden, there was no longer the constant distraction of a society that insists on keeping us productive. In this brief
everyone
window
turned
of
into
time,
Office Space.
People got a taste of life beyond work. They had
and
to
they
consider
didn't want to
what
go
was
back.
Intrinsically valuable about their
They
day-to-day experience.
really didn't want to go
Many
back.
were shocked to see what little there was to be found. This small moment of clarity produced a great awakening, the effects of which we're still seeing to this day. Ever since the pandemic, there's been an unprecedented migration of white-collar workers away from the office. Many of them now work from home, a paradigm shift that most corporations have begrudgingly accepted as the new norm. Others have abandoned their old and unfulfilling careers entirely, moving on to new endeavors that grant them more agency over their lives. As a result of this mass exodus, a record number of offices are now sitting completely empty. The problem has become so dire that the commercial real estate market is close to the brink of collapse. Believe it or not, we may be approaching the literal end of office space. It appears that the days of depressing cubicles bathed in fluorescent lighting may soon become a thing of the past. There's a lot of disagreement in the modern world about labor, inequality, and economics. Most people don't tend to enjoy conversations about these issues, but they do enjoy watching Office Space. It's truly remarkable how Mike Judge was able to pull this off, but then again, maybe it was all part of the prophecy, where a man leaves his meaningless job to finally do something of value with his life. It's safe to say that after Mike Judge left the office, he certainly became much more valuable to the rest of the world. It'll probably take a very long time, but I suspect that one day, Office Space will emerge as the most influential film of 1999. It's such a strange thing to think about, because when we watch movies, we usually want to experience something spectacular and imaginative, a sort of escapist fantasy that allows us to leave our boring lives behind for a couple hours. You'd think that the last thing anyone would want from a movie is to be explicitly reminded of the unflattering reality we're trying to tune out in the first place. And yet, when it comes to Office Space, I can't think of another film that has had a greater effect on how I personally live my life today. It's good to take pride in what you do. Not enough people these days get to experience that feeling. If you happen to be someone who's struggling to find your place in the world, it's important to remember that you're not alone.
I don't know why I can't just go to work and be happy. Like I'm supposed to, like everybody else.
Some would say that being
'cause that would be too
chronically
easy.
dissatisfied with life is now just business as usual. Finding your motivation isn't always easy. Sometimes it's buried deep inside of us. There's a million jobs out there I could have ended up with, but I ultimately chose what I do today for one simple reason. When people ask me about my work, I want to tell them that I can still have fun. And honestly, I don't know if I'd be able to say that if this unexpectedly profound piece of entertainment hadn't shown me the way. I'll always be grateful I crossed paths with it when I did, because there will never ever be another movie like it.
And there it is. He does it because it's easy money. Well, who doesn't love easy money? I can't exactly disagree, you guys. Overall, very, 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 very good piece. Implement never misses. It really makes you think about your life, you guys, and where you are in your life, and where you will be 10 years from now, and if every decision you made up to this point is leading you to being right here, right now, watching me playing Mario Kart, was it well and truly worth it? Sir? Probably. What if my desire is begging? I love what I do. I get to turn on the stream every day. I get to hang out with you guys. I love working. I love my work. How many people get to say that? That I love doing what I do? He's just mad that you chose the third path. Meanwhile, everybody else in an office cubicle would rather choose option 3. Let me collect these coins. Where am I at so far? One more panel. Or could it possibly be, you guys? This song is the Histocrat from 3D World. I'm gonna finish this one and then probably call it, because I gotta be awake in the morning. Jeez, I'll finish if I can find it. Oh, there it is. What luck! The sun was blocking it. Okay, so we have 130 P-switches, 111 question mark panels, and 44 Peach medallions. In total, there are 394 P-switches, 200 panels, and 100 Peach medallions? I might have the count off. For panels, I'm missing... Let's see the progress here. Progress is good so far. I remember some I had incomplete. Starview Peak and Boost Cinema. I could not find the last panel in those areas. Drybone's Burnout, Bowser's Castle, Toad's Factory. Just like this whole region right here. 5 tracks I still gotta do. Choco Mountain as well. Crown City is the only one that has 10. But I did do Whistletop and Mario Brothers Circuit. Yeah, so there's a whole big region outside of these 2 tracks, and then Crown City, and then backtrack into these 2 areas. There's so much to do, Goob. Honestly, I did, how many tracks did I do tonight? Just so I can pat myself on the back. I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 7 tracks? 7 or 8 tracks. I want to say 7. Yeah, around there. And a bunch of P missions, too. So, yeah, progress was made, dude. I'll pick it up tomorrow. We'll do some more free Roamin before anime night. Conclusion of all the shows airing this season. What shows will we enjoy next season? I don't know, because we haven't looked at what shows are airing next season yet. We gotta take a look here, listen, and see what's gonna be airing. And then Anne can choose what shows, and then we can watch the shows, and I can be like, Anne, the shows are good, Anne. The shows are great, Anne. Or I could be like, the shows suck, Anne, and you suck for picking them. But we're gonna choose someone to raid. We're gonna go adios, bye-bye, and Mimi time. I gotta finish the last of this smoothie. We'll definitely read off all this stuff. Thank you so much for the hype train earlier. Really do appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around and all the support. Thank you for finding the content so meaningful that you choose to support it. You don't have to do it, but you did it. And I like you for doing it. So thank you for doing it. Okay, where's the music? Where's the DJ? By the way, we knocked down the backup playlist to just 1 video left. I know Goki sent me something, which I'll probably watch tomorrow. But besides that, I got like a true crime video, and that's it. Meaning, ladies and gentlemen, at some point, perhaps in the immediate and far-flung future, video redeems will be turned on again. Whoa. They're gonna be great limited though. Don't even get any bright ideas. You're gonna be putting down big points to suggest videos. Okay, who are you rating? We gotta turn on Stream Labs as well. We gotta boot up, read off all the positivity. It's just that small part. Is it a 314 mark? Okay, it's just one. Okay, well, don't go to sleep just yet then. I thought it was the whole video. Look at that guy the casino tried to watch, but didn't find him very entertaining.
Because they have dug a hole so deep, climbed in, had a ladder, but got cold and then broke the ladder and burned the ladder for heat. And now they're like, oh shit, we can't get out of the hole now. Suffer, Adab, suffer! Shout out to...
No way!
We can't get out of the hole now. Suffer, Adab, suffer! Shout out to Kino Casino. I love those guys. Anyway.
Where are they at? When are they gonna get back for their break?
I want to approach things here, like I always say, from a different perspective. I just want to have just like...
That was literally all you wanted to show me? That was just literally just that. Well, he did a good impression. Thank you for the quick redeem. And with that, I think we're ready to sashay into that good night, ladies and gentlemen.
It's nice to rest.
Thanks for stopping by.
Maybe go outside.
Thank you, Capital. A good night, Dinger. Thank you. Have a good night. Or I'll try to, at least. Bye-bye. Adios. Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I could see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I could inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. He does it at the end with the first one. I did a backflip. I know. I think I'm good with just the first one. Thank you to Cronatus with the follow. The Hype Train, 12 gifted subs and 100 bits. Call Me Astro, the gift sub. And Leet, the 100-bit cheer. Devoured Eagle, gifted 1 month tier 1 to Goki. Mr. Pun, the 10 gifted subs. And Leet, rate with a party of 23. Shroom Dukem, the 10-bit cheer. Roxanic, the follow behind the scenes. And then Mr. Pun's 10 gifted went to Genesis, World Conqueror, Arcadius, Pansora, Billy, Nebulous, Gara, Exodus, Ididon, and Run by Coffee. Devoured Eagle's gifted went to Goki, and Astro's gifted went to Oceanios. Well, guys, that's the end of another one. Who's live right now? Who can we go bully? Casino said they were coming back on the 2nd. That's a Wednesday. Apparently, PvP went to the hospital. I don't know if that's true, you guys. I haven't looked at either of their Twitters lately. Okay, I see some people. And the music is fucking up. The music's fucking up because I've been on Chrome for too long. That's so creepy how it does it like that. I gotta go back to using Brave. Give me a moment to peruse the airwaves here. See who was still with us. Oh, Miso's on Death Stranding. Law Power's on Fortnite. Conky is on Forza Horizon. Peta Fanley. Death Stranding, the first one. Sunspot. It's a buyer's market of people to fall asleep to. Tevin is putting on Cooking with Jack. Who else do we got? I think this guy's rage quitting. Okay. We're gonna go over there, but he's rage quitting. He's rage quitting the stream. You know what? We were playing Mario Kart. Let's do what we said we were gonna do yesterday. Who's in the Mario Kart category? Let's make a new pal. Let's look for cool people. Maybe they'll be playing the game better than me. I'm very suspect of this person in the top spot in the category right now. Okay, we might have someone chat. Okay. If you would like to venture with me, we're gonna rate someone in the category. Be on your best behavior. I don't know this person. I don't know anything about him. But we're gonna try to make a new pal. They might have the Jamsy Spark. And if they don't, they don't. But they might. This person's also playing Mario Kart. We can share the love and spread the dingusness. Spread this. Do you want to? Okay, for someone who has no idea of anything within this sector, we should probably do the standard raid message, which is the old faithful. Oh, Streamlabs isn't subbed. I want to swap I want to mix up the emotes. Okay, this person's playing Mario Kart. Can go there, or go anywhere else. It's a buyer's market of people to fall asleep to. Let's see if they're cool or not. I like doing this. I like, I wish I had more opportunities to raid random people. Because sometimes you meet some truly cool people that you would have not otherwise have interacted with. Bye bye. More Mario Kart tomorrow. Take it easy.